Which one's your favorite? Mine's Tracer. She's like, cheers, love, the cavalry's here.
You're one of those heroes, aren't you?
Before me, I see the future. Human. Machine.
You know there's more out there, don't you?
Even the best journeys end. But a new one is right around the corner.
Hammer strike!
I am your queen! Let's take him to the wasteland!
One punch is all I need.
Nice work, team. Keep it moving.
I cannot wait to push. Draw.
Yippee-ki-yay!
Boom, baby!
Check me out.
Do something!
Get in there. It takes a team to tango.
and welcome to the Watch Month pre-show. I am Zoe Schwind, and with me on the desk are Jonathan, officially off the market. Reinforced Larson, you did it. Congratulations.
Thank you, Zoe.
Now, this is beautiful, great news all across the board. We also, of course, have Danny, still very available. Lim.
I'm not anymore. After that trailer, no. I sold my
Queen.
I sold my soul to the Junker Queen.
You know what? Good choice. And I think you're not alone. I think you have to share, unfortunately, because, well, after that Overwatch 2 preview stream, well, that was a lot to take in. And honestly, my face was hurting throughout the entirety of filming it because there was just too much exciting news. Like, I just couldn't stop smiling, and that is actually very painful. And I'm sure all of our fans could not stop smiling at the reveal of the long-rumored hero, Junker Queen. I mean, Danny, we've been anticipating this queen for such a long time, and now she's finally here in all her beautiful glory. I mean, look at that.
Look at her abs. Look at her physique.
That's the first thing.
Different. Look at her delts. I'm pretty sure her body fat percentage is less than 5%, and I give big 2 thumbs ups for that. Her kit, amazing. She looks amazing. I don't know, just everything about her, and the fact that she's a tank hero. Like, so you and I are tank.
Oh yeah,
we're tank players.
This is
great news.
This is
Let's go,
everything, because this is an aggressive tank reinforce. Like this one, there's no stepping back. Like that key is removed. You're just going in, and you're there to do damage.
Absolutely.
And that is why I even love her more, because when I play Ryan, I never use a shield anyway. So this Junker Queen is perfect. It's literally a hero made for me. So I really can't wait until I could get my hands on her.
So unique as well. Like, just when it comes to like the personality and you know, how she engages with the rest of the game. Because like we went from like Orisa's like, okay, cool, you know, tanks, we have a robot, like a robot horse, like that's pretty cool. You know, we have a hamster in a ball, that's pretty cool. Like we got like who has that? No one has that. But now we actually just get a badass queen with, you know, great weapons, axes, can go super aggressive, magnetic guns and chargers and
what do you call the sling?
Fuck it. Sure.
Yeah, the thing. It's so cool, so cool. Love it.
No, we absolutely love it. What else struck your fancy looking at the reveal? Anything else standing out to you, Reinforce?
Oh, there's a Swedish map in there somewhere, you know, so looking forward to see Göteborg. Looking forward to see Torbjörn's factory. That's going to be pretty cool. So
that's going to be some Torben time.
It's Torben time. It's Torben time. No, honestly.
Annoyingly smart. It's actually annoyingly good.
All right.
I hate it. I love it.
It's Torben time.
Yeah. It's Torben time, baby.
What are you looking forward to other than obviously Junker Queen? And
I mean, with the battle pass, you could get charms. So now you could, you know, you get the little cute little things on the weapons as well.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Also the mythic, the skins that are coming out. So that's customizable. So you could, you know, customize your own skins.
Yeah. No, we're all about customization here. Unfortunately, our expert Costa is not here for the customization. Okay, whatever. Never mind. Anyway, so much
customization
and so much which gets us excited, of course. Now, did we forget? There's actually too much almost to break down.
What else?
We only have such a limited pre-show, so I think you guys have just to deal with us sprinkling bits and bobs in here and there throughout our pre-show and the entire rest of the day. Lots to think about, lots to break down. So much content, in fact, that we had to get more experts in here to help us make sense of it all. So what does that all mean for us here in OWL as well? So we're in luck because we will be joined by the Overwatch commercial lead, John Spector, as well as the head of the Overwatch League, Sean Miller, right after this break. So don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back to Watchpoint. Joining us today are two very special guests. We have the Overwatch commercial lead, also former head, of course, of the Overwatch League, John Spector, and our current head, Sean Miller, joining us here for a quick chat. Now, obviously, there's so much to look forward to for everyone looking ahead to Overwatch 2. If I had to force you to pick a favorite out of all the highlights which were shared earlier today, John, what would it be for you?
We're just all so excited about October 4th. It's like there's so much I think that the team has been working on for getting ready for our launch of Overwatch 2. But for me, the most exciting thing is that players are going to get to experience all of that in just a few months from now.
What about you, Sean? What got you hyped?
I mean, I think, yes, everything, first of all.
That's a great answer.
There's just so much, but I think in particular that Junker Queen, I mean, her abilities, seeing what she's going to be able to do, but also the cinematic short, I mean, just have to take a deep breath, take it all in.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we got just treated to the absolute full load of Jungle Queen there too, right? We got to see the cinematic, we got to see gameplay footage, we got to hear the devs talking about her, reinforced. I mean, as a former player, as someone who's really deep into competitive play, like seeing a hero like that, so unique, so very different, that has to get you hyped up.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the sort of like preview and I was like, kind of overpowered.
That's a regular reaction though for any pro player to introduction of a new hero.
Yeah, you gotta dive Bionate. I'm like, that sounds pretty good. I'd like to see that. And also, they were just like, well, you know, the problem with Reinhardt is he kind of like defends his team and he stands back. And I was like, great, an aggressive Reinhardt? That sounds just up my alley. So, you know, I love getting up and personal and like really going in, playing aggressively, being proactive about what I do as a player in the game. And so I think Junker Queen is really going to be able to allow players in Overwatch 2 to take the game into their own hands and be able to utilize so many different cool abilities. Like the way her abilities interact with each other, it really gives the player a lot of ways to express your playstyle and how you want to utilize this character. So I'm so excited to see more of Junker Queen in the Overwatch League also.
Yeah, so are we all. And that is the big question. You're setting up really nicely there.
Eventually, right?
Well, we have the experts here, so like just drop the numbers here. Sean, when are we getting the Junker Queen into the Overwatch League?
So not soon enough, but start of Summer Showdown qualifiers, August 11th is when you can expect to see her. And that beautiful new map of Rio will be available for Summer Showdown.
Okay, and what else? I mean, apparently it's never enough for me, right? So, John, what else can we expect to see very soon from the Overwatch team?
So our next beta, which starts in a few weeks, is really just that next stepping stone for us toward October 4th. And then even the moment in October 4th, we really want to make it clear to players and fans, like, that's just the start for what we're doing. And we released a roadmap today where we outline what's the aspiration in terms of adding more new heroes, more new maps, all of the content that players just love and want to get their hands on. And our commitment from the Overwatch team now is that with this launch of Overwatch 2, we're going to be doubling down on the live service and really making sure that every season feels amazing and fresh and new and exciting.
I think it's very important as well to keep in mind that, you know, they talked about the PvP competitive mode and, you know, how to reiterate on that. So we got a bunch of new heroes coming out, new maps, but they're also rethinking like how the game operates and how it plays. So I'm excited to see competitive mode as a competitive player to sort of get revamped a little bit and see how the player experience is, learning from some of the lessons already.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I think it's, you know, we will continue to do our best at the Overwatch League to align in every way we can from a calendar perspective with the game team as we look forward towards playoffs, postseason 10-4, or October 4th is the launch date. You know, the third support hero and what that'll mean for the Overwatch League. We'll continue to keep the community updated on when we'll see that.
Okay, see, I love being shut down live on air, so if I'm asking about that fox we keep on seeing in that video, anything? Nothing?
I have no idea what you're talking about. What? There's a fox?
Listen, I'm trying, all right? Shot by shot, and it didn't work out, and sometimes it be like that. That is okay. But thank you, thank you guys so much for joining us. But before I let you go, I gotta ask for you guys' Prits, because you know, I sense some mockery on social media coming from both of your directions towards what we may or may not have gotten wrong or right in the past. So let's hear it from you. Who are you predicting for today's matches, John?
So coming off of my perfect predictions from the previous tournament, I had the Gladiators beating the Fuel in the finals.
Just knew.
I feel super confident about my predictions for today. We've got Florida winning our first match, and then I've picked Dallas over the Shock, and then my hometown New York is they're gonna surprise and come out, and they're gonna just take it to Washington.
All right, Sean. Okay, I see already. Like, you guys are not aligned in your predictions.
No, Mr. Perfect Predictions over here. I'm actually the one feeling quite confident myself. I got London, Chatty. It's gonna carry him home. We got Dallas, and we got Washington winning today's matches.
The good news is only one of you guys can be right for those two matches at least. So you'll both get a sense of what it feels like to do live predictions. And yeah, make sure to hit them up on Twitter if they're wrong. Of course, you can also congratulate them if they're right, in case that happens. Either way, make sure to reach out to them. Thank you both so much for sharing your excitement and sharing some insight, or some more insight, of what we can expect here in OWL and in Overwatch in general. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here once again, but we're not done just yet. We will be breaking down some of our highlight games after a quick break.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. As some of you might know, our Overwatch community lost a beloved member recently. His name is Dan McHugh. He was the leader of our Contenders Path to Pro program and just so influential in so many other ways. He passed away on May 29th, and his impact on our community, on all of us and everyone around him can just simply not be overstated. And it's needless to say that he will be deeply missed. And Sean, I know that you have a few words that you would like to share with our community as well.
I would love to, Zoe. And I mean, you hit the nail on the head. We want to spend some time now to pay tribute to Dan McHugh. And you know, it was hard not to feel uplifted and optimistic when you were around Dan. He was the embodiment of passion, optimism, kindness, fun, and he always put people before tasks. And not everybody knows this, but he also had a deep love of music. And he was a talented songwriter. So he went by DJ Schmaltz, and he created some incredible songs. You can see from the pictures how much he loved being with people and putting on events around the globe. One of my fondest memories of Dan was at an OWL event in 2020. So we hung out in DC, we took in the city, we shared more late nights and laughs than I could count. I mean, all in all, he was a force for good in the entire ecosystem, and we want to make sure he continues being a force for good.
Absolutely. And I mean, his work completely speaks for itself. He's done so much for the Path to Pro and for so many of the players we now today see in the Overwatch League, which he guided towards and alongside that very path. And of course, there are a lot of things that we want to do to keep honoring Dan McHugh and everything he stood for and everything that he did for Overwatch.
Absolutely. And a really cool part about working at Blizzard is that at 5 years you get a sword, a special made sword. As you know, you recently got yours. And so Dan was only 3 months away from receiving his sword. So we worked with Blizzard to get him what he would have earned. And we've worked with his family, and I'm actually really excited. We plan to put it in our offices, the sword you see there, to remember Dan, so that every time somebody walks by, we'll remember to be kind, to follow our passions, to put people, first, and to have fun. Dan always used to say, "The fun don't stop," and so Dan, the fun won't stop.
No, we simply won't let it. We keep you in our memory. Thank you so much for everything you've done. As you mentioned, one of his big passions was music. We got to enjoy a lot of his music during little breaks or lead-ups to meetings throughout the week, which was always amazing and always so appreciated by the entire team. So here is going to be one of his tracks titled "Show Me Love." Yeah, needless to say that we're all going to miss Dan very, very much. And anyone who knew Dan, we already shared it earlier with Sean, he loved to say that the fun don't stop. So we're going to try to continue to make him proud and keep the show rolling and have as much fun along the way as we can for him. So thank you for everything, Dan. Now we're going to roll right into the Midseason Madness qualifiers today. The game itself will be different, not quite as different as what John and Sean were talking about regarding Overwatch 2. However, there are some pretty important patch notes that we have to go over and take a look at and discuss, because they might actually impact what we see during this qualifier. And now, of course, there is a lot of changes to Sojourn, maybe making her a little bit more attractive. Reinforced, do you think that these changes might lead to us seeing more Sojourn?
Absolutely. I certainly expect to see more Sojourn. Her role is kind of like not known. She's not really a dive hero, but she's also not like a long-range sniper like Widowmaker, right? So the use case is a bit of questionable, but Sojourn is such a strong hero now that I certainly think we'll see more.
And the soldier ones, they concern me. Tactical visor, really? Did it need a critical hit? I don't know about that one. I'm usually on the receiving end though, so as a not soldier player, obviously I'm less hyped about that one. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see how these movement speed decreased. Let's see,
1 year older.
Age decrease, Bob. Now, of course, when we're looking at our tank heroes and the patch nodes, immediately catching my eye is Zarya. Nerf, if you will. Do you think this is going to have a big impact on Zarya's playtime, or is it not going to be?
Not massively. Not massively. I think the Roto change, if anything, is pretty interesting. Wrecking Ball as well with the increased knockback, maybe against some of these Rhino compositions. But I actually think the support changes will be way more impactful in that regard. The tank heroes not too affected and not super nerfed or super buffed.
I mean, they were broadly they were in a decent place anyway. Now, of course, support heroes, that's where it gets interesting. Lots of them have been shown some more love, which is something the community and the players all requested. I'm looking at Baptiste's changes here. Like, he looks hella viable to me right now.
Yeah. Expecting more Sigma and more Reinhardt, Danny.
Yeah. Yep, a lot more Brawl, and yeah, like I think Sigma compositions are going to be very viable too.
And that Zen kick though.
True. Right.
I want to see some good ones. I'm already banking on getting my best of the day has to be a Zen kick.
Oh, yeah.
Like, someone's got to provide. Now,
today, for sure, at least one person.
It has to happen. Now, all that said, of course, we still have matches to be played today. So let's get right into those. Biggest match of the day has to be the match between the San Francisco Shock versus the Dallas Fuel. And the Fuel, I mean, they just knocked the Shock out of the Kick of Clash tournament. And Dallas came up short in the finals. So, Reinforce, you're anticipating to actually see a little bit more Widowmaker heading into this qualifier. Which team can benefit from that?
A lot of teams could benefit from that, honestly. I think we've seen some teams give a pretty good look so far in the Sigma compositions and some good Widowmaker play. But if Dallas Fuel want to be a top team this stage with that Widowmaker, Gurio's going to have to step it up for the Dallas Fuel. I think he had a pretty decent, good showing, you know, in the initial stage. But if you look at the ranks, like 10th in hero damage, 10th in eliminations, 15th in scope critical hit kills. So a bit of a body shot bandit, if you will, this Gurio. Now, I think he was instructed to play a bit more passive in the last stage, and I think that contributed. He's a very mechanically gifted player, so I'd like to see him play way more aggressive this stage around on that Widowmaker and be more of a proactive Widowmaker, and maybe Gurio could be a crucial component to the Dallas Fuel this stage.
Right, so as you said, I'm going to see probably more Widowmaker, also more Sigma most likely, and then we have that Kalush dude. He's a pretty confident Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not just making this up because he did in an interview in previous day, he said it by himself that he is that confident. Let's see the clip. Then, other than Winston, which other, if you had to pick one hero, which other hero would be like your best tank hero?
Oh, Sig, easily. I'm the best Sig in the world. I mean, that's set in stone, so.
He said it. He's the best Sig in the world, and it's set in stone. There's no doubt about it. And you know, like, I mean, we haven't seen the matches yet, but like from the patch notes that we're seeing, like Johnny said, if we see more Sigma or Brawl comes, I think because he had so much confidence about his Sigma play. And he's playing against the Dallas Fuel today, so I'm watching. I have my eyes set on Kalush, and I'm hoping that he comes out with the Sigma so I could, we could all see how good that Sigma is.
Yeah, gotta talk the talk, and then you need to, I guess, float the walk in Sigma's case. Now it is time to take a look at our Preds. We already got to see Sean and John's, so let's see if any of us agree or disagree. Reinforce is not pleased. Are you upset about it?
I don't like doing Preds.
Let's go. What do we got? Anything
I don't want
fun?
to do this anymore.
Oh yeah, baby!
Oh, where's Blitz?
Oh yeah, baby! Oh, today's gonna be fun.
This is crazy.
Oh.
Some pain. I don't even know where to start a discussion because we're all over the place with this one.
Costa was the Washington Justice hate.
Yeah, I'm kind of on board with him now. Like they hurt me deeply, and I can't forgive, I can't forget. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's new patch notes, more changes,
more kicks,
yep.
all those things. It's hard to predict. We once more start at zero and have to get a sense of where all those teams are at.
We start from zero? That's good, Zoe.
Start from zero. In my head and in my mind. And now, but we're ready. That's the important part for the first match here of the Midseason Madness qualifiers. And they are about to start right now.
Let's go.
A victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind. With the dust barely settling after a resounding Gladiators win in Arlington, it's time to run it back, baby. That's right. The Mid-Season Madness qualifiers kick off now, Matt. Again, I don't know if your color balance is different. This is not your off-white sweater. This is actually just the white one, right?
No, yeah.
Starting clean.
Yeah, starting the stage off clean, right?
Starting from zero.
Yeah. Not like a lot of our teams, though, because Mid-Season Madness qualification is a combination of the kickoff clash and this. But yeah, I guess new stage, new outfit. The bear costume wasn't ready for today. It's in the wash. I saw it though.
Yeah, I mean, you keep wearing it out on the town. You know what I mean? One of your centerpieces of the closet, Matt. Listen, I think that our predictions for this matchup are really interesting because I'm quite sure the Scrimbucks have gotten to a lot of people, me included, who actually picked the London Spitfire to win this particular game. Now, Matt, the rumor mill's churning. We're in Arlington. London are nowhere to be seen, but plenty of whispers about them in the halls, about what they've been working on and how they're looking behind the scenes.
Right, that a lot of teams are like, oh, like if London was here, they'd be a really strong force, like the Rush kind of compositions. They started to really master those. It'll be interesting if that type of play comes into the actual games. We've seen a lot of teams in the past really excel or heard they excel in scrims and it not pay off in real matches. So we'll find out today.
Absolutely. Now, on the other hand, we saw the Florida Mayhem in Arlington. They fall short against the Dallas Fuel, but show a lot of potential, some breakout potential, in fact, from some of their rookie players playing that primarily dive-centric style. Let's look at what they've got coming in today. Of course, there's a new signing to this team. We're going to get the pronunciation of the name down, but for now, it's Rupal coming in at support.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were surprised by the signing. Kariv moves to coaching, I believe. Adam leaves the team.
Goes back to Australia.
Interesting fashion. Yeah, it goes back to Australia, as we say.
Fashion.
Yeah, Australia.
It's getting better.
Right? No, it's getting better.
I mean,
My Australian.
Australia.
Yeah, I mean.
Yep.
You know, we basically have 3 Australian commentators now on the scene with me, you, and Costa.
Yeah, sure. Avril doesn't even get an honourable mention as a Kiwi. Hey, now with Junker Queen coming into the game, you can have more opportunities to work on your impersonation abilities. She's proper Ocker, what we call back home. But have a look at this roster here, Matt, and I think that someone it's kind of part of the reason why this team sort of progresses without Adam. It's that the Mayhem realized that what they were looking for, what they needed, was right in front of them. And obviously, Checkmate has looked very good alongside him. Let's look across the Atlantic, though, for a moment and see what the London Spitfire have prepared. A bit of an interesting look for today as Poco is in the starting roster over the legendary Chatty.
Which is interesting because we hear a lot about these style compositions and whatnot. You would not think that Poco would be in, right? You know, Hadi very good on the Reinhardt. Poco is more of a, when you kind of think of like off-tank specialist, right? You maybe expect him to play like Sigma, Zarya, Diva, those type of heroes.
Yeah, or, I mean, again, Poco still, I mean, Poco obviously loves to work the camera a little bit. Nice to obviously have him back in the hot seat. Perhaps he's, you know, drinking an unspecified beverage, you know what I mean, and can't show it on camera. We're pretty strict about these things.
I think he's just trying to play a game for the camera.
He's like he's a large human. Like he's not short at all. So I guarantee you, like he fits well within that frame. But the framework of this Spitfire roster, seeing Poco here makes us think, are these guys ahead of the curve? Have they said, okay, so you know we got the Ryan comp up our sleeve, we can always make that work. But are they working on something new? As we head into Ilios, it's not exactly the ideal map for Reinhardt, although I'm pretty sure Hardy tried it at some point. Still, maybe sort of necessitates a slightly different look. But this map should suit the Mayhem pretty well, Matt, right? They're so dive-centric, they love playing Winston comps. This seems right up their alley to start.
Yeah, you would think so. That this could definitely be good for the Florida Mayhem. I'm more interested in what we see here from the London Spitfire. Do we see some of the Sigma play? Do we see some Zarya? And also with the change to supports, right? I think Zenyatta would be very strong, and also the Batiste. So I think there's a lot of different options teams can play.
Quite some time since these two teams last went head-to-head, but I'm certain they've been taking close attention to each other in that previous stage. And a lot of people maybe hope to see some Sojourn here as, you know, we heard a little bit about those changes, but it's the backlines that have really, you know, are going to have a different look to them here. Wouldn't be surprised to see Zenyatta, Matt. He's a monster right now. 175 base shields and a big old kick. The guy's been hitting the leg machines pretty hard.
Yeah, Zenyatta is a beast right now. Florida will play the Wrecking Ball as London comes out on Sigma, and both teams going to be playing the Sojourn. So we were wondering, like, are these buffs going to be enough to see Sojourn in the meta? Looks like at least here, very, very early on, we'll see both teams playing it.
Yeah, it's easy to hit flick shots on that sort of secondary fire, the rail, because the projector width has actually been doubled. So previously, a little bit hard to hit, not always consistent. And again, some of the shields made it a little bit difficult to sort of make this work for Sparker. I mean, just disintegrates the cranium of Marjet here. Rupart's going to have to throw down an immortality field, but he's in deep trouble. And already some new looks from our teams as we kick off the Midseason Madness qualifiers.
Yeah, you see the flank there from Sparker be able to pick up that kill. The right click of Sojourn, the alternate fire, so devastating in that like medium to long range. It's interesting, like her primary fire as well. You kind of think of it like Soldier 76, but I think kind of functions more in like a medium to close range rather than like that poke at long range.
Well, it's not true hit scan, right? It's projectile based, and there is a lead time on those shots. So you don't feel good at all at long range. You want to get up close and personal. With someone now having an extra 36% knockback distance on the Wrecking Ball, that's actually something that he wants to do. So Marjet strikes gold there as Landon is felled, and the immortality field is going to keep someone kicking. That Wrecking Ball starting to hit a little diff.
Yeah, they switch from the Tracer over to the Echo. We talked about in like previous stages where the Tracer's a pretty good counter to Echo, but without the 76 with that constant damage, it's a little bit easier to play that Echo and makes a really good dive combo with the Wrecking Ball. So London with an answer back, they will have Poco on the Diva. So a lot of different things already in this tournament thus far.
Yeah, curious to see what Poco tries to make happen. Diva's in, I mean, she's a consummate duelist now. No one can really 1v1 that hero. And again, being able to put some pressure on Checkmate in the sky might be the order of the day for the Spitfire. Shax is on his vaunted Tracer pick, which has always been one you want to see him on. And now Poco sort of dueling again with that Echo as we kind of expected, but needs to double back for some peel here, and here's where the Sojourn start getting involved, Matt.
Yes, it'll be a kill from each Sojourn on each side, and this will be the ultimate pop there from Sparker, but not able to find anything as Florida will hold on to the point.
Spark is playing so aggressive there. I think he's trying to make a play. Comes in with that sort of disruption field. He's actually power sliding forwards there, which is, I don't know if that's really ideal engagement range for Sojourn as he sprays a couple of those railguns from that ultimate.
And for London, I don't know how much you've gotten out of this Brigitte, where the immortality field is huge for the Batiste. He also gets a buff to his own heal, right? It can heal teammates around him, but really that like regenerative burst like right off the bat. Where I think you're getting way more use out of the Batiste than you are the Brig, as it's becoming really difficult to keep Landon alive.
Shaxx there, some sticky bombs on him, sees someone, wants to try and pressure him down, but Poco's already found some of the backline. Checkmate and Margit have already fallen here, and Poco's able to stay alive for a time. Railgun shot across the map from Hydron as he pops the ultimate, but again, he gets too close as well. Admiral slaps him around the head parts, and Rupal trying to keep someone alive from this high ground. It's going to be a tough job, but Regenerative Burst now giving it an instant 100 HP to less than half health targets, Matt. That's a big boost.
Ian, I think they did enough there to just get it to 98, and now you can come back. You have your Transcendence, you have a duplicate, and try and make something out of this.
Shaxx again, only thing he needs to really worry about right now is Admiral's knocked back. There's no stun component on Brigitte anymore. Transcendence from Margit here, and we're at 98% for the Mayhem. The Spitfire trying to strike back, and Shaxx getting Hydron early with that pulse bomb is huge. The immortality field from Rupal not able to keep the Mayhem alive through this. And London look like they want to make this an overtime scenario.
Yes, you end up using a lot there for London to be able to kind of keep control of the point. You had to use your own Transcendence, push up a little bit as Poco will have a self-destruct, really just kind of get his own mech back. Is Checkmate still holding on to this duplicate? Do you go for like the Diva? Do you go for, I mean, even with Zen, how strong he is right now?
Brigitte is also an option. Sparker, sticky bombs connecting, he backs up, disrupt shot fired away. Out to duplicate of the Diva as expected here. Self-destruct was in play. Spark is able to knock Checkmate out of that duplication here. Currently, the Spitfire are in control of the point. It looks like that's not about to change. Spark are now able to play for the backline comfortably after dealing with the Wrecking Ball, and London chalk up there first.
Yeah, it was a duplicate of the Brig trying to get in there and didn't really get anything with it, just like a shield bash forward, but just so much damage coming out, specifically from the Zenyatta's. We've talked a little bit about it, and I know the players have definitely talked amongst themselves, especially the tanks. Zen is so strong. It's really tough to dive here. London pulls out that round one.
You know how Rhino tweets, right? I have seen him, talk to the devs in that kind of cadence about just how brutal it is to try and play against Zenyatta from his perspective right now.
My man's passionate. It's all right.
Yeah, definitely passionate is a word I would use there. So, look, I mean, we wondered about how effective the Brig really was going to be against like an Echo and a Sojourn setup. And again, she has that extra knockback distance on a shield bash now. It seems to be London are really just trying to keep someone at arm's length.
Yeah, it'll be Poco on the Sigma here. Yet again to kick things off. We'll see if they're able to make this work against the Wrecking Ball again from Florida.
There's someone harassing Admiral constantly. Margit going to be providing the first pick here for the Mayhem, and the Spitfire respond pretty quickly. Sparker deals with Margit in response. Again, that aggressive positioning has become a hallmark of Margit's playstyle, maybe working against him there. And that's a beautiful pile driver. Just Surge landing up on a platter for Hydron, Matt.
I mean, he gets knocked up. There's a Tracer there as well, and also getting shot by the Sojourn. Very difficult to keep Landon alive as Florida looks that they're going to be able to take this first point.
Look, Checkmate really impressing us on the Genji, especially over in Texas, Matt. We know he's also got a Tracer up his sleeve here. Hydron moving away from the Soldier 76 for the first time since, well, I mean, we've ever seen in the Overwatch League. Looks like it's paying off pretty well. And so Margit's prowess on the Ana is translating across. This guy, really quite an offensive weapon on the Zen.
Zen's such an offensive powerhouse as well. As you're going to lose Admiral first here. I mean, that is tough as Rupal already making an impact here in his first game.
Good start there. Immortality Field had to be used, though, in order to pull that off. Oh, Landon, okay, given a reason to respect. So Margit now needs to back away. Hydron's been taken down by Shaxx, though a Discord Orb going to help along with that, and that's a beautiful stick to make it too. The Tracers are running wild right now. Counting for 4 kills in total. Eventually Shaxx going to be brought down, but the Spitfire still have some run in this fight. Checkmate needs to worry a little bit about, Admiral here. Is someone going to get in between the two of them? Force a recall, though, as the shield bash came in. Admiral knocked up once more, but that constant healing makes him very difficult to bring down.
Yeah, someone drops some minefield there. It's not like a great one. It doesn't cover a lot of the point, but covers like a little bit of the entrance there. There'll be an amp matrix here used by Florida as Rupal just dies instantly to Sparker there with a long-range shot. So this will be London flipping the point.
Yeah, I mean, Rupal tries to go for an individual sort of amplification matrix, but it kind of gives you away. There's a voice line, there's a gigantic screen that goes up, and again, you're playing on the high ground with limited options to reposition, and you just get lined up there. Not exactly what Rupal was looking for here in his debut, but the Mayhem do have a decent lead to work with early on.
You see the knockback there.
I mean, he was at risk of going off the edge. Checkmate able to finish the job though, Matt. Someone looks comfortable on this ball.
Are you going to lose Hydron? This should be London still able to retain control. I mean, just look at this push forward with this Sigma. It's very interesting. You're using like the Sigma, getting really aggressive with the Brigitte, trying to just counter this dive.
Forced into a suboptimal transcendence, there was Marjet, and no connection on the pulse bomb from Checkmate, which means that the Spitfire are not going to get moved away. Shax, though, does him one better. Finds that purchase on Marjet, and Spark was hoping to find a railgun towards the end of that ultimate. Blown up by Hydron across the map. Again, the Wrecking Ball Sojourn combo, something we maybe didn't expect, but my god, it's effective.
It is being pretty effective. This is turning into like an all-out brawl. It's like you have like 4 players for London still here. You're going to have Sparker coming back off a spawn. Florida, they have to wait a little bit. It's Checkmate now back over to the Echo. So the Echo was something they went to a little bit late there in the first round of play. They're going to go to it here again. The counter for London was to switch off with a Sigma, but we'll see. They may not need to because you're going to get like 80+% here before this next fight kicks off. You might be good to just win it here.
There's not much that Admiral can do about this. Checkmate, despite making the switch, maybe not the reason why this fight's so comfortably going in favor of the Mayhem here. It's another pick that's set up by Marjet, getting rid of a Tracer, no less. And Florida are back in the driver's seat here, not a moment too soon. And this means that Checkmate has a chance to build up and duplicate maybe a round-winning one at that.
I was going to say, do you switch off of the Sigma if you have the Flux? But it looks like Poco going to stay on it, as that ultimate so impactful if you could catch, like, let's say the Zenyatta in it, right? You can make a huge play there as trying to collapse on a Spark on the high ground, uses dash to get away.
Yeah, comfortably power sliding. Someone not even able to get the knockup component there of the power driver. Not a bad position for these mines here. Going to be caught in the gravitic flux though now as Poco sees to stave off the Wrecking Ball. Adaptive shielding immediately popped and someone's going to retreat back towards the point. Rupal's immortality field on the left-hand side of the map here is exhausted. Now he can play again around an amp matrix. This time, though, needs to not get picked off as soon as he pops it. Pulse bomb coming up here for Shax, Matt. He's able to Discord orb, though no chance to use it. He's hunted down by Marjet. It's the Mayhem now, coming out on top in this second round. And you said it best, Matt. It's an all-out brawl between these two.
Yeah, Shax just tries to move to that side of the point to go contest. Poco not able to step forward. You lose Landon, which is huge. The Zen, we've talked about just the like how survivability like has changed with the Zenyatta and just the obviously healing and transcendence, but the damage and the extra added damage to the rest of the team with Discord is just so important. So Poco not winning an opportunity to switch to the Diva, gonna start out on it here, it looks like, for our final point.
Okay. We've seen the Mayhem pretty much stick to this same look here. The Wrecking Ball from someone, the catalyst for a lot of these huge pickoffs as a result of Sojourn now being quite effective. Poco is on the Diva again, so almost preempting the Echo pick, but it doesn't come from the Mayhem.
I was going to say, the Diva has really come when the Echo is out from the Florida Mayhem, but starting out on it right away, let's see how it goes up against the Tracer play.
You see just how aggressive and how close that you want to play on Sojourn here. Sparker quite often power sliding forward to get a good angle on his opponents. A messy trade on the right-hand side of the map results in an early lead for the London Spitfire, and they're going to now compound that a little bit. They're comfortably ahead at the start of this round.
And Sojourn is so interesting to have in the meta because there's really not another hero. I mean, I guess like Hangzhou in a weird way that can like one-shot as a DPS, like close range like that. With the alternate fire, like Hangzhou can kind of do that to some heroes with just like a regular arrow. But I mean, Hydron there just takes out Landon and the Discord with a right click. There's not many other heroes that can do that type of play and do it you know, quite often.
As powerful as Zen is, and as good as he is at sort of peeling for himself now with that empowered sort of melee attack, teams are looking to try and deal with him at longer ranges, or just stick a Wrecking Ball and make sure you get the knock up and prevent the Zen from being able to make use of that new kit. We've seen the Sojourns be such a critical part of these fights so far, and Hydron's pick is what puts the Mayhem up in that one.
Well, Sojourn's tough to hit. It's also really difficult sometimes to like be able to tell how charged the other team's Sojourn is in terms of like how difficult that hit is going to actually come for. So you see Landon here gets a Discord and gets chunked down pretty fast. They're able to heal him up, but yeah, but it can really be difficult to judge how much damage you're going to take coming in from a Sojourn. They're so fast, able to just use that dash to get up high in the sky right above you.
Love that from Landon. Finds a connection on Margit there. Checkmate. It was a questing Pulse Bomb with no connection, and Rupal has lost that immortality field and what remained of his vitality. This will be the Mayhem getting shoved away for the time being. Someone here with that Discord Orb, so his time is rather short. It's worth bearing in mind, Matt, the Spitfire don't really have a source of reliable burst healing like, you know, the refurbished back on the Mayhem has.
I tell you what, though, I actually really like the Diva play here from London. I think Poco's been really effective about getting into the backline, and with the rockets and defense matrix, like really good damage and survivability, being able to make plays for Majed over and over again. I'll be interested to see as this weekend goes on if more teams start to play this Diva.
Poco so far leading the way. In and out of game, it would seem. To the high ground he goes and is able to snap up that Mega Health Pack after being discorded, so he'll remain in the fight for a time. But it's the Mayhem in control of the point right now. That's kind of the issue. Sparker, I mean, that's incredibly aggressive. The Pulse Bomb not even required to get rid of Rupal there. An immortality field for Margit that really, well, doesn't quite hit the mark. The Mayhem get washed away.
Yeah, and they invested the Amp Matrix in Transcendence there for Florida. They actually go to the point, they use a minefield to be able to take it, and London gives it up, and it's a really odd kind of position because London's almost playing from this position where you see them on the overhead map right now, but without control of the point, and just take that aggressive fight, and they're able to win it and then go flip the point back.
The Mayhem look to try and force the point or pressure it at the very least early with a Wrecking Ball, but they've left their backline out at sea. The London Spitfire deal with them quite comfortably with no healing. The Mayhem strategy of splitting their forces goes up in smoke.
And I think the Diva is just better at accessing some of these points than the Wrecking Ball, right? Like, what they're doing for Florida is the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer are going to the point trying to take it, and the Diva can just fly up to the high ground so easily and access it as you see someone get really low. He's going to die, as that may be just the kill that seals the deal. But you see Poco can access that high ground so much easier than the Wrecking Ball and make a big impact.
Oh, checkmate. Ruined there by a railgun connection. Shax had to recall there, but it won't matter as the London Spitfire outlast the Mayhem in this first map. Very dive-centric brawl approach from both of these teams, but it's the London Spitfire, with the Brigitte and the Zen and the Diva looks from Poco who prevail.
Yeah, and I think if the Diva is something that is prevalent throughout this stage and even the Sigma, I think in the Florida Mayhem, it'll be interesting to see how they adapt and how someone picks up some of these heroes and plays them against some of the top players in the league at those positions, because Florida with that Wrecking Ball there did not look like it was really effective on Ilios.
Yeah, some fresh looks being served up from both of these teams, but which one has got the spice? Stick around to find out on map number 2 of our first series of the Midseason Madness Qualifiers. Well, both of our teams in this first matchup are showing what they've been working on in the break. Now, one of those teams has had a little bit longer to work on their wheelhouse than the other, and perhaps it showed in that first map. Zilios goes the way of the London Spitfire map. One thing is for sure, we have no idea what to expect coming into Eichenwald.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see kind of what both of these teams take going forward. You know, I see people already discussing like what are the thoughts on the meta. We saw 3 points of control, one map, so we may not know yet. We'll have to see the rest of the series and probably the rest of the week and maybe into next week. Surprised at what?
Are you surprised by any of this?
No. No, not surprised at all.
We've been doing this for 6 years, thereabouts. Yeah, I mean, is this part of the course at this point? Matthew Morello?
It's taken a toll on my brain and body.
Oh, man. Save your energy for this series, though. Now,
that's why I was growing in Season 1, and then I stopped.
So what, your body dedicated all those energy to coping mechanisms that you didn't bother growing?
That I just stopped.
I just thought, Matt,
it's the reason I have to stand on boxes.
I thought you photosynthesized and just stopped going outside. But I mean, that actually seems more plausible, to be fair. I mean, I didn't watch enough of the Magic School Bus to know how these things work, but I'll take your word for it. 30 seconds.
I was playing Math Blaster. You ever play Math Blaster?
Yeah. What about Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? You ever play that game?
Oh, yeah, I played that. That was
That's
dope.
the fire. That might be my gateway to video gaming. Oh. How about that? As we get nostalgic, we can look forward, though, because we're seeing the future of the Overwatch League meta before our very eyes. London have this same setup, Matt. So despite the maps being vastly different, they still want to go with this Sigma-based setup with Sparker, who, by the way, pounded me in the beta on Sojourn. Just every time I got into a game with him, I was just dead. This guy's
not surprised with the Sigma, right? You can form a pretty nice defense around the Sigma with the Brigitte and the Zen. We also saw like Poco getting pretty aggressive on the Sigma with the Brigitte in play. Florida, they will go with the Wrecking Ball combination. No Tracer this time. They'll start off with the Echo, a little bit more verticality here.
Poco this time, not really having the option just to flex to the Diva immediately. And they don't matter though, with Sumaja this scrap metal right now.
I mean, you're just fighting a numbers game at that point, right? As Hydron will take out Shax. You know, Florida is trying to set up this dive with 2 players from behind. London immediately realizes it, says, hey, we can have like a 4v3, 5v3 at the choke if we just go, and they go. And it works out in London's favor.
I mean, you can see just based on where Marja was standing, he did not expect his team to survive in that fight. He's sort of stuck in the choke. Sparker keeps him at arm's length, and then Hydron falls. So it really elongated stagger for the Mayhem to the tune of like 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Well, you're not going to get the most out of the Wrecking Ball here because like you see the position that Poco is playing from. If the Wrecking Ball goes around and tries to get on like this flank, right, and you kind of have the Echo there with, how do you get these players through the choke to get that line of sight that they need? You know, Hydron probably has to hit like a big shot here on a Poco, or, you know, Shax force him back, but otherwise they'll control this choke.
Oh, okay. Trying to play a bit more aggressively here, but Rupal is plucked from the back line. Whilst Hydron was busy trying to go forwards here. Checkmate might have salvaged the situation to a degree, but again, without that backline, yeah, it's going to be a reset once more for the Mayhem now. That is about a minute 45 off the clock.
Yeah, and you're not really close to your minefield. You're not close to your duplicate here. Nice knockback there onto someone, knocks him up to the high ground.
Someone not too bothered about being up here, as he can still, yeah, get across the ledges. Oh, the Gravitic Flux going to catch Rupal, quite a crucial target. It doesn't snatch up Majed though. Gives Rupal some time to deploy that Immortality field, but it is just a matter of time. The Mayhem again fall flat.
Yeah, you can also say Florida as well. Like, we don't know how much scrim time they've gotten with Rupal in, so maybe it's something where you're also adjusting to having a new kind of player in the lineup, so.
All right. Rupal has that amplification matrix up. See if Hydron looks to make use of it, or again, Rupal going to try and use it himself. Shax's waiting by the door here with a welcome gift. Nice connection. It's going to be an Immortality field drawn out from Rupal. Sparky going to wrap around a little bit here. And he's going to be able to keep the Mayhem at bay right now. That Matrix obviously fired away. Hydron with that ultimate in tow. You need to be very wary of those rail guns here. Good disruptor field's going to force Hydron away. He gets snapped up, and again the Spitfire, they look just a cut above.
Yeah, so you're going to have 50 seconds on the clock. Transcendence on both sides. Someone now goes over to the Sigma, so we'll get to see the mirror matchup in terms of the Sigma, and Checkmate will have that duplicate, so we'll see if they're able to get a good use of this. Transcendences probably, you know, equal each other out. Poco would be able to force this out maybe a little bit earlier if he gets this Gravitic Flux.
Checkmate. Sticky bombs go off the shield. Shax's got a recall there as the focusing beam came in, and someone's harassing Checkmate. Nipping at his heels, he's going to force the dupe and drop down now. Creation fired off instantly, but it goes wild. Spark is able to fire the connection on Majed though, so no Zenyatta in play right now. Gravitic Flux is going to be there. Checkmate drop back to the ground, just in time to use that focusing beam, but it's going to be the Spitfire stand tall here, Matt. The Mayhem, they are out of options in time.
Yeah, not able to even get a use of their Transcendence off there as the duplicate. So I think Landon just did a hashtag Spitfire sweep in the chat.
Haven't seen too many of those yet, have we?
No, it's been a while.
I'm glad there's a hashtag in, you know, prepared for it though, you know. Normally we have those for like things that occur frequently, you know, known phenomena. I would say this is not one of those, but I'm open to it for sure.
Yeah, be the first time in a while, I would imagine. See how Florida reacts on defense if we see them. I think the defensive end, you kind of have to play Sigma, like to play the Wrecking Ball here on defense. I don't know how you would make great use of that. So looks like they're going to come out and play the Sigma, at least to start. Not any Brigade to play this far. We've seen Rupal play a lot of the Baptiste, which we expected. Which not been able to make a great use out of. Like we've seen the Amp Matrixes to try and be a little bit more solo, like more offensive, not really going to work out.
So Mayhem come out of the gates with that Echo, like you kind of mentioned, and Poco didn't really feel the need to make a switch. The Sigma really instrumental there for the London Spitfire, especially controlling Checkmate once that duplicate did come up. The Sojourns have really been highlighting so far. Hit scan, pseudo hit scan pressure, we'll call it, from her. Pretty nasty in some of those fights. The rail's been hitting. Shax. I want to give someone an up tap there to start the round off.
I was interested to see if London would have switched off of the Sigma. Like, what do they do in this Sigma versus Sigma matchup with the Echo on the side? They'll just match it. It looks like, oh yeah, you lose a nice shot there from Hydron there, a headshot there on the Shax, yeah.
Well, I think Poco wants to play neutral for a time with someone here. D.Va doesn't really give you that option, right? You're sort of constrained by the duration of that defense.
You can close the gap as well, right? Yeah, you have the Brigitte in the mix, so think you have a little bit of advantage in terms of survivability in that standpoint.
You have
If
to
you're
run
playing a
into
little bit
Immo,
more
right?
neutral brawl. Yeah.
Kind of the scary part about it with D.Va. And you kind of just get demeched if you run into an immortality field, isn't it?
Good defense as far, though.
I mean, it's a lot of it's been Hydron's pressure, right? He finds the first pick in both of those engagements. So both teams showing it's a little hard to push into defensive setups right now.
Yeah, as Checkmate will come back on Tracer just to get back in the mix.
Again?
Hydron again. It's like three straight
look at
fights.
Jax's face. Are you kidding, bro? I mean, Sparkle
Yeah.
rather was like, oh man, this can't keep happening. Frustrating for Shax.
Oh, Sparker hit a shot. He had a shot on the Hydron, and then I think Shax was trying to go like finish it up and support that. I mean,
Get out! That is filthy! Every time he walks up, backhanded. Hydra now going to wrap around, of course, as Admiral's going to be an easy meal. And Immortality Field, just making sure no lives are lost in the process. Or rather, no mayhem lives.
This is what the Spitfire sweep usually looks like.
Oh, no, you can't do it to me. I was going to wait for someone like Hydra to fire back in the chat here, but... Okay, so the Shax plan, not working. If he stays still for even a second, now with the doubled width and that projectile from the railgun, seems like it's an easy hit.
I tell you what, though, I keep going with this if I'm London. Like, you've kind of, like, dominated the series, like, in this type of comp up until this point. And you only need one tick. It's not like you need to take the whole point, but, you know, you cannot allow Hydron to just keep doing this. Oh, landed with two.
Nice little double there. That's pretty big, especially getting rid of the Sigma now. Thinking about respawn duration, but Hydron's going to pop that ultimate now. A lot of pressure on towards Poco, who tries to connect that accretion, but is brought down. The Spitfire need to get the pressure on now. Getting rid of Hydron would be huge, but he is topped up. But RuPaul is able to get away.
I mean, you see just like the added width on the Sojourn right click, what it does at the professional level. Probably doesn't change things for people at our skill levels, but for the professional game, just the ability to hit these right clicks is just easy. Yeah,
There's draw potential here, Matt, with both teams getting full health of player. Oh, what a bizarre way to start this off. All right, big stick on Sparker there. The Immortality Field not going to help. And Landon, unfortunately, going to have to stow that one away for next time. Pressure here now being put on Poker. He's hit with the Discord Orb, but the Gravitic Flux. Can it get the Spitfire out of trouble? The answer is unlikely. Hydron is brought down, but Shax is now activated in this fight. There's no railgun to lay him low. The Checkmate gets rid of Admiral. Landon needs to try and stand up for himself here as Checkmate's hit with that Discord Orb and chase down the London Spitfire. 30 seconds left in the round, and it looks like they've done it. Finally able to break through against the Florida Mayhem. Clean it was not, but a W it'll still be for the Spitfire.
Yeah, Hydron really started to come alive there on the defensive side of things. You start to see some Sojourn play like that throughout the series, especially neutralizing Shax on the Tracer. You think Florida can definitely make this one closer, but London off to a great start here.
Ooh, Nelly. Neither team feeling confident pushing into these defensive Sigma setups. These poke comps are very scary right now, but the Spitfire do prevail. They're looking a little bloodied, and they still need to try and finish the series in map 3 after the break. Don't worry if you kick off Clash Pick'ems miss the mark. Mine certainly did, because we're just getting started, allegedly. Download the Overwatch League mobile app on Google Play or the App Store to make your mid-season madness predictions and share your fandom, and use placating words like those to, cheer your friends up and get them to, stay involved now after a terrible kickoff Clash pred run. John Spector feeling pretty good about his preds in a kickoff Clash at least, so perhaps you'll be able to emulate his success. Obviously, you can do it online and also on the Overwatch League. How are your preds looking, Matt?
I mean, I haven't gotten one wrong all year.
Damn, that's unreal.
I've been great. Yeah.
Damn.
I've been phenomenal.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you haven't got any right either.
No, I've gotten them all right. All right.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Thought it was like some Sun Tzu, like the only way to
No,
win.
I've never been wrong, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, well, you would have known this, Matt, already, but Gibraltar is going to be our next map in this series. One, let's think back a little bit, right, to Texas, where the Florida Mayhem wanted to force this map in the escort game type to try and put pressure, on the Atlanta Reign. Florida wanted to play a Winston setup. They wanted to play sort of long sightline, dive-centric maps against the Reign, who preferred not to use that Winston. But it didn't work because they got ruined by Kai on the Widowmaker.
And I wonder if you're Florida here, right? Like typically, like we've seen like Winston being played here in older style compositions. Like, what do you end up playing now with some of this new update and balance that's come through? So looks like they'll be playing the Sigma here on defense, probably up on that high ground, which allows London to either match. They can play the Diva we've seen Poco play. Possibly even maybe Poco on the Doomfist. We don't know what he's been working on.
Sorry. No, we don't. That's true. Again, thinking back, obviously, Hardy mostly playing that Reinhardt. I think occasionally a little bit of Winston on some maps that really required it. So we didn't see like a huge amount of Doomfist from him either. Someone looks like he wants to start off with this Sigma. Nice little rock jump there. You don't need to do that though. You can just... No. Anyway, on the Sigma to start with here. So again, it looks like these compositions are kind of map agnostic. Poco, obviously this is the standard early cheese. Barely hiding a smirk there as he switches off back to the Sigma, so it'll be a mirror in the tank roll for both teams.
Yeah, and you can farm up some of the Sojourn damage off of these Sigma shields as well. You see how fast those Sparker can like access high ground with the dash and then the large jump after of Sojourn. So looks like already kind of getting the cart underneath the bridge. Not really much of a defense here on this high ground so far from Florida.
Margin wants to try and get eyes on Sparker if possible, but he's playing pretty safe. You notice he didn't use the jump component of the power slide because that would render him a little vulnerable to, Hydron's rails or Margin sort of hitting him in midair. So Sparker's playing awfully safe from this position.
Yes, they get the cart. They get the cart right underneath, and then they're going to try and push up, make a play. Hydron again. I mean, he has been sick on the Sojourn.
And the little head tilt is kind of like, well, that happens in this meta, I guess.
Just get deleted.
But he didn't look surprised, you know what I mean? So tells us that he's definitely borne quite a few scars of going up against top-level Sojourn players. Right now, Hydron has been pretty effective at shutting not only him, but also Shax down at times. But
You
the
do
Spitfire...
get high ground here, though, for London, right?
You want to convert that right into server room pressure, right? With that cart moving up the hill.
Yeah, where you think maybe this is where, like, the brig can be more advantageous, right? If you're going to fight inside of the server room.
Yeah, I mean, you see that sort of disruptor shot used to prevent the Mayhem from getting aggressive onto the high ground. Now the cart's moved through the choke. RuPaul going to go for an amp matrix, and I mean, I barely saw Poco. He just disintegrated there.
A lot of burst damage coming out there. As soon as the amp matrix drops, you have the Zen there, you have the Batiste damage. So the card will make it around the corner here. 2 minutes, though, still on the clock for the London Spitfire, and they've really invested absolutely nothing this far into any of these fights. So
that's a good point. They really kind of forced the Mayhem to make a play. It's really just around that amplification matrix, excuse me. It's very positional, that last fight. At least that's how it started. Mayhem realized that they're at risk of losing too much ground if they don't act, so of course they have to. All right, oh my, Hydron again gets into Shax. I can't believe it. Production telling us he's literally face-palming in the previous round after getting ruined there, but Sparker at least stands up and able to find their trade kill on Hydron.
That's wild, though. I mean, You know, when Cassie lost the flashbang, a lot of people were worried about what would happen. I mean, you don't need CC, just goodbye.
I don't know about that. That's a little sussy. Sparker and Hydron both very consistently connecting these high-impact rail shots. I'm sorry. That can't be allowed.
They better hope Jeff Goodman's busy today and not able to tune in.
Oh my. And that's just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Just think about your favorite hit scan player and what they could do on this kind of hero. Good lord. All right. Admiral brought low there. Sparker with the ultimate from the high ground, hoping to line up the Tracer of Checkmate, who's now stunning himself in that immortality field. Sparker falls back for the time being here, but still a lot of pressure from the London Spitfires coming from Shax now on the low ground. Disruptor shot thrown down. That's going to zone quite nicely and give Shax a bit more room to work. He looks like he turned himself around there.
A really good defense here from Florida as what, you're gonna have 10 seconds on the clock. Sparker here might be able to get a touch. Do they know that he snuck around?
Yes. The Mayhem are looking for him right now.
Yeah, is he going to be able to get a touch? No, they're not going to be able to get a touch here. So it's going to be a good defense there from the Florida Mayhem, where London not even to take point A.
I mean, it's one of the longest sort of spawn distances for attackers for the card to be there. It's, you know, both there and just towards the sort of end of the map. So,
well, do you remember when the checkpoint was underneath the bridge? Is that like a really old, you know, kind of boomer thing where like that was like the beginning where the first checkpoint was actually underneath the middle underpass.
Yeah, when Bastion had a shield, right?
Yeah.
That would have been even more ridiculous. All right, so what are our key takeaways here? Sojourn, very powerful now. Tracer, you know, I mean, the question really is, with an ability like that is not really bothered by shields, quite hard to keep your team alive, especially if you're dealing with, I mean, Tracer's health pool is so low that those rails are almost always lethal.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we see this out of Florida. What I was thinking there is like when you're seeing these Tracers just kind of get like one shot, like in just the difficulty to access that high ground, like how like Genji would kind of factor into something like this is see from Hydron's POV. So we'll get that one shot here, but you see just the movement being able to just like pay off and do some damage there at the end. I do wonder how the Genji would fare against this. Looks like Checkmate gonna probably do a teleport, and then I imagine go to Tracer. Although I would like to see the Genji, see how that kind of fares against this type of composition.
I mean, look, better access to high ground. You know, obviously, the ability to play around, being able to deflect some of those abilities definitely seems helpful. The Mayhem make the TP across here. Just try and give Hydra on a decent staging ground. Disrupt shot already drawn out, so the Spitfire are going to have to give that corridor up for now. Which backline do you like in this, in a brawl, if we do get the Mayhem pushing in?
I think you favor the Brig. I think Brig was actually really strong even in our kickoff clash.
Sure.
Looks like Tracer's just battling there for the cart. It looks like Florida continuing to move the payload.
Oh, it's a very close range disruptor shot. Poker can't get out of it there. Yeah, he's stuck inside of it. And Admiral got taken down. So we talk about the brawl. Eventually we get that right, Matt. The Mayhem just push straight across the bridge, try and take an engagement with Hydron, his AoE damage thrown into the Nixon. They prevail. The Mayhem are on the precipice of taking this map away.
Yeah, and that slow from the Disruptor of Sojourn, so nasty there inside that room, connects with a few players, and London not able to battle back from that.
Yep, no chance for them here. It's going to be a map win for the Florida Mayhem. An incredibly, I'll say it, a very volatile series so far, right? We're not seeing a lot of our maps. Think Eichenwald, we didn't go past that first point.
Yeah.
Gibraltar, much the same case. So these two teams look like they're pretty evenly matched. But again, that might not indicate necessarily that they're both operating at full power. There's a degree of, you know, these two teams speculating and trying to find what suits them best, right? You said you like the Brig from the Spitfire there, but it's tough to get value out of it when you don't really have any source of burst healing up against the burst potential of that sort of Sojourn-based composition. So the Mayhem stay alive in this series, starting to show us that they have been working on something with their limited amount of break. Let's see what Map 4 has in store for us. Does this series go all the way? All those questions and more to be answered on the other side of the break. Two variations so far on a new meta from the London Spitfire and the Florida Mayhem, respectively. So far, at least in this series, we've seen quite a different look to what we got in our kickoff clash, Matt. We might even see something different, obviously, as the maps change. We're going to push next. Yeah. So a different playing field entirely for these teams that, of course, well, one of these teams has multiple tanks in their back pocket. The other, until recently, did as well. Now it's just someone for the Mayhem.
Yeah, and we've seen some Sigma play, Wrecking Ball at the start, Diva so far. A large departure from like the Reinhardt, Winston, really kind of just the base of last stage, and with some Doomfist. I think Sojourn, though, thus far has been like one of the biggest, more impactful differences, like the ability with the right click, the alternate fire to charge that up and just be able to get those one shots has made it very, very difficult for these tracers to get in and make a difference. You see, though, we do have some subs coming in for London. So Hottie will come in and then Backbone will come in. So with Backbone coming in, probably want to move away from some of the tracer play. We saw him play a lot of the Genji and then also Mei with Hottie on the Reinhardt. So I think you're probably going to see on Coliseo some type of like rush style from the London Spitfire here.
I mean, Matt, you know, Baptiste is only stronger than he was during the kickoff clash. Right now, that regenerative burst gives a portion of health instantly.
What's up, Nuki?
Yeah, shout out, Nuki. And now that instant health, that 50 instant health becomes 100, if the targets are sort of less than half HP. So burst healing pretty important when you have a lot of damage that comes at you pretty quickly, especially with Sojourn being as powerful as she sort of is. And now with the Reinhardt, I mean, we know Baptiste has already been playing really well alongside him. The May, again, benefiting from the use of those walls to line up pretty easy charges. And Hardy's really been at the forefront of this kind of style. We are speculating a little bit that we should expect to see something fairly similar to what we got from the Spitfire and what they sort of made their name with in the kickoff clash. So it's already evident to us that they've got multiple looks. They've been able to develop multiple styles. Let's see if this Hardy look is enough to get them over the line in this series.
Saw the London Spitfire as well. Rip to the hashtag Spitfire sweep already. It's very short-lived. Lived for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't really... No, it wasn't exactly what they were looking for, was it?
I tell you what, though. You win this map, though, if you're London. You win this series, you get off to a good start in this stage of the season, in this tournament. Maybe you can make a run at that mid-season madness, right? You kind of fell a little bit short in the kickoff clash, so you're not going to have the points, the extra ones from attending that event, but still, they're not far behind some of those other teams.
Hardy getting his hydration in. Quite the story, really, isn't it? From a player that I think definitely faced a lot of scrutiny last year, I think a lot of the time his Winston was required and was looked at pretty closely by a lot of fans, a lot of detractors as well. Developing now into a story of his own, you know what I mean? The chatty meme, as it were, is comes hand in hand with being like one of the only guys to sort of play Reinhardt, and also plenty of sass from Hardy, even for the Spitfire, who had a pretty weak first stage, right? They didn't end up... I guess they sort of peaked towards the end of it, or started peaking towards the end of the kickoff clash, but by that point they were functionally eliminated from being able to compete in Texas. But we get to see this story continue to develop, right? Like we touched on beforehand, is this composition, is Hardy's specialization on Reinhardt going to continue to sort of propel this team forward, especially in a setup where, hang on, maybe someone is going to play a bunch of Sigma, right? We've seen the Mayhem just want to play the one comp so far.
Yeah, also, you bring back, like, Sparker and Hardy from last season's London. I think in 6v6, like, it was just, like, if your team was not good, like, regardless if you were good as an individual player, you were not going to put up numbers. You were not going to look very good. So I think, like...
He played Wrecking Ball in, like, a Brig, Bap, Zen meta.
Right.
Where, and you ask Kellen, because he had to do this, and he had to win a Korean Contenders in this kind of meta. You don't look good as a main tank. Like, just the meta makes you look weaker because everything is geared towards blowing you up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's one of the things I think is probably the hardest in Overwatch to really just kind of look like objectively at a team, and like even in a bad team, and be like who is actually like good and like kind of has like potential, right? Mechanically, I think a lot of the players in the league do, but some just end up in bad situations, right? And then they find themselves just like good player, bad situation, and then you're in a really tough spot where London, they knew what they had in Sparker, and then obviously had faith in Hardy that you put better players around them, a little bit of a different game, you're going to get different results.
Well, so far, so good for the London Spitfire. 3-3 was their record coming out of that sort of kickoff clash. And again, just missing the cutoff. So came pretty close. A lot of teams able to rack up a few wins, especially as that sort of meta developed. I remember last year, and one thing would come up when a lot of people were fairly critical of Hardy is that, the Spitfire staff came out and said, this guy is our hardest working player, bar none. Despite all our difficulties, and there were many for the Spitfire last year, he was always working hard, he was always very, very positive. And that might seem like just like PR garble to a lot of people, but I think it's pretty clear to see how that work ethic is translated into performance here for Hardy. The London Spitfire just need to start closing these series out in a bit more of a convincing fashion, but this might be the comp to do it with.
Yeah, so Soldier gets a bit of a nerf, right? We talked a little bit about that during Watchpoint, but
yeah, he's got full
still probably pretty impactful, and especially when you combo it with the Reinhardt May, and you get a Lucio in the mix. Is someone going rolling on forward? He's going to run right into Hardy.
Yeah, here we go again, says someone. London Spitfire now back in what definitely looks to be their most comfortable look, but Hydron's able to snipe Backbone away early. I think protecting that May from the long-range pressure, Matt, is going to be a really key component of the win condition for the Spitfire.
His Backbone goes to Sombra straight away, so a swap off the May will instantly here.
I mean, Hardy just charged an Echo. So that's a good way to make a statement strong and early here. Hydron though picks Landon out, so the Spitfire only had the Lucio to work with right now. Still the Immortality Field of RuPaul taken down. Hardy's shield seen better days, and the hacks are constantly coming into someone. Backbone is not revealing himself. He is just hacking the ball over and over again.
And you also have to be mindful that Hydron can charge up the Sojourn on this shield, and then also the May wall, right? Doing the damage to the May wall, where, yeah, he's constantly hacked here.
Oh, it must be maddening. Still, Hydron's able to win that longer range battle out against Sparker. Sparker obviously opting towards the Soldier 76 for that extra mobility, even with that being reduced slightly since the previous stage. Hardy under a lot of pressure though. That Discord Orb, gonna be tough to keep him up, and Hydron's able to pick away that Immortality Field, and then the Reinhardt.
I mean, Hydron has been sick, really. I mean, a lot of this series, specifically like when Sparker was in, being able to take out, I mean, Shaq's taking out his Tracer, but man, in some of these long-range battles, Hydron is the difference maker here, is Lara starting to move the barrier. A little bit deeper into London's territory, gonna back out here, try and fight for a more advantageous position here to take this next fight.
Well, the Spitfire have no choice but to move up, so they have to take this fight to try and get some progress of their own. Minefield thrown down, Sparker though, not caught inside of it. He is knocked up by the pile driver, but he's able to avoid the field itself. Checkmate's able to find Landon early on, though when Hardy connects a ridiculous fire strike on Marjet. Here comes the bot. It's on the move now as the sticky bombs connect to Sparker, but Checkmate knew it was going to be a Pyrrhic victory at best. Hardy and co. now on the move.
Yeah, when it's an EMP, they're thrown in from Backbone 2 to pick up some of those kills there towards the end. Gets the buffed damage there from Sombra. So someone just constantly being hacked over and over again. As you have to also look at like Sir Majed as a hack target here. You have to know that he has this transcendence at this point.
Obviously the hack doesn't last for long, so you really need to be all aligned if you're going to try and deal with that Zenyatta before the hack expires. It's Hydron again though. Once again wins out the battle against the Soldier 76. It looks like Sojourn might be the new monarch of those mid-range fights. But Backbone is able to get rid of Checkmate, clips the wings of the Echo, and then finishes the job. Hydron gets run over by the Lucio.
This is not over though. A little bit dicey here towards the end. All right, you'll deal with Backbone, but Hardy's still here as he's going to shatter, just get next with someone, and now trying to get out.
Yeah, more of a message than anything else from Hardy being sent. Noted. Hardy here, of course, constantly chewing gum. As for him, it's a good way to focus. Let's see if he makes a switch off the Rhine here, though. If he's going to stick to it. Tough to play against the ball on the Rhine, I would imagine.
Yeah. I think you're kind of committed to it, though, once Hardy's in the game, right? I mean, this is kind of what you bring him in to do, to play this Reinhardt. If you're going to kind of play multiple different things, you may have kept Poco in. Hydron again, I mean, he's been unreal since, like, you know, Gibraltar on.
The Spitfire are starting to run out of options on this map. The Mayhem have stuck to this Sojourn-based composition. They've now given themselves that front spawn. They have a duplicate ready to rock, but again, a lot of those key abilities used to get them this key checkpoint, which is going to be tough for the Spitfire to match, Matt. We still got 5 minutes 45 in the round. Worth pointing out that push maps are now longer.
Yeah, goes to 10 minutes now, as though that'll be an EMP here from Backbone as trying to chase Checkmate. You're going to be able to pick up that kill, so needed to use that ultimate to get the barrier back in their possession.
This Sombra might be the key for the Spitfire. If they're going to make a run back here on this map, literally, then Backbone getting those hacks and that EMP, that initial damage, that percent health damage from the EMP, that's nothing to sort of sneer at. That's quite a scary change to that Sombra ultimate. You can see you can follow up on your own EMP a bit easier now for Backbone.
So, you know, you're going to have to make up a... Oh, yeah. Okay, so you get the ball. I mean, I was going to say, how are you going to make up this much room here?
We've seen it happen.
Shot there from Hydron. Yeah, we've seen it happen. And you have a little bit more time to make it happen now.
4 minutes 50 for the comeback. So Marja wanted to try and keep a bit of line of sight, but that left him exposed to the attack visor. Checkmate duplicating a Sombra here. Would love an EMP to be built up, but He still needs to do a bit of damage. 4 seconds left. No, it's going to be knocked out of the duplicate by the damage coming from Landon. Backed up against the walls. The immortality field won't keep the Spitfire alive. Checkmate beams him down.
It's a bloodbath in there. So the immortality field not able to keep anybody alive as Hadi get off the side, try and reset. This has not worked out for the London Spitfire thus far, as Landon now over to the Moira. A little bit more healing here being brought in.
Yeah, maybe feeling like he's getting pressured too heavily playing the Baptiste. We'll see a little bit more sort of survivability or mobility. Let's see if it works out. Sound Barrier is going to be in this fight, so that sort of healing factor maybe not as crucial as the Overshield will function as effective healing for the Spitfire as they are able to snap up Marjet here. Hydra not completely silenced. The power steering, though, really helping Hardy get to grips with the Sojourn. And that'll be a fight win here for London. They've got 3 minutes 40 to make a comeback.
And London is winning some of these fights. It's just when you get into that that middle part of the game, that long stretch, that's where the Sojourn can really be super impactful at that long range compared to the 76. So we'll see. It's really on Hydron. Can he get another pick to keep this going for the Florida Mayhem?
A Backbone, again, constantly trying to check someone's flanking route. Make it so the Wrecking Ball can't just wrap around with ease. EMP in the back pocket here. Keep an eye for that initial damage component. Backbone even has to use it. I think...
he gets hacked and just shattered, just blown up.
Yeah, I mean, Hardy knows, of course, that extra damage up close from the shatter can really be important against tankier targets that could pick themselves up after getting stunned.
And you hold on to EMP. You also get Visor during this, as that'll be the EMP here used, as Sermajet's going to end up countering that with the Transcendence.
I mean, how does he avoid that? He's out in the open there, still somehow able to not get EMP'd by Backbone and immediately go for the Transcendence to cover over the initial damage from the Sombra. Sparker trying to salvage the situation here with his tactical visor. What's there to be found, though? Not much, and he's out of there.
Yeah, it's only the second that you lose the ability usage, right? So Sermajet doesn't lose the ability to use that Transcendence for long as someone gets hacked and then taken out by a gang of players from London. But able to get that Transcendence off. 2 minutes still on the clock here, so you see that added time already paying off here for London as they're able to keep getting more cracks at breaking this.
There's just no pressure on the Florida Mayhem when the bot gets to this part of the map. They can do so much with this high ground. The Spitfire obviously don't have a composition that allows them to transition between low and high ground easily. Hydron gonna pop the ultimate now. It's gonna be, a Coalescence in his face, and Hardy also comes out of absolutely bloody nowhere. The Checkmate's forced to give a bit of ground. He duped Landon, hoping for a Coalescence here. Even if he gets it, it'll be cut pretty short. See if there's any value to be gotten here at all, as he's knocked out of it now. Spitfire want to start to push a little bit more now as someone and the rest of the crew think about their approach on this high ground map. We're under 90 seconds left in the round. The Spitfire really trying to get into the Mayhem's face.
Yeah, and a trade here is you're going to lose Sparker, but you're going to lose RuPaul for the Florida Mayhem, as that's going to be an EMP. Maybe you can follow this up. This could be a big comeback moment for London.
Someone's so low. He's hoping that he can avoid damage and get healing. And he does for the most part. Admiral's going to be holding on to this sound barrier, though. You better believe it. 1 minute left. Checkpoint achieved for the Spitfire. So those reinforcements come just a little faster. But they don't have the option to back away and go to a safer part of the map. They have to keep fighting here, Matt.
No, as he's going to be the sound barrier here trying to use to keep them alive, as that's going to be an Ant Matrix. He's right around the corner, pushing London into a bad situation, but it's going to be London taking out Sermajet here at the start. Hadi with this shatter, an opportunity to break it open.
RuPaul's able to find 2 big kills there, and Hardy eventually going to be brought down. Looks like that's as far as the bot's going to push for now, with 30 seconds left in the round. Spark is able to snap up Hydron. No more from that tac visor. He needs to be careful here. The Checkmate didn't have enough health, couldn't get towards the health pack. Spark could try to keep it alive, but didn't have the biotic field to throw down, and now Backbone needs to try and keep the bot moving as well. The Spitfire can do this in one fight, potentially. It's definitely going to be an overtime affair either way, Matt.
Yeah, they're going to have to get in and contest as the bot is moving away from them. Who's going to be able to make it there? It's going to be Admiral, but he's getting quite low.
He gets the touch, but he's going to be brought down. It's going to be a point-blank shatter on Hydron and Checkmate both, but the Immortality Field was cleverly deployed by RuPaul there. Not much Hardy can do as Margit wrapped around the backside here, and it looks like the Mayhem just had too much of a lead too early in the round and were too strong playing for the high ground. It's going to be a map 5 in this series as the Mayhem clawed their way back. And they're thinking about a reverse sweep. Maybe the Spitfire sweep has a different meaning to it than we thought.
Oh, I mean, that would be pretty bad for London, as this is a huge opportunity, right? You win this series for London, you move to 4-3, knock Florida and Mayhem down to be the same exact record as you. The only advantage is Florida has that extra league point from the tournament, but still an opportunity to win some more games than them during this stage and make it to that mid-season madness.
All right, we've seen the London Spitfire go back to their tried and true. Unfortunately, didn't quite have the staying power they were hoping for on Colosseo. Let's see what map 5 has in store for us now. One way or another, this one is going to be messy. Well, safe to say we weren't quite sure what to expect from either of these teams when map 1 of this series rolled around. We saw Poco in the starting lineup, then we saw a bunch of Sigma getting played, Brig, Bap, Zen all in the mix here. And this series has remained pretty tough to keep under the thumb, Matthew. We're headed to a map 5, a tiebreaker between these two as the Mayhem attempt to pull off a reverse sweep.
Yes, so back and forth between these two teams as London looked to be dominant early and then Florida in the second half of this series has really turned it up to another level where I think this Game 5 is going to be really interesting, especially from the standpoint that London does not make any subs coming into this Game 5. So you'll still have Hottie in, and you'll still have Backbone in again.
Makes you wonder just how telegraphed are the Spitfire's intentions based on their roster selection. The question we won't really have an answer for, for a couple of weeks maybe. But still, we maybe expect to see like the Maid of Reinhardt still present from the London Spitfire. The only wrinkle in that plan is that it's Oasis for our 5th map of this series. Not every map is very friendly to that setup. It might really depend on a dice roll and what we get in the first round that dictates the composition, especially from the Spitfire, who we've known have just been more aversive to playing the dive-based setups in the past.
Oh, I fully expect the Spitfire to commit to be playing this like Reinhardt May-centric composition. I don't know how I feel about the 76 versus Sojourn this far. Sojourn, especially Hydron on it, looked way more impactful than Sparker in that last map.
Their roles feel almost different in a way, right? I mean, the fact both of them have a mechanism for burst damage. It just seems a bit easier, more consistent to hit railguns as opposed to helix rockets. We saw soldiers sort of have impact, especially when the fight was taken to him, but at longer ranges, it looked like his role was just to maintain healing pressure on the backline, i.e., keep backliners' attention on tanks and other players, try and keep them topped up as soldiers often delivering that consistent damage over time effect. We'll see the Mayhem again. They really fancy playing around this Sojourn Echo setup. It might be the go here as the Spitfire. Again, it's that tried and true look from London.
5, 4, 3. We'll see Florida come out here at the start on the Doomfist. So a Doomfist center composition here. This sort of map not really that great for the Wrecking Ball, as Hydron takes 2 shots really fast and you lose him. That's brutal, but not great for the Wrecking Ball here. So to be a bit more of a disruptor, you're going to bring in the Doomfist.
I mean, that's the risk, though, against playing up against this Reinhardt setup. Very quickly, they can be in your face. Yeah, they're not teleporting necessarily, but that Lucio speed boost can get right in your face at astonishing speeds at times. Backbone playing really far forward.
Yeah,
he's still going to be punished for it as well.
Block. Yeah, what was that? It was really weird. Is like Backbone and Admiral went in, and everybody else just backed out to the point.
I'm not sure what the plan was. Looks like a bit of miscommunication there. Admiral, though, might have bailed them out to a degree. Getting rid of the largest source of healing from the Mayhem is a good way to start this fight. And you're already at 16%.
Is that enough? As Adi will try and stand on the point a little bit. Now you get Backbone back, which is massive because he can use Ice Block like he's doing now to contest, and then obviously put a May wall up. Still, it might not be enough.
At the very least, it's good stall. Someone is not getting out of this room. I think Hardy went for a point-blank charge there to interrupt the power block, and then someone got dispatched. Yeah, they can't get out of this room all that easily as well. They still depend on Hardy's shield to be intact. It's been sort of regenerated here, but the Mayhem eventually have to commit into a Reinhardt front line, which feels awful for them, and they realize they can't do it without checkmate, so the point just flips back.
It's Landon now on the Batiste, able to pick up a kill here, so we've seen him play Moira, we've seen him play the Brig, we've seen him now play the Batiste. Is Hardy going up to the high ground here?
You're kidding me. A Hydron. Okay, someone able to get the punch there on Hardy, but Hydron was probably knocked off the map there by that charge. Hardy seemed to send him packing. Remember, you can cancel that charge at the edge of the map, so you yourself don't have to go over. Spitfire is still in control and will remain to be through the duration of this tactical visor, which Sparker eventually has to tuck away. Someone, he's in issue right now, but is taking a ton of damage, and Landon and Sparker bring him down.
And Hardy gets back so fast in the Rhine with the charge on in.
I can't believe they got value out of the Blizzard here against this comp. It's so hard to do.
He knows Turbojet ends up using the Transcendence to not even keep anybody alive through it. Oh boy. Hydron ends up using his ult here too.
Landon needs to think.
Needs a shot.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to feel like he's playing against a Widow comp, right? Baptiste players won't use Exo Boots in long sight lines against Widow comps. It's going to be the same issue against Sojourns, right? It's just way too easy to hit them. They lack air control once they're up there.
Hardy trying to set a shatter up there.
I mean, tough ask, really. So many members of the Mayhem can just get away when he tries to nail you with those. Checkmate, though, was blocked inside by the wall. He couldn't get over it with the flight cooldown at all, and the Spitfire are well on track to end this round. Hardy unleashed. It's going to be RuPaul and Hydron sat on the point here. Eventually, the Spitfire are going to come calling as Landon finds 2 big kills.
Yeah, as Landon has done a great job here at keeping Hardy and crew alive. As Ant Matrix here, just for good measure at the end. Admiral with a boot back there onto RuPaul as Checkmate dies, but you're going to have London taking this first round. What point comes up next could be huge. Could really determine like the composition that Florida is able to play and how effective they can be.
Right, I think we can safely establish that University was a high roll for the London Spitfire. The map that probably suited their preferred composition the most. Now City Center, that's an entirely different issue. Unlikely you're going to get much value here. Oh, okay, so he gets punched off during the charge, which means that Hardy's elimination shows up as a rocket punch kill and not an environmental one. That makes sense still. Very messy engagement, and that's a classic chatty charge to be sure.
Round 2, capture. So we'll have London now playing the Wrecking Ball. So a Wrecking Ball composition on both sides. It'll be the Brig here for London. It'll be landed on the Zen. So the only difference is you're not going to be playing the Sojourn. You're going to be playing Echo Tracer here for the London Spitfire.
All right, checkmate. Getting rid of Admiral pretty early here. Haven't seen this confident Spitfire yet. Landed on the Zen as well as a little newer. But I mean, think back to 2021. We saw so much of Hardy's Wrecking Ball during that year. Definitely was given plenty of opportunity to hone his ability on that hero.
It's interesting, though, how Florida is really committed to the Sojourn. I think it's been really effective in the hands of Hydron, where London, they ran it a little bit earlier, but have not kind of had it inside of every single composition. They've given it up now.
High ground control for the Mayhem here. All right. Here comes that dive. It's going to be Immortality kill with Juicy, but where's the healing? Where's the burst healing? Okay, Hydron gets it eventually. RuPaul there, that regenerative burst goes a long way when you need to cover up those wounds quickly, but Hardy's able to sneak in, snatch 2 kills away. Job's not done yet, though. So now he wants to try and track someone's movements across the map, who's going to have a bit of a save execution there from the adaptive shielding. That is brutal. Hardy's all over Hydron here, who tries to get away and only just slides off into the sunset.
Yeah, I was going to say it's difficult. He actually knocks him back into the health pack. Since
I was hoping for the traffic, I guess.
Yeah, I think he maybe tried to get him a little bit further back, but London able to take the point. It's really because of Hardy's 2K onto the supports, and you know, you talk about the supports. There go both there for the London Spitfire.
Checkmate doing his job perfectly there. RuPaul with an Amp Matrix, just the right place to catch the Spitfire. As the map changes, so does the strategy for London, and so do their prospects, apparently. Falling now behind is 50-22. Checkmate with a pulse bomb here and a Transcendence on the horizon for both teams.
We have a duplicate coming up here for Backbone as well. How do you decide to use that, and onto who? It's Checkmate with this pulse bomb, probably just trying to scout out where these supports are hiding out.
This little one, Hardy, frustrating, is that has to burn an adaptive shield to the pulse bomb. Okay, Hardy's going to be able to get away. It's going to be a Transcendence from Landon, though. They still need to worry about the traffic and Hydron's burst damage, which cuts through that healing. Backbone's forced into a duplication. Hydron almost gets caught in traffic, but is able to reposition quickly. Looks for the rest of his team. He actually misses the doorway there. Backbone pressures him, runs him down with the power slide. Gets a lot of value out of that duplicate, does the Echo. But now there's more work to be done. Marjed falls under the scrutiny of Backbone. It's another for him, but a point still needs to be capped.
Yeah, and you're going to get up to 95% here as Backbone gets hunted down, as Admiral ends up popping the rally there for a second. Looked like they probably could have been able to turn it, but some good kills come out for the Florida Mayhem as Hardy will go in from the high ground and uses the minefield.
Someone has to try and do a bit of housekeeping for the time being. If the Mayhem are going to have this point, he needs to be spotless. Looking for Landon right now. They've managed to find him. Hydron finished the kill. RuPaul able to get away from the dropped pulse bomb at the very least, but Backbone's chimed in already. The Soldier 76 starting to draw blood, but someone hunts him down. It's going to be the Florida Mayhem as the smoke clears. Hardy has to try and get away, but there's no time to return. And map 5 is going all the way in classic Spitfire fashion.
Oh man, this series is huge in terms of like chance to qualify for Midseason Madness as well, specifically for London. Being able to get a win here would be huge. So, see what they come out with here towards the end. It looks like it'll be that Reinhardt composition yet again.
You feel like this is a decent map for that? Definitely not locked into that style by any means. Someone doesn't have to play the Doomfist. Preferring the Wrecking Ball at this time. But the Spitfire, no surprise to see now. It's going to be Sparker on the Soldier, Backbone on the May. The classic London look here to try and close out, to avert the reverse sweep. And try and start the Midseason Madness qualifiers on even footing. Here come the Spitfire now to the high ground early.
So London will get control of the high ground. He'll be able to hold this position with that Reinhardt a little bit easier. It's just, some nice kind of heroes to access that here on the side of Florida, though. Like Hydron can on the Sojourn, and they actually moved them off of the high ground as London, they want to just get in there and just brawl out with some of the members of the pack line as they're able to just give up the high ground. They go in and take out both supports from Florida. So they'll double back to the point and be able to take it.
And Mayhem try and ball out, but someone was not in the fight at the start of that engagement. Looks like he sort of wrapped the point the long way, and the Spitfire identify like a brief window to speed into the Mayhem with the Lucio. So someone arrives, but it's far too late by that point. The rather vulnerable Mayhem without any sort of speed boost just get crunched.
Taking the point.
And Florida does have the heroes, like I mentioned, to be able to access some of that high ground, right? With the Sojourn, the Echo, the Wrecking Ball. They would leave the supports out to dry. Know where the Backbone's playing from.
Hydron wants the duel, but Backbone makes the connection there. Takes the fight to within his effective range and comes out on top. Again, that's what the Spitfire are looking to do in this round. Find out where the Mayhem are and try and get at them as quickly as possible.
Two fights go in favor of the London Spitfire. Is still Florida trying to make this work with the Wrecking Ball. This is kind of how we started the series, right? With Florida on the Wrecking Ball, but London was playing the Sigma at that time. But London now going back to Hottie. He's in the game trying to play this aggressive style, trying to find these supports and collapse on them.
There's no Zen here for the Spitfire, no Briggs. Getting rid of the Wrecking Ball, Matt, is almost impossible for the Spitfire. I mean, to do it conveniently, it's just not an option. So they ignore him. Look at again, the Spitfire try and take a fight in that main atrium, and they win it out comfortably. RuPaul's the first elimination. No, again, someone gets no attention.
Yeah, they haven't cared about someone this entire round. They see him roll. They see him roll around, and they're like, okay, well, we'll wait for Surmajet and RuPaul to come towards that choke, and then we're going to just run on top of them. Speed boost, get a Blizzard in, May wall, deny them the sights. Oh, look at this.
Hardy. Waiting by the door. This is a classic. They don't know! They don't know! Oh, Hardy! His jawline's so sharp, they call it Excalibur. The man comes in with a big three hammer. What a slam! What a way to turn this around! The London Spitfire at risk of facing the reverse sweep, but again, it's this man on your screen that comes up with the goods. London start off the Midseason Madness qualifiers with a dub.
Not exactly the Spitfire sweep we were told about, but still, they come up big in the end. Exclamation point there from Hottie with a little bit of a flank shatter to the 3K there. The pin into someone. So he was big there on this final map.
Look, I mean, even without that, on that last round, it's safe to say the Spitfire understood their win condition really well. We see a lot of Wrecking Ball right now, but his changes had nothing to do with the amount of damage he does. It was just the displacement, right? And you can see how important that is, especially for compositions that want to play close together. But the Spitfire have the ability to decide when and where these fights start, especially when they already have point control. And you can see they use that to snowball the advantage of them winning the first fight. I've got to say, Backbone also understood when and where he could fight. Hydron, able to win out some duels occasionally, really impactful, very impressive from the London Spitfire. But they've got a lot of work to do because it's anything but a clean series. Almost getting reverse swept on a couple of those maps on the backside makes us feel like, all right, they've had a break. They've had some time to work on some stuff. The Mayhem also have had limited time to prepare their strategies for this stage. We need to see what these teams can develop going forward.
Yeah, the sweep would have been huge for London in terms of like their map differential as well. Not able to get that, but still I think they're totally fine getting the win.
Let's talk about our player of the match here, Matthew for the London Spitfire. I know you guys want Shardy to have it, but he just came in halfway through this series. Our player of the match here, though, is going to be Landon, showing us, that the Zen Brig comp really has some serious legs, especially when it comes to trying to punish the Wrecking Ball. That's a big part of what made it hard for someone to do his job. Wrecking Ball players are going to experience similar phenomena as they did in Overwatch 1, trying to deal with those hostile backlines. But when it came to playing the Baptiste as well, Landon was on point. Really solid series here from the backline of the Spitfire, and that's what allows people like Hardy to do these ridiculous things.
Yeah, and going up against a very good support player, and Sir Majed, Landon looked more than capable holding his own today. Really strong on the Zenyatta, able to pick up some kills with some help of Admiral, able to stay alive, and then on the Baptiste here on this final map, made some big plays helping out Hardy's Reinhardt.
It's got to feel good, I think, for London. They know that, okay, we can actually put a lot of pressure down and get map wins with Poco in the lineup with a completely different look. We definitely had London hedged as the team that really just wanted to play that Reinhardt-based style. But this new sign, I guess, of diversity from this team means that they also have added depth. Getting more value out of the rest of that roster, that extra tank player, means that London now have a few looks. They're much less telegraphed, much less obvious to their opponents, and they're going to be harder to prepare for going forward.
Yeah, we even saw them play a little bit of the Diva today. We haven't seen a ton of Diva here in the West, but we saw Poco play it on that first map on Ilios, and it was really effective as well. So London starting to show us they're just more than a Reinhardt team, where they're able to just go in with Hadi and run teams down. They're able to bring Poco into the mix and play some Sigma, play some Diva, and really change it up.
I mean, bear in mind, the kickoff clash counts towards a Midseason Madness qualification here, so the Spitfire need to make up for lost time if they can. Quite the match to start us off here. A lot to discuss, a lot to talk about in terms of what our meta is looking like, and for all that, of course, we're going to head over to our friends at Watchpoint. Stick around, of course, much more to come here on our opening day of our Midseason Madness qualifiers.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We're here now, joined by Poco from London Spitfire. Poco, I miss you. It's been so long. How have you been?
Yeah, it's been a while. I've been okay, chilling in with London guys. We have been pretty good so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since you, and it was really good to just see you back, just on stage, just playing your heroes. It was really just great to see you, playing games. And not only that, we also, it's been some time since we last saw London as well. So, what have you guys been working on during the break?
We have been working a bit on everything. I know a lot of people call us Renard One Trick, but I think we're pretty decent at every composition we played, and we are really looking forward to show people that what we can prove.
Okay. I mean, yeah, talking about composition, like even today against the Florida Mayhem, I feel like you guys put in a lot of different looks. I think we've seen you play the Diva, the Sigma, and of course the you got your bread and butter, the Rush composition as well. Was that because you guys were that confident in all the different looks that you guys have been practicing, or were you guys just sort of trying things out because this was the first match of the first or second stage?
No, I mean, like I told you, we have been practicing a lot of composition in Scream. I think we are pretty confident with all of them, and it's just the coaching staff deciding what we're gonna play depending the map pool. Yeah, I think we are doing really good right now, so everybody is happy with what we're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, one last question. I do feel like, with all these new changes, we're seeing a lot of different heroes that we haven't seen in the previous stage, right? Who do you think, or which hero do you think will have the most impact in this stage, Poco?
Yeah, I mean, of course, Zenyatta got a huge buff, especially with the kick, so it's like harder to dive in. So I think all the composition around Zenyatta are gonna be very strong in this meta.
Okay, so you think Zenyatta is gonna have a lot of impact, right? Do you think his kick is the reason why it'll have the most impact? Do you think that kick is gonna be like very valuable in these matches?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, the kick is like so strong against Genji Blade, you cannot dive him. It's so strong against Winston Ultimate and everything. It's even strong against Renat. You cannot really swing on him, he's gonna kick you away. So I think, yeah, it's gonna be really played this season.
All right, interesting. Well, Poco, that's all the question I have for you. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations again on getting the win today.
Thank you, Danny.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Merci beaucoup, Poco, and congratulations to the London Spitfire also, Danny. Why are you so against that kick? You hear that narrative? Like every time they try to hype that kick up, he's like, but is it really that good?
Is it really? I mean, I'm
with Danny. I mean, kind of like disbelief. I'm like, really?
Is that really? I mean, I guess it is. I thought it was like a fun little trick.
Yeeting you to the moon.
Remember the Diva remake kill? I thought it was sort of kind of like that. It's something that's fun.
But
it's
that
a new
one
thing.
is more gimmicky. Like the Zen kick is actually impactful when people come at you. I mean, you heard it there, right? It's harder to dive him. He can protect himself. And that's all you really want. Maybe.
Why are you so for this kick then?
Maybe because I started playing a lot of Zen recently. Okay. Like, I don't know. There's something about it. Either way, I do want to discuss the match because that one was a 5-mapper. It did go the distance, and quite frankly, could have gone either way. Now, of course, the big question is what gave London the edge in the end, and how dominant do you think their showing was today, Reinforced?
I think that was a really good showing overall. I think that proved a lot of the London Spitfire doubters wrong. That were just like, oh, well, they're just a Reinhardt team. Once we get to actually other compositions, they're not going to be as good anymore. Well, I mean, they still have Poco, who has an incredible off-tank pool as well, being able to pull out the Sigma and the Diva. We saw both a little bit in today's matchup. And you can also default to that very overpowering Brawl composition, which is very hard to counter-strategize. So if you're any of these teams and you have to go up against London, you sort of have to be prepared that it's probably going to come out at some point. So now you're preparing for that, but you also have to prepare for the fact that London Spitfire are a competent sort of Zenyatta-oriented team that can pull out stuff like the Sojourn Tracer composition we see here. And Admiral is a good Brigitte to go with it. So I think London Spitfire, they proved with this win that they're actually competing with a lot more teams in this region than I think people gave them credit for at the start of the year.
And I mean, Danny, we see quite a big shift in the meta. Do you think this is just going to be between those two teams and the next two are going to show us a completely different look? Or do you think this is kind of the direction we're headed?
I think, for sure, I think tank-wise, I think we're going to continue seeing more Sigma. I think for the supports, I think it's going to vary depending on, you know, what they play and, like, you know, I think for the comfortable, they're going to go for their comfortable picks. But I think, well, I don't know. I think we'll have to see. But for the next match, for sure, I'm really excited because I want to see that San Francisco Shock luge Sigma. I want to see how good he is. Like, how good do you have to be for you to, like, have that much confidence, you know?
I mean, if you claim you're the best there is, you better be very good. That's all I can say. Reinforce, as predicted heading into this, as we were looking at the patch notes in our pre-show, we did think that we're going to see more Sojourn. Are you satisfied with how she has been played? Do you feel like she found her role?
Yeah, I mean, I think they made the point as well on the cast, Mitch and Matt did, that being able to generate your alternate fire, your sort of like railgun ability, being able to charge that up against some of these shields, if you're playing against Reinhardt or if you're playing against Sigma compositions, being able to generate that ability so quickly, you almost become like a pseudo Widowmaker. And we saw Hydron on the Florida Mayhem. We have to give him credit. Even though the Florida Mayhem, they went down in this matchup, Hydron's impact on the game cannot be understated. He was massive for them on that hitscan roll, and he's going to continue to be very important for the Florida Mayhem moving forward if we see more Sojourn later on this stage.
I certainly hope we will. I love that fast-paced aggression she's bringing to the table, and it looked great on both of those teams. So can't wait to see more of both of those as well. Now, of course, we have a second match coming up in just a little bit, and that one will be fought out between the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. Now, we were split here on the desk. Or no, actually we weren't, right?
No, we
kind of
were. We were. Okay. I don't know why I thought we were. Either way, defend your pick. Why do you guys think the San Francisco Shock will come out on top of this one? Because, quite frankly, some out there, not me, but just some people out there, might say that their run in the last tournament was a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can go either way on this, right, Danny? I think that Dallas Fuel, they looked their best on the Zara composition last stage, but they also proved at some points that they can run fearless on the Winston and play around the Widowmaker if they want to. They obviously have Hanbin in their roster as well, so they can certainly bring out Sigma if they wanted to. Overall, I just speculate that San Francisco Shock with proper Kilo, Coluche, the self-proclaimed best Sigma in the world, they're going to be very comfortable in this meta. And I mean, you got Violet as well. Like, I don't even know who's going to play Zenyatta, but like, you have Violet, who was like a runner-up MVP in 2020 with Zenyatta as well. So it just feels like this should be the meta for the Shock. So I feel like they'd be more comfortable in this, I guess.
And also for me, I think Dallas, I love Dallas. I mean, I'm a
You're a fan,
Dallas fan.
Like,
but you know, like when you know, beginning of a stage, I think Dallas tends to, like, you know, explore their options. They're daring to, like, try new things. And then after a while, when the meta settles in, that's when they get super scary, I feel like. So for now, I think San Francisco Shock with
you want them to warm up. They're a teeny little blue flame right now, and at the end it's going to be an absolute fire fest. Now, however, if we're looking at the fan picks here and the predictions in general, I mean, yes, the fan vote did go for Dallas, but only in favor of 1%. And this was actually the closest fan vote we had so far in the 2022 season. Fun for you right there. Yeah, so that was the closest one, which is interesting. We'll see. It can't go either way. We don't know really what to expect from either of those teams. None of us has watched them scrim. We don't know what to expect. It is a new meta, so there's only one way to find out. And that is, of course, heading over to our next game, the second match of day number 1 here in our second stage. So let's head on over to our two Australian icons, a great white shark and Costa.
Two Australian icons? Yeah, okay, fine, I'll take that. I mean, wait, yeah, that's fine. I will accept the badge of Australian. We have a lot of them in the league already, maybe too many, but it's fine. Custer?
We're taking over.
Okay, all right, okay. Come on now. Back to the desk with you, maybe. The Commonwealth couple is back.
What do you mean, what? You're trying to banish me? We've only just started this cast, Jack. Come on.
Well, okay, fine. As long as you wear the British badge for a week. In fact, let's swap accents for a week and see how that goes. Thoughts?
I don't think I can do a British accent. I could try. It's kind of close to Australia, but I would butcher.
Kind of close to Australia, yeah, apart from being halfway around the world. Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. Grudge match, I think, for the Shock here. Scott, they want to get some revenge. I mean, the last time they played was in the kickoff clash, semi-finals of the losers bracket, and it was a 3-0. Like, quite a clean 3-0. Dallas Fuel just swept them under the rug.
It wasn't close at all. And that's the big problem for the San Francisco Shock, and probably why so many people are going for the Dallas Fuel in this match, because it was just so dominant for them. But this is a completely different game right now. We have a massive meta shift. If you just watch the match we just saw be played, it was absolutely completely different. There was Sojourn, there was Wrecking Ball, there was a little bit of Rush still, and that was the London Spitfire. But if they're not leaning on it heavily, then I wouldn't expect many teams.
Yeah, I'm excited to actually see Sojourn back in the mix, and I think Mitch already picked it up in our first game. Think of your favorite hit scan DPS or any of your favorite DPS players. Sojourn is looking fantastic, and there's going to be many highlight clips, I can imagine, featuring every single player from the league right now. Let's have a look at Dallas. We have Gurio and Sparkle in the starting lineup, Scott, two DPS players I always get very excited about when the Fuel end up playing. And Gurio, we've seen him a little bit on the Widowmaker. He has been streaky, I'd say, in the kickoff clash. Sometimes he had some crazy shots, some nice little streaks on the Widowmaker, but then other times he looked a little bit flat.
And that's it. Like, Gurio, we expect so much from him as a sniper player. He is very good, and we expect him to be at that level, but he just wasn't in the playoffs. And I think that was a big problem for the Dallas Fuel, is that they weren't able to go toe-to-toe with other teams when they were in that head-to-head matchup. So we're going to see more hit scan. We've even seen a lot of Sojourn. Is he going to be the one picking it up for the Dallas Fuel? Is he going to be able to step up to that level of a championship caliber so that they can take down teams like the Gladiators and the San Francisco Shock?
Yeah, Phil starting into, and we've seen a whole lot of Harbin. So again, big changes for the Dallas Fuel, but you can expect that really, I think, from a lot of teams, considering how big the patch was. We're not seeing hardly any Soldier. We're seeing London, of course, running that rush, but the idea of maybe Wrecking Ball getting played a little bit too. I mean, let's have a look at the San Francisco Shock starters, because they recently picked up another tank player. Of course, Kalush is doing exceptional right now for a rookie coming into one of the most historically greatest teams in the Overwatch League in the San Francisco Shock. But now they're picking up another tank. We got Mikey in the roster.
Yeah, someone not a lot of people were probably expecting the San Francisco Shock to pick up. He did come from the Boston Uprising and have pretty average success, as you would imagine, but he was on the Boston Uprising. He has come in, and the coaches have said why, because they want to fill out their tank role. Kalush is a great player. He played a great Winston, but he is an off-tank player. Mike is going to come in, he's going to pick up that Reinhardt hero, maybe some of that Wrecking Ball, and I think that's what I'm expecting to see. With how much the Florida Mayhem and someone just played the Wrecking Ball, with Mikey in this lineup, I would expect to see him pick that one up, and I want to see great things. We've seen so much from these rookies from the San Francisco Shock this season already. He needs to be another one. I guess not a rookie, but
sort of a rookie, kind of a rookie, but I mean, playing for the San Francisco Shock, that's a lot of weight on your shoulders. Still a crazy amount of fans for the San Francisco Shock that have been following the team, I can imagine, for quite some time. And some big shoes to fill. In Kalush, of course, he's an 8-foot gaming warlord. If anybody didn't see the kickoff clash, that guy is very tall and very wide. Big guy. And Mikey's now stepping in. Wrecking Ball is a specialty of his, and Wrecking Ball got a small change, Scott. His knockback has been increased. So a lot more disruption from swinging through teams. Gives you a little bit more ult charge too if you're hitting multiple people. So it's going to feel pretty good. But on maps like this, like Lijiang, I mean, I guess you can spin around the center, yeah, but there aren't a crazy amount of avenues you can take to get on top of people as the Wrecking Ball without getting spotted out.
And that's it. Like, the Wrecking Ball can go around, but at some point you're going to have to come into the Dallas Fuel, who are going to play this rush composition. It looks like this is going to be a clash of styles. We just saw it in this last matchup. The problem that I see with the rush is that you just can't shut anything down from the San Francisco Shock. It can be difficult to close the distance onto Finn and Violet, and we see them rolling out on it now. Sam on that Sojourn as well. Dallas Fuel going to try and get in, close the distance with the Shock, and they're already on the outside.
Oh, wow, Gurio gets picked off straight away. Sam with a nice rail from across the map. The Dallas Fuel won't care about that too much. I mean, they can run into people, but having an off angle you can take as the Sojourn and even the Tracer, of course, you're trying to harass the backline. Dallas Fuel have to travel as a unit. Yeah, they can just run over people, but it's actually getting on top of the opposition is going to be the hardest feat for them in this series. Oh, hello.
They're actually going to rotate all the way around the high ground right now.
Oh.
And they're just trying to TP and get onto this backline. Oh, Gurio gets picked off on the Cassidy by Proper, and that's going to slow everything down. That's another
TP,
20%.
Bring around the Rosie. Lamp has been forced. Violet's life ended. The San Francisco Shock have lost a member, but still, Gurio needs to come back to the fray. It's a 5v5, and the San Francisco Shock are just going to hold and defend on the outside. Fearless losing the 1v1 to Finn, although Finn eventually goes down as Sparkle's up there to help out Fearless. Sam taking an off angle. San Francisco Shock finally pushed away. Still building up a nice lot of percentage though. 36, almost 37. Pulse Bomb kills Fearless, but being in control is exactly where the Dallas Fuel want to be, especially with Sparkle on this Symmetra. Instantly healed up. Fielder spamming the heals through and actually using the window to try and force away this Wrecking Ball. He just gets instantly focused down. Goodbye, Mikey.
And you can see the Dallas Fuel, now that they have control, now they have that positioning, everything starts ticking up right now. Fearless is anchored onto the point. With Gurio switching over to that Sombra, it should be easy for them to isolate, and they're just going to keep running at them, like you see right now. But Fearless...
Initially, that was a nice lamp from Fielder, but look at that. That knockback patch coming in big for Mikey. Just bowled him straight out of the lamp, instantly killing him, using the mine to separate the rest of the team. And the San Francisco Shock, with a pick just like that, end up taking the point again.
Yeah, that was a good play by the San Francisco Shock, able to get past that, maybe a little too aggressive from them. Oh, gets a little caught. Sam now has that ultimate, and we've seen so many people have high impact on the Sojourn with the rail. How is the Fuel going to do that? They're going to TP to the outside.
There's the wall. Oh, Mikey gets booped off the edge. Yeah, Rappel isn't going to save you now. Proper trying to hunt down Gurio. He's found himself with Sparkle, is going pretty low. Discord Orb applied. He's just trying to make the best of this beat now as the Dallas Fuel end up recapping the point. Sam doing almost no damage with that overclock. Those rails unable to chew through the overhealth. However, the Shock, they're end up coming it back. Finn still pumping out a lot of damage from the backline. The EMP is fairly decent, but Mikey instantly turns back into the ball again. The EMP more of an interruption now, Scott, than a full-blown hack. So Mikey's very okay. Survives for a second, pops back in the ball, and just runs over the rest of the Fuel.
Fuel used everything in that team fight as well. You see Gurio switch away from the Sombra and back to the Sombra. You can tell they don't have a clear direction of how they want to deal with this right now, but they only have the window from Fielder, and the percentage is ticking up. They're getting close to 100%, so last fight territory for the San Francisco
Proper's got the pulse bomb in hand, maybe looking for Fielder. Mikey's already on top of him though, has to use that lamp. Nice move away from Chio, but the lamp going down is bad news, Bears. Fielder just getting targeted. He almost wins the 1v1 versus Proper and forces recall. However, that window still doing a fair bit of damage. Fearless on the Doomfist, didn't want to play the Rhine no more. The San Francisco Shock is still in control of the point. Fielder wins the 1v1, but the Pulse Bomb finishes him off from the grave. Overtime still ticking down, and luckily Chio is on the point to re-trigger OT. Gurio can come back in, Sparkle on the Tracer. Everybody from the Fuel are on very high mobility heroes, but it's if they can actually find these kills. A nice pulse bomb from Sparkle. The lamp ends up dying, but the Shock still control the point. Sam gets chased up and killed by Gurio, but those mines are making it hard for the Dallas Fuel to navigate around the center column. The Shock still staying alive for as long as possible, and Finn using the Transcendence might be the final nail in the coffin. The Dallas Fuel could wipe away all those shields though if Gurio gets that EMP, but he's not quite quick enough. This should just be it. Fearless is back. Overtime's going to disappear in a blink of an eye if the Dallas Fuel aren't careful. A nice hack onto Mikey, but once again dives straight back into the ball of form, and there it is. The San Francisco Shock take round one.
Fuel just not able to get their foot in the door after losing that control. Gurio has the EMP, but just can't find an opportunity to use it, and the Shock just keep getting picks. And you can see how the Shock want to play against that start from the Dallas Fuel. Get onto Fielder, not allow him to move around the map and just isolate him. Yes, the immortality field goes down, but they just sustain through it and then punish him after that immortality field is gone. So now we're out of control center. What direction are the Dallas Fuel going to go? Fearless onto the Doomfist, something that we saw him struggle with in the kickoff clash. Are they not comfortable on this double flex support?
Maybe, maybe not. Still sticking with the Doomfist. I mean, running something like a Ryan here, bit of a fool's gambit, I think, Scott. But San Francisco Shock also changing things up. Sam switching over to Echo. A lot of aerial control. A bit harder for Fearless to operate too.
Moira Zen is an interesting pick from them as well. I don't think I've ever seen this combo in the history of Overwatch League. It doesn't really seem to work too well together, but that is how strong this Zenyatta is with the changes. And Finn automatically getting value, picking off Fielder on the other end.
He's got to survive now. Oh, do you see him just kick? I'm still surprised how far you get sent with that kick, man. It's insane.
It's not a kick, it's a punch these days. Did you see him just poop away? And that is what makes Zen so strong. Not just health,
nice
but
hack.
if anyone tries to get too close,
you know what? He'd be a good rugby player. A good kicker, that's for sure. Bit of Johnny Wilkinson. Boom. All right, 15% for the Shock. Again, they take the point first. Sparkle now changing over, so they've swapped roles here, Scott. It's quite interesting when you look at the Dallas Fuel DPS line, how much flexibility they do have. Guri doing a fair bit of damage to the Wrecking Ball. Mikey ends up going down, but they've sustained way too many casualties, I think, for the Fuel to continue this fight. Fielder and Shio are going to come back from the spawn, but the Shock just unwilling to give this point up. Even Fearless falling. Yeah, I mean, with Moira staying alive there, Scott, it's not going to work out for you.
Yeah, it's just so hard for them to get in. They have to commit so many resources to get close to the Shock. By then, they don't have any gas left in the tank. And the Shock with the Moira, they have so much sustainability and so much survivability that the Dallas Fuel just aren't getting the picks fast enough. They need to play faster and find a way to get on this backline without dying in the process.
They got the perfect tools now. EMP's coming up at about 3%. So maybe interrupting that coalescence is going to be the name of the game. But Mikey going down first. Okay, nice pulse bomb from Gurio. Starts off the fight pretty well. Are the Fuel going to rely on that EMP? That is the question. There's the coalescence. Perfect time to Sparkle to act. But in fact, the Dallas Fuel end up just capping the point. They might just be happy with this playing a little bit back now, but more defensively. But a perfect pulse bomb from Proper ends Gio's life. And now the EMP cannot be used. You cannot use it right now. The Dallas Fuel, with everybody falling around Sparkle, they end up losing the point. Sam throwing that pulse bomb away. He's a copy. He's changing back into the Echo. The Dallas Fuel unwilling to act early there, Scott. Even with Violet using that coalescence, that's the perfect time to go in if you're Sparkle.
I was surprised Fielder didn't use that Transcendence to just give them time. Yeah, maybe they still lose the team fight, but now they almost get nothing for that, and we're in last fight territory.
He's just getting bowled around like a bowler
does have that EMP. Is he going to use it?
He's going to have to. There it is. Four-man hack. Finn instantly dying. That buff from the Zen, a little bit extra HP in the kick ain't going to help you survive against that EMP when your shields are stripped away. The manual hack onto Violet, he's not doing so hot, and finally the Dallas Fuel have found their teeth. The Shock have got 99%. Same kind of situation here from as Control Center. Finn with the Transcendence, just saving up the ults is important, but the Dallas Fuel only utilizing the EMP in that fight, Scott. Good ultimate economy. They've got 2 support ults coming up.
Yeah, saving those double support ultimates are going to be very clutch moving on, as you see Sam actually move off the Echo onto the Sombra himself. So the Dallas Fuel, they need to be smart with these ultimates, not use them both, and use them to slow these fights down and find their engagement window. But Finn has the Transcendence.
Probably looking for another pulse. Oh, nice pick onto Gurio. Unfortunately, that pulse bomb is going to land. But straight into Proper! Oh, return to sender, son! Oh, Proper gets killed with his own pulse bomb. Oh, he's going to feel that tomorrow. The San Francisco Shock still putting up a good fight, though. But Chio's overhealth from the rally is seeing them through a lot of this damage that Finn and Proper are doing. The San Francisco Shock, stung with their own ultimates there. How unfortunate. Proper not changing. He's not rage switching. He's still sticking on that Tracer. 50% now for the Fuel. They use both support ultimates in that fight.
Yeah, and now we're getting into last fight territory for the Dallas Fuel as well. Fearless has that ultimate, so he is going to go aggressive. But Violet on the Coalescence, they're going to want to route towards the White Room and get onto the back line, like I was saying that the Shock needed to protect before. We're seeing them move over the bridge. When is the go time going to be for Violet?
Right, Coalescence activated. A fade straight into the back line, but already Mikey has fallen. Shio managed to find the boop off the map. The support's pretty bloodthirsty at the side of the fuel. Fielder takes out Violet. Violet was using that Coalescence, a couple of clean orbs to the dome. Resulted in a kill, and now Dallas Fuel in one fight territory. Gurio is trying to chase down Proper, who's currently in their spawn. They eventually clean him up, and now the Fuel have 3 ults to work with in this last fight.
Maybe not even one fight. We're at 95%. The Shock are going to have to trickle onto the point, and look at how many ultimates the Fuel have to defend this as well.
Strike coming in, straight to the back, but Gurio ends up going down. Nice CMP from Sparkle, but where's the damage? Can't really claim Violet's life. Just at the very end, a couple of headshots were good enough. Violet couldn't right-click him fast enough. The Fuel control the point. And they've controlled this entire round, it feels like. That ultimate economy just looking stellar. Proper, though, killing both supports, but a quick punch into the wall from Fearless secures them the round. The Dallas Fuel tie up control. One apiece.
Ooh, interesting play from the Fuel, playing a very different style to what the Shock want to play. The Shock, we know that they have this superior double flex players in Finn and Violet, and they want to lean onto that. The Zen Moira, I don't know so much about that one. It didn't really work for them so far in that round. The Fuel just felt like they were able to move around the map too free, and the Shock weren't able to sustain through it.
That was pretty tough. I mean, we criticised Spark a little bit there for not using his EMP fairly late, but in general, the Dallas Fuel ultimate economy is looking super clean. And Violet, you don't really expect Fielder to be hitting those shots. Yeah, I saw him shift. He jumped straight into the back, hit Coalescence, and hoped to lay waste to the back line of the Dallas Fuel. But Shio has just been impressing me day after day after day. We see him. He got a nice early boop onto Mikey, and that's a lot of the disruption gone.
And he took down, you know, Proper with his own pulse bomb, which is a nice play in its own play. But yeah, he's been absolutely impressing me as well throughout this this season. I'm excited to see more of Gurio as well on other things that aren't the Widowmaker. Obviously, that is a superior hit scan hero, but we've seen him play other things so far. He's been able to play the Sojourn, some other things, bits and pieces. But I want to see him step up, and I'll keep hitting that drum until he hits that level, because I love the Dallas Fuel and I want to see them hit that point, and Gurio has that potential.
Yeah, just in a brief pause, but it looks like both teams are ready. Just reading match chat. I'm cheating a little bit. It's all good though. Final round. Okay, yeah, I'm pausing. Good stuff. We're back in. Final round of Lijiang Tower. Every single time, Lijiang Tower, Lijiang Tower. Like, it's just in my head. That is what the map is called at this point. Every single time. And I haven't even cast the dragons.
Yeah, every single time. And here's the thing. I think Chio has been putting his foot forward for Chio Tower. Ooh. And just because of plays like these time and time again. Oh, and that's the move I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. It was a punch interrupt from Phyllis. Just perfect stuff.
Clean play from them and the Dallas Fuel, and that's what makes them so good. Now we're rolling out again. We have the Shock going back onto that Wrecking Ball Zen Baptiste style, but the Fuel are going to stay with their Doomfist Sombra.
Like I said before, I really like the versatility. The Dallas Fuel DPS line. Sparkle playing the Sombra still. Gurio was playing Sombra originally on the control center. Shock have taken the outside. Bit tough for actually Fuel to aggress here. They don't want to get booped off the map, of course. Oh, speaking of which, whoa, triple blink from Gurio. Had to back straight off. There you go, that's what I'm saying. You get to the back of the point and there's a whole lot of damage waiting for you. Nice point cap from Shock, though. That's three times in a row now that they've captured the point first.
Yeah, and the Shock need to be able to have that defensive line, and they're going to be able to have that as well. They're just going to keep putting out damage and then slowly stepping back. But Finn, how impressive has he been this season? Oh,
he got booped into the Sombra and he just landed the kick. It feels like you know, the April Fool's patch that we had quite some time ago when they put that in. That's what it feels like, but I love it. It should be here to stay. But it's insane that it buffs Zen to such a point, especially on a map like this, where you don't really need to play Lucio if you want to get environmental kills now. It's ridiculous.
Oh no, that's the one thing us Lucio players have. You can't take this away from us.
Too bad. We got damage, and now we have environmental kills. All right, the Shock, they got 40% on the board. Proper looking for a way into the backline. He's so close to that pulse bomb. He's found Chio, but a nice response from Gurio forcing Proper away, in fact forcing his recall. Fearless going pretty low, has that power block and has the lamp at his backside. The Shock, they end up foregoing that point. Gurio ends up dying to his old pulse bomb. A little flick of the wrist there from Proper to try and get the stick onto Fearless, but he was a little bit too high in the air. The Shock doing a good job of clearing the fuel off of the point, but still burning a lot of time are the fuel. They've managed to cap in the chaos. The Shock eventually get the recap there. They lost about 13% though.
Well, that's actually an important 13% because if you add that onto the Shock's time, we'd be going into last fight territory, so they do get another fight here. Sparkle with that EMP needs to find some purchase. The Shock do not have the defensive ultimates to sustain through it, so they need to find a way to get him in.
EMP being set up. Okay, that's the target. He's found Finn. Fearless going in already. Finn trying to do a little bit of spy checking, but it's not working out thus far. Sparkle going pretty low, but instantly healed up. Fielder using the window on one of the door's entrances, making it hard for anybody to step in front of it. Nice EMP. Instantly Mikey goes down. Those mines meant nothing. The EMP just wipes them out, and now Fearless on the outside trying to look for some environmental kills of his own. The Dallas Fuel with quite quick and easy team fight there. End up clapping the point again. Oh,
yeah, and we said that he needs to come up big, and he does. But Fielder dying there actually might be a big deal because all of a sudden, that's time that he's going to have to get back to the point. If the Shock go fast, they might be able to take this team fight without Fielder being in it.
Cheers Transcendence there, forced out. Sam was in the back line trying to make sure they get that support out of the way ASAP. However, with Mike going down, not a good look for the Shock, but they're still willing to fight this one. A copy is going to get instantly annihilated. Sam not getting any value with that ultimate, but Proper just on his lonesome is getting the value and more so. What? How are the Shock letting this happen? Proper just found like 5 kills. The Dallas Fuel not even looking his way. He was just too quick. His feet too fancy. Final fight now for the Dallas Fuel. They need to be able to touch 99%, eventually contested.
You can tell they're under pressure here. They're going to try and get through this choke point. They have made it to the point, and Mikey is low, but they have nothing left in the tank in terms of ultimates. The Shock have decided to slow down, try and get to that Transcendence.
Pulse bomb. Gurio spots the lamp, tries to take it out. A beautiful stick! He gets the kill, but Mikey finishes him off. Too many kills for the San Francisco Shock as Finn using that Transcendence. A little victory light show. The San Francisco Shock on their way to get revenge. Fuel down a map, but they're not out just yet. Proper at the very end there, Scott. 5+ kills. Like, this is still an animal. On land, online, doesn't matter. This guy is here and he means business.
It's not even surprising at this point for Proper. He just does it. You need to shut him down if you're the opposition team. You can't just expect that he's not going to get that value. And Gurio on that Tracer just was not able to match, and the Shock at the first map.
They do indeed. A couple more, and they would have secured themselves some sweet, sweet revenge. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Got more coming up.
2019 Overwatch League champions! Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock?
This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
That face with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
What's up? Welcome back. Dallas Fuel and the Shock head-to-head right now. Now, the Dallas Fuel, they came in off a sweet 3-0 victory against the Shock in the kick-off clash. Very different story right now, though. Scots, they're currently up a map. 2-1 was the scoreline on Control. We saw varying compositions across the entirety of it. It looked like the Dallas Fuel had one idea going into Command Center. They wanted to run this brawl style, this rush with the Sim and with the Rhine. But then, like, as soon as they saw Mikey just popping off on the Wrecking Ball, they were like, no, we need to switch to Sombra.
No.
Switch Sombra, switch Doomfist. Okay, now we're online.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and we're going to see that evolution of the meta throughout the entirety of this mid-season tournament, because there were so many drastic changes that changed the game in so many places. And at the crux of it, in my opinion, is the Zenyatta. That 25 extra health plus that kick is just so survivable that it makes it difficult to play the Winston, something that was very prominent in the kickoff clash. So that's why you're seeing so many different looks from these different teams, and it's going to take time for them to work out what is going to be good, what is the proper way to play the game. And that's why you see so many substitutions right here. You see Hanbin coming in, Edison coming in. I don't expect them to be able to play the Xayah composition that was so good in Kickoff Clash. I don't know, Jack, do you think they could make it work with all these changes?
It feels like it, but right now, if you're just playing someone like Sojourn, yeah, I mean, you can get charge off the Xayah bubbles, but it doesn't feel like it's almost fast enough, right? There's so many off angles that people are taking right now. Tracer and Sojourn on 2 different off angles. Your supports are chilling, and then you got a Wrecking Ball just kind of rolling through you. It's like, the Xayah, I think, just gets a little bit more overwhelmed than anything. We'll have to wait and see, though. We jump onto Midtown.
And that's it.
Second map.
And we've seen so many different looks from Midtown. We've seen people try the rush. We've seen the Xayah composition. How are people going to adjust on Midtown? It is a map where you have a lot of high grounds. You could potentially get high value from Sojourn or Ashe. I know a lot of teams in the East have played a lot of Ashe, not so much in the West. Is anyone going to start adopting that style of playing the game? Hanbin historically has been a phenomenal Sigma as well, so it's a look that we know that the Dallas Fuel can do with that poke composition.
Yeah, Kalush coming in for the San Francisco Shock. Playing the Sigma. Okay, and proper. Oh, this is what I want to see. Superstar DPS on the Sojourn. Oh man, that pick is so devastating. And with the increase of the like the beam size with the right clicks, doubling its size, it's hitting headshots a little bit easier, but it makes for just some unreal clips. Like, we've already seen some crazy headshots on Tracers in our previous series. Like, this tournament's only going to get better the more Sojourn we see, is what I'm saying.
I was already fearing for my life in Overwatch 2 as a support player. Now seeing these pro players pick up the Sojourn is just on another level, but it's actually a very different look from Dallas Fuel. Leaning into the rush once again with Edison on that Symmetra, likely to try and TP into that window, get that point control, but the Shock is going to want to put out damage from a distance. They have a high damage composition and will not be able to take the head-to-head fight with Fuel. So it's going to be a game of maneuvering around the point while trying to defend.
Well, looks like everybody is safe for the time being from the Fast Fuel. However, those sticky bombs from Sam doing a fair amount of damage. TP destroyed, then reused to get to the back line. They've swapped sides.
Did they catch Finn?
Finn? Alrighty.
But trying to play a little bit of prop hunt. Finn is in the corner, gets caught on the mini pack. But look at how smartly the Dallas Fuel are moving around this map. Just trying to isolate anyone they can. But they need to start getting time in.
Oh no, Violet! Oh, wait! No way did the stickies kill the Hanbin before he connected with that pin. That was like a couple of frames, I think, before Violet's life would have disappeared. Sam, though, on this Echo, already picking up 2 kills. Proper Kalush adding their names to that kill feed. Wow, nice rotations for the Fuel there, Scott, but the San Francisco Shock killing off Hanbin. That was their key to victory there.
That was so calm, cool, and collected until Hanbin decided he was going to pin across the point and try and get Violet. Almost worked. I could have seen a .25, but now that's a minute and a half off the clock for the Dallas Fuel, and they didn't really accomplish anything. So the San Francisco Shock, they have that window from Violet. They're going to be able to counter any movement the Fuel make. So this is an uphill battle.
They're doing the same thing again. TP to the apartment. TP probably. Oh, it depends where they... Okay, TP to the high ground, all right. It's because they have to wait for the... Oh, my word. Okay. Window up, fielder down. Okay, Cassidy copy for Sam. Already killing off the copy target in Gurio. And the San Francisco Shock burning the Dallas Fuel time bank. Oh, Chio, luckily.
Oh,
very quick beat there. And look at that, 2 minutes to go.
And this is why we were wondering if the rush comp was going to work against this high damage output compositions, because the Sojourn can charge the rail up off of the Rhine Shield, and then that's just high damage to get the Zenyatta, the Baptiste. It can be so hard to even close any distance if you're the Fuel, and they're struggling right now with only a minute and a half
Talked about it before, Scott, but the railgun with the window combo that one-shot 200 HP targets. Got to be careful.
Can be a body shot landed at that point.
It's going to be great. I just need a bat to get ult. Oh, nice disruptor shot, actually, stopping that teleporter from doing anything. So Edison doesn't use it. Now, eventually, is going to go for it. Wall on the point.
Wall down.
But the window from San Francisco Shock might be able to burn through the wall's HP. It's going down rather rapidly, and the Dallas Fuel need to go. 1 minute remains in their time bank. They use that beat to surge them forward, and finally they find a kill. But Proper with the beams finds one. A second, can he get the next? Gurio super low. Proper with the left hook finds the triple kill in the fight. The Dallas Fuel don't know where their heads are right now. I'll tell you where they are. They're rolling across the floor. The Shock have burned their time bank down to 30 seconds. They need to get a move on. They've got a couple of ults in their bank, but that is it. The Shock looking to hold first.
Collusion chat, brute. That's Proper bringing his team across the line with just brute force. The Sojourn ultimates are such highlight reels, and Proper is no slouch at highlight reels, so gets the job done. And Dallas Fuel used a lot of their ultimates to get this, so how are they going to get these next 2 ticks in the last fight with only 10 seconds?
Good luck hitting that shadow. There's so many moving pieces for Shock, like a well-oiled engine. Hanbin lining people up, or at least trying to. Shadow goes down, but can they follow up the damage? That Deadeye is used from the small little pipe or work room there. Not sure if that's going to get a good angle. Finn now in a little bit of trouble. A nice 3 hit from Gurio takes care of the support. And now the Shock are in trouble. Sam has a copy. Copies Sam, copies the Cassidy once again. A double stick, but no. Gurio comes up big. He kills Sam's copy, and then Sam survives with 1 HP, but Proper's there to clean up the mess. The Shock, they hold Dallas on first, 65% in the bank for the Fuel. There's a win condition there, but it's looking pretty unlikely that they finish this.
Gurio coming up big with a couple of those picks, but just not big enough. And you start to see why maybe some of these teams aren't going to lean on the rush style. The San Francisco Shock in their comfort with this double flex is just so much damage pumping out. And Dallas just not able to get a single footing. And you have to use this as a reason of why the Shock are going to be so dominant in this mid-season. Everyone is firing on all cylinders on their comfort heroes as well. Proper showing prowess on that Sojourn, a hero that we haven't seen that much of, really paving the way for how much damage you need to expect these Sojourns to get out.
Absurd right now. Whew. I'm going to need a replay of that Proper hitting that 2K with a rifle. I'm telling you, the clips that we're going to get out of Midseason Madness are going to be insane. Oh, here you go. Oh, just pops the overclock. And like I said, you can do a lot of damage with body shots, but when you're hitting rails like this, oh my word. And a nice little slide and a punch. Gurio didn't know what hit him. Very nice. Very nice.
The arena shooter in me is just enjoying this gameplay. It's just so much fun to see the speed in which he has that hit scan play, and absolutely dominant. And Kaluj, I want to shout out on that Sigma as well. A hero that we didn't see him play too much of in the kickoff clash, but he is the self-proclaimed best Sigma in the world. So really showing some good performances against a player at the caliber of Hanbin. But now we see the Dallas Fuel go over to the comp that we saw the Shock use, playing that double flex support with Hanbin on that Sigma. And instead of the Sojourn, interestingly enough, Fury on the Hanzo.
Okay. A lot of shield pressure from the Hanzo at least. The San Francisco Shock, and I think Sam is the key target right here, but the Dallas Fuel's ability to tag him is going to be quite tough unless Gurio hits some cracked shots.
Yeah, and we know Hangzhou can put out good damage, but I'm surprised we're not seeing the Sojourn here. With the Sigmas out on the lineup, you can charge that rail up off the shield from the Sigma quite quickly. And that's a one-shot capability that's a lot more easy to hit and a skill shot compared to the Hangzhou, which just feels like a lottery at some points, just shooting in their general direction, hoping you hit the headshot. But the Shock have firmly got themselves into this mega health pack room, trying to get the damage up.
Without a teleporter either. So have to push Dallas Fuel off of the high ground though, or at least force them to burn abilities or rotate. There you go, there's the eat. Gurio in a little bit of trouble. Little fancy footwork. Oh, nice 180 from Gurio, takes care of proper. Don't need to charge up a railgun for that, that's for sure. There's like Shock just want to go again, no point, they lost 2 already. Just a bit of a cleanup. Don't dive to Batiste, we're good. All good.
And interestingly enough, the Dallas Fuel, they did get a tick and a half, so they are in the driver's seat of this. If they full hold, which this is a point that looks very full holdable in these style of compositions because of how defensively your backline can play, it can be very difficult to get in. So this is a winnable scenario for the Dallas Fuel.
Okay, they're rolling the dice. They got the Hangzhou out. So I'm just trying to hit some headshots from afar. So whoever gets the, so it reminds me of the Colosseo comps where it's like waiting for the headshot from the Hangzhou. Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go. Caught it. Oh, there's another one. Okay, both Hangzhou secured a kill each. A bit more valuable though for Dallas Fuel. Their spawn point is ever so close. Pulse bomb. Finn using that kick, keeping Edison at range. Edison's pretty low. Finn dives straight back out after picking that health back up. However, Fielder has taken the game into his own hands. Couple of kills for him using that window. Still got to be careful. Those Batiste still do a fair bit of work, a fair bit of damage. The Shock, they've made some nice space, Scott. Finn specifically, who's alone right now. Oh no, Violet's joined him. Okay.
Live by the picks, die by the picks there for the Shock. They get that great opening, but just can't close anyone else out after that. Finn gets a good pick against the Tracer, but they're using the Flux aggressively, and the Tracer comes out from Finn.
They're trying to separate with that shield, and in fact, Violet ends up going down that shield from the Sigma. Ended up stopping a lot of that healing going through, and now Finn and Proper putting themselves on the kill feed. With a minute to go, the San Francisco Shock are in a good position to take this first point. Hanbin in a whole world of trouble. This spawn point is pretty close. The Dragons from the spawn doors, yeah, they don't quite end up going onto the point itself. Not even really doing much of anything. They need to be able to touch. Okay, Gurio is in, but Shio is already dead. And now is every man for themselves. The Fuel have to keep stalling, trying to find picks, but it's looking rather unwinnable. And that it is. The San Francisco Shock looking to sweep 2-0 now. After they take Midtown, the Dallas Fuel are just not looking like themselves right now.
And this isn't too surprising from my perspective, because the Dallas Fuel as a team, yes, had success in the kickoff clash coming in second, but they really were only good on the back of that Xayah composition. They played a bit of rush, their dive looked a little shaky, but they haven't looked as competent on multiple different compositions so far this season like we know from them in 2021, 2020. So I want to see a little bit more flexibility, or maybe even some more comfort from them, because so far we've seen a couple of looks with Fearless in. We saw Hanbin just come in, try and play the rush, and nothing has worked. They need to find a style like they did with the Xayah in the kickoff clash.
Well, that style can be found. They've got a deep roster, Scott, so maybe they bring in a few extra pieces, muddle them around yet again. We'll see if there's more subs. We're going to jump to a quick break. Could be a 3-0 for the Shock. You'll have to wait and find out after this. Calling all community artists, submit your art celebrating the Overwatch League for a chance to be featured on the fan art gallery and maybe even make an appearance on the broadcast. There's been some crazy artwork recently, Scott, being featured, and yeah, it's good to see how much talented talent. Yeah, that's a sentence. See how much talented talent there is out there.
Art forever amazes me at how good these people are. I've tried drawing before. I know this might be shocking, but I'm worse than Matt. I'm worse than Matt.
Impossible.
I couldn't do Carl. That's a masterclass compared to me. But enough of me. Let's talk about this game. We're going on to Circuit Royale. We see Kilo coming in for Sam. Not too surprising. This is a map that I think, with all the changes that are coming in, with all the patches, this is the map that I expect to stay the most the same. I would expect to see Kilo coming on that Widow matchup against Gurio just because of those really long sidelines.
Oh yeah, makes a whole lot of sense. It's good. I'm glad we're seeing a little bit of Circuit Royale too, Scott, because it's very much been dominated by Sigma, but with the new patch coming in, I wonder if it does change anything for any teams. We saw London a little bit last time around, not obviously on last series, but when they played this in the previous patch and Kickoff Clash, they were just trying to force that brawl, and it was working out for them more often than not. I want to see if any teams coming up with some wacky stuff. Okay. I'm thinking of the shock when I think Circuit Royale, I think proper Bastion. Is that going to happen? Probably not, but it could. Maybe. We'll see.
Just asking for the wheels out here. I think it is a good counter to the rush. So if the Dallas Fuel do come out on the rush, which they already have in this series so far, I could see it coming out from proper. But I doubt it to see both of those teams do it. From the looks of these lineups that the Dallas Fuel is walking out, this is what we expect. That Widow Hangzhou just high damage through these corridors, making it impossible for the offensive team to walk forward. So this will be interesting to see how the Dallas Fuel match up, because so far I feel like they've been losing to themselves with compositions a little bit, but this is the first skill matchup that we're going to see. Is Chio going to be proficient on that Zenyatta? Because that seems to be the biggest thing going for the Shock right now.
Really? Are you really doing this? Are you really doing...
Always.
Why are you interrupting Finn's performance, Violet?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Okay, well.
Come on, Violet.
We expect better from you. The elder of the team, we're expecting better from you. Come on now. All right, okay. The Shock, they're running proper on the Tracer. No double sniper for San Francisco.
I actually like this, because I think it can be difficult to play the Hangzhou on attack. Ooh. Close shot there from Kilo onto Gurio on that jump shot. Proper's actually going to move over to the Genji, seeing the double sniper here as well. Oh, Chio's in an awkward spot right now, but Gurio recovering fire.
A little bit more of an awkward one, I think. That was really nice. I mean, we talked about Gurio at the start of the series, Scott, and I said, well, like, he was a little bit streaky on the Widowmaker in the kickoff clash. He had some very nice moments, but he did struggle just a little bit. I think this is time for redemption.
Yeah, and I think he did have some good performances. Yeah, there it is. And this is starting to aid into that as well. I want to see him absolutely find his footing, because he did say he was nervous in his earlier matches, but he seems to be comfortable. Harbin stepping up a little bit to Kaluj with that confidence and goes down, and then that's going to snowball for the San Francisco Shock. And look at how far the card is already. With how late the Dallas Fuel members are dying, are they going to get another clean recontest on this first point?
They've got Lucio, so they can't speed. At least they're able to get the high ground ASAP. But yeah, it looks rather tough for the Dallas Fuel to get a decent position in defending here. And is Harbin even going to jump down? He's got to, right? I mean, he's got to? There he is, okay.
Yeah, he's going to drop down. Gurio's got that angle. Oof. Violet on the Baptiste is something gets
there it is.
And he gets
okay,
caught here.
Nice shot from Kilo, though. They do trade, but support for a DPS, I'll take that any day of the week if I'm the Fuel. Spawn's not bad either. There you go. Sights activated. Kilo close to his. Feel like I normally wait for my opponent to use their sights, then I counter sights, but Gurio's feeling himself right now.
As you have to if you're an Overwatch League Widowmaker. You can't give anyone respect. Harbin's putting pressure onto Kaluj, getting so low in that room, but the Kilo infra sights come out a little bit later, as you said, so they do have
pretty low. Can't really use a lot of his sights now. Nice flux by Harbin. Kaluj was sent pretty low, so actually just died in the air. Good defense so far for the Dallas Fuel. Gurio using that window to such great effect, but the blade from Proper is going to be nice. There's one, there's two. Can he find a third? He jumps up to the high ground, a little bit lost and confused, but it's okay because Gurio tried to touch the payload. Proper clutches up there at the very last moment.
Great play by Proper, showing why he wants to play that Genji. When you have that ultimate and there's no Transcendence up from Chio, you can just go absolutely crazy. But I want to highlight Violet here. He got slammed a lot last year for getting picked first when Baptiste was played so much. His positioning is very aggressive and he does a lot of jumping and he gets picked. And that was a common trend on that first point that we saw just there, getting caught out. I understand he's a bloodthirsty support, but he needs to be able to stay alive, especially against these pick compositions.
All right, Edison's got the Dragons in hand. So Flux from Kalush. What a shot, I mean.
Again.
Whew. Yeah, getting picked first, maybe not the topic we should have started on there. Not the best, maybe cursed him just a little bit. That's unfortunate. I mean, sometimes you can't really help it with the Hangzhous. They just kind of peek and then you're dead. Rough stuff. All right, Kalush actually still going to commit here, Scott. Flux, however, instantly lands. Kalush going pretty low, has to use that suck to try and eat all that damage, turn it into overshield, and now they're still pushing forward. With one person down, they don't really seem to care. It was very quick for Proper to get back, though. Switching over to the Genji, or Violet to get back, I should say.
Chio having great presence of mind there, recognizing they don't need the Transcendence, so that's going to be awesome for them going into this next fight. He can potentially save it for the next time Proper just tries to pull that blade.
There's no nano boost for the blade either. Dragons in the corner. Nice reactions from Violet. They're jumping straight over. He was crouched that whole time, I could imagine. Violet's Immortality field being burnt already. Transcendence forward, they're just going to go straight in. Gurio may be in a little bit of trouble in the back line, but Proper's going to get quickly turned on. Kalush instantly goes down, but Violet finding a little bit of extra damage. But, oh, hang on a second. Wait, they're just kicking him. They're kicking him to the spawn. Finn just kicked Harbin all the way down the stairs. Okay, well, never thought I'd see that. But still finding this small corridor against the Hangzhou, maybe not so great. The Dallas Fuel, with very close spawns, are able to get back to the payload rather quickly.
Support players rejoicing around the world, realizing that we can now push the tanks around. We've been bullied for so many years, and I'm watching Zenyatta's rubbing their hands together. So it's actually high damage output as well, because it's not just the push from the kick now, it's actually 50% more damage, which goes to 45 if my math is correct. So that is a good amount of consistent damage if you can kick them into that wall. But we're running out of time for the San Francisco Shock. Minute and a half left. They have the ultimates coming up. Can Proper go crazy with the blade?
Go a little bit crazy. Yes, he can. What a flick onto Fielder's head. There's the blade from Proper. Oh, Edison died to Violet across map. No dash reset for you, unfortunately. Nice reflect. Nope, didn't end up, it connected, I think, but Kilo ended up finishing him off.
And Kilo showing why he is on this roster on the Widowmaker, absolutely popping off with the value of those visors. And they've got through the second point. There are 2.5 left. And this third point has been a point that's been very difficult to push, especially if you're playing these pick compositions on the attack, because it's very hard to dislodge the Dallas Fuel from the high ground. There's so many opportunities. You can see the Shock trying to walk up here, and the Dallas Fuel, they can hold this corner, look for a pick, but then they can concede it and go further back, and they can keep stepping back further and further and further. They don't even want to contest with the first half of this third point.
There's both fluxes available. Harbin gets solar fluxed. I mean, that's an easy lamp and a couple of heals thrown his way. Not too much of a problem. You just don't want to face Zen in this situation, ideally. I mean, he just runs at you. There's the window to force the San Francisco Shock back. A rock around the corner too. Harbin's got the flux still in hand, but choosing not to use it. Yeah, the San Francisco Shock are way happy with this. I mean, we're just going to move the payload for free.
Oh. I don't think you're too unhappy with the Dallas Fuel. Never mind, you're very unhappy. Kilo is on the wildest flank. He's ended up in the Dallas Fuel backline.
He's at the spawn doors. Nice flux. Kilo's going to die to this, and then the slam comes out. There it is, just in time. A Transcendence on top. Both big support ultimates and abilities used already from the San Francisco Shock, so they need to end this fight now. A minute to go. Finn, Proper, and Kalush cleaning up. And the Shock pushing through third point basically for free there, Scott. End up completing Circuit Royale.
I said they could give up the first half for free, but not the second half. That was a little, maybe too aggressive from the Dallas Fuel. They wanted to punish Kalush for that almost greedy flux. Here we had Harbin and Fielder trying to push towards him, and that entire time, Kilo routed all the way towards the Dallas Fuel spawn and gets a couple of crucial picks. And that's a minute and 14 left on the clock. Circuit Royale is a very difficult map to finish, and San Francisco Shock has finished with time. So the Dallas Fuel, once again, coming up short and looking for answers.
Very nice stuff already, and I'm liking the adaptation too. Switching over to that Genji, really So really, it's just like a thorn in the side for the Widowmakers, and you end up, if you distract the enemy Widowmaker for long enough, your Widow can do a whole bunch more with the space that's garnered. You know what, Scott? I'm actually super glad I was so wrong in my early anticipation of how Genji was going to be in this game. Oh, what a shot. Very nice. I was like, yeah, Genji's not going to be that great. Like, it takes longer to get ult charge now, and Genji's so ult reliant, and then people started playing him from day one. I'm like, all right, I was wrong. Thank God for that, because I love Genji, and I love watching blades and stuff, you know? So I'm glad I was so wrong.
I think he's in a really good spot right now as well. He has his niche. I don't think he's as good at flanking as the Tracers, but especially against these hit scans and the characters that he can dash onto in one tap. Genji seems to have that value, and he's not as reliant on the Nano Blade as he has been in the past. So really cool to see. We're going to have Gurio come out on the Widow and Edison on the Genji, a hero that we don't really know him for so far in his Overwatch League career.
Yeah, against the double sniper of the Shock. Edison with a quick little double jump.
Oh, make sure the mouse pad's good.
Yeah, he looked like he was wiping it down there. It's just like, all right, okay, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
Oh, and... Oh, no, he's good. He's good. Can't double jump anymore, though.
But look at the space that's garnered for the fuel. Just because of Edison getting over that corner, the Shock have to respect that, and they disengage.
Ooh, what a
Go back
shot.
to this first corner. Oh, Kilo again.
Dude, his aim is so crispy. It's kind of disgusting. Nice little body shot. Dodges out of the way at Gurio. Gurio go for the repeat. Not going to happen. Takes out Finn, though. Jesus.
Oh.
All right, Gurio really making me eat my own words. Said he wasn't looking so great in the kickoff clash, but now really that confidence level just boosted, I think. And maybe it was the nerves on Landscott.
Yeah, I've liked what I've seen from him so far in this match. You know, it hasn't been perfect, but he's been getting the important picks against a high-caliber player like Kilo, who's also been no slouch in this match. So playing that aggressive style, he covered off the fuel, and now they're able to hold on to that space. So now it's going to be who's going to get the opening pick, because still nobody's up to the ultimates, but Kaluj is close to that flux.
See another one from you, Kilo, or Gurio. What have you got for us? Edison dashing onto a flank here. It's going to be rather annoying for Kaluj to deal with. However, that flux is coming online for the Shock. Kilo not quite finding the enemy Widow. Slow and steady, both teams right now.
I'm curious to see how Kaluj uses this flux. He's been very
the shot
with
another grapple shot onto Gurio. That's the second time that it's happened. Gurio goes for something really aggro. Again, confidence kind of just oozing out of him right now, but Kilo is there to keep him in check. Discord Orb and a body shot to finish Chio. And again, because it is slow and steady, Scott, there's a lot of time being burned. Got a minute and about 30 seconds remain by the time they get back to that payload.
Yeah, Gurio goes for the aggressive grapple, gets punished for it. I think he has to go for that though, right? Otherwise, he's just holding angles that he's never going to be able to find valuable picks. But now we're going into the big ultimate fight. Everyone has them all up. How are we going to see them used? I expect to see both teams start out with the Fluxes. How are they going to respond with their defensive ultimates?
Yeah, maybe we see some Flux Dragons as a potential.
Yeah.
Classic.
Interestingly enough, Violet doesn't have the ultimate. He's on the Baptiste for defensive, but the lamp could allow Finn to hold on to that.
Everything is happening at once. Two Fluxes, there's the Transcendence, double sights and the Dragons. 17 ultimates thrown in. Who comes out on top? Don't know, because no one's dying. There we go, finally. Edison with a nice kill onto Proper with the blade. That over health, though, and that Transcendence healing from Fielder is going to be do them some good. Finally, some revenge from Gurio. Finn is still kicking Hanbin away, but actually gave him the high ground advantage. Unfortunately for Kaluj, the rest of his team were torn apart, and the San Francisco Shock, they're unable to hold that first point. It took Dallas Fuel a fair amount of time. Was that an air shot? I think that was. I just saw the...
That would have been Gurio.
Yeah,
was on the way
okay,
up.
got to see that one, definitely. All right, let's see the revenge from Gurio here. Ooh.
He gets another one here as well, which opened up the fight. He gets two more towards the end of the fight that helped the Dallas Fuel close it out. So Gurio definitely coming up clutch, trying to match Kilo in this one. But that was an all Q's fight, so now we go into a dry one. That kill by Proper did slow the movement from the Fuel, but unfortunately, they are getting that position already.
Oh. Another shot.
It's the story of the Widowmakers right now.
It very much feels like a ranked game when only the Widowmakers are playing right now. Only the Widows are doing things. All right, another jump shot. Ooh, a little spin. Makes your head harder to hit. Also disorientates you if you're a little bit lightheaded.
This can be so difficult as the attacking team trying to weave up here because the shot can take so many different angles and you have to make this upside. You can see Edison here on the right just trying to climb up, force the shock to look at him, give his team space. As you can see, Kaluj takes the rock. That might be the opening they need.
Might be Kaluj now with the Flux in hand. Harbin likewise. There it is. Flux up. Lamp available for Violet, but he gets taken out of the skies by Fielder. The Lamp did go down and save Finn's life for the time being, and now the San Francisco Shock gonna have to rely on Finn getting that Transcendence in time. Unfortunately, the lack of healing now, as Finn is the only one up, does mean Proper and Kilo end up going down. DPS dead for the Shock, and the Transcendence to try and touch that point before it gets to the second checkpoint. Sights activated from the Dallas Fuel. They know exactly where they're attacking and exactly where the Shock are right now. And that window on the sidelines for the Shock's going to be good. Straight through the window. Chio did not expect that damage from those spheres. Gurio in a very, very unwinnable position as the Widowmaker. They end up getting cleaned up, and a nice clutch Transcendence from Finn to keep them in that fight.
I thought it might have been a little greedy, thinking they weren't going to be able to reinforce, but they get to the point, and Hanbin just evaporates on the back of that Baptiste window. And that's all of a sudden, Dallas Fuel used a lot of things to try and get into that fight, and they got to make this slow crawl up this winding staircase again.
This consistency with headshots is kind of a match right now, is Kilo. All right, Sights, Dragons, that's what's available for the Shock, not so much the Fuel. They've got to get that blade. Oh my God, again, dude. Proper and Kilo having the game or the series of their lives right now. He's going to take the Gurio 1v1. Gurio knows something's happening. There you go. Venom Mine triggered. Means he's exposed. Dragons from Proper going to split up the team, and now is the time to go. Harm been in a lot of trouble. Already used the E to try and absorb the damage, and it wasn't quite enough. It's 15 seconds to go. Shock looking for their revenge now, Scott, and Kalush even has that Flux in his back pocket. It's as unwinnable almost right now. Kilo again, just popping heads left, right, and center. Goes for the grapple, doesn't find another kill. He don't need it though. The Shock wiping Dallas Fuel off the map. The series is theirs. A nice bit of sweet revenge, and it's made even sweeter because they are 7-0 in the regular season now.
Whew. Has been coming in chat from Kalush. Talking the trash, the self-proclaimed best Sigma. Hey, he put up a great performance, but I can't just say that was a Sigma diff. Proper and Kilo proving why the San Francisco Shock are going to be dominant in a sniper meta. They were just getting pick after pick, not allowing the Dallas Fuel to do anything, and looking strong, while Dallas Fuel looking a little lost in their first match of the tournament once again.
Yeah, really, really tough. And diving into a brand new patch like this, of course they have time to prepare, but sometimes when Shock throws your left hook like that, you can't really block it too well. And yeah, like you said, Proper and Kilo just absolutely destroying. It was a Widowmaker game. That was it. That was Circuit Royale. It was just Widowmaker POV almost the entire time. A little bit of Hangzhou as well there. I would like to see a couple of those Proper kills with the arrows. Like, he was hitting some air shots on Gurio. Stuff you don't normally see. And yeah, the double sniper on that map still reigns supreme.
Yeah, if anyone asks, Hanzo is not the counter to Widowmaker. People in my ranked games, not everyone is Proper.
But if I hit a headshot, Scott,
a different breed.
She dies.
Jack.
Scott.
No, Jack. I know you want to do it, but you're not going to do it. Okay, it's impressive to see the Shock at their full power. I think they didn't have that flexibility in the previous tournament, leaned on that Winston, but the flexibility of them being able to move Proper onto any hero is coming up aces for them so
Unfortunately, no
far.
Bastion for Proper, but he does get the player of the match, of course. I mean, the guy can do everything, like you said. The Tracer on Lijiang Tower, just carrying some of those fights, finding 5 kills sometimes. His Hangzhou looks fantastic. And just everything else he ends up picking up. Like his Sojourn, he had a nice clip on too. Like, prodigy DPS player right here. Are we really shocked? And that's something you said right here, Scott, in fact. Are we really shocked at this point that we're seeing big numbers from Proper and player of the matches like this? I don't think we are. No one should be shocked. He is a superstar.
No one is ever shocked. The haters of the Proper MVP train before the season began are starting to question themselves, because he has just been so incredible on everything that he's touched. He just puts up highlight reel after highlight reel, as you said. Like, it's so impressive to see him do it on so many other heroes as well. But I like everything from the Shock. Look at these numbers. The pulse bomb attach rate, only 4 deaths, and that's hard to do, not die that much in a meta like this. We talked about how Zenyatta has gotten a lot beefier. They've been at the gym lifting the weights. It's harder for a Tracer to deal with that, but Proper says no problem.
Yeah, and we saw in the first series of the day, sometimes, especially with that right-click area increase, the beam is a bit thicker now. It's a little bit easier to headshot Tracers. Like we saw, just Tracer double blinking into a Sojourn, then, beam to the head, and you're dead. Like, that's what you need to do if you're a Tracer right now. Just dodge in, weave out of the beams, and 4 deaths per 10, and then almost getting 10 final blows per 10. Like, what more can you really ask for?
Yeah.
Superstar for sure. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Another banging series coming up after this. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by San Francisco Sharks, one and only Violet. Hello, Violet. Violet 선수 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. Hello.
Hello. Right. Well, this was a quick and easy. Why are you laughing? 왜 웃어요?
아, 너무 무뚝뚝하게 말한 것 같아가지고 아닙니다.
All right. All right. Violet says that he was just laughing because he thought he was a little too stiff, his answer. But you weren't. You were great. So let's just quickly talk about this match. This was a quick, easy 3-0 for the San Francisco Shock. How did you guys prepare for your match against the Dallas Fuel? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 경기 3대0으로 좀 어떻게 보면 좀 쉽게 달라스를 이제 해치우셨는데 오늘 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
아무래도 이번에 제냐타랑 바티스트가 버프를 먹으면서 저희가 원래 강하다고 생각했던 조합이 투 서브 힐러 조합 제냐타 바티스트였는데 마침 그게 두 개가 동시 버프가 먹으면서 이번 델러스전 좀 쉽게 가겠다. 왜냐면 저희가 델러스 상대로 자리아 조합이 졌는데 뭐 자리아 해도 제냐타 바티스트도 이길 수 있다 생각했고 뭐 그냥 좀 쉽게 이길 거라 생각했던 것 같아요. 이번 메타는.
이번 메타는. Alright. So going into today's match, we knew that the Zen and Baptiste buff was going to come in, and because of that, we always thought that the two sub healer composition that we were using was always going to be good, and we were actually really happy that both Zen and Baptiste got the buff because we were sort of thinking about using both of them, and now they have the buff, so it really worked out for our team. So because of that, against the Dallas Fuel, we were predicting that this match was going to go in our favor and it was going to be a lot easier. And even if we didn't know what composition the Dallas Fuel were going to come out with, but even if they were going to come out with the Zarya composition, we were pretty sure that if we could run the Zen Bap, then it was going to be an easy win for the San Francisco Shock and also for this meta as well. All right. Talking about the composition and talking about healers and supports, I feel like I want to ask you about the Moira pick on Lijiang Garden. I think it was something that a lot of people were very surprised and very interested. I just want to ask you, how did you come up with the Moira pick in Lijiang Garden? 자, 두 번째 질문은 방금 이제 힐러진의 얘기가 나와서 여쭤보고 싶은 게 생겼는데 이번에 리장 정원에서 이제 바일러 선수가 모이라를 픽을 하시고 이게 제가 봤을 때 그 조합이 젠 모이라 볼 이렇게 좀 갔었는데 이게 저희가 한 번도 본 적이 없어서 좀 되게 좀 신선한 조합이라고 생각을 해서 그거에 대한 좀 설명 좀 부탁드릴게요.
한번 스크림에서 이제 러쉬 조합 상대로 바티스트가 좀 살기 힘든 그런 맵들이나 구간이 있어가지고 제가 리테이크 때 한번 모이라로 바꿨는데 되게 잘 통하더라고요. 야타 피가 225 된 것도 있고 이제 저희가 볼을 쓰다 보니까 뭐 볼이 갈 때 같이 모이라 앞으로 가다가 뒤로도 갈 수 있고 뭐 약간 좀 유동적으로 할 수 있다 생각해서 기용을 했던 것 같습니다. 근데 대회 때는 좀 잘 안 돼가지고 좀 아쉽긴 합니다.
Alright, so during scrims, when we're going up against a rush composition, there were certain maps or certain parts of map that Baptiste wasn't really viable. It was really hard to survive with the Baptiste. So that's when we sort of thought of the Moira. And, along with Moira, and because we were using the ball composition, you have a lot of mobility. You can move in with the ball as a Moira, and you could also back out as well. So I thought it was a really good and very smart composition that we came up with, but it is sort of unfortunate that it didn't work quite well against the Dallas Fuel today. All right, last question for you, Violet. I think I do have to talk about this. San Francisco Shock is I think they're one of the top teams that we have in the West right now. You guys have been doing very well in the qualifiers for the kickoff prior to Kickoff Clash. But unfortunately in the Kickoff Clash tournament, things really didn't go well for you guys. Was there a takeaway lesson for the San Francisco Shock after the Kickoff Clash tournament? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 이제 센쇼크는 당연히 좀 강팀 중에 하나이고 항상 잘해왔지만은 아쉽게도 이번에 킥오프 클래시 토너먼트에서 좀 아쉬운 모습을 좀 많이 보여줬던 것 같아요. 네. 바이러 선수가 보시기에 좀 킥오프 클래시 토너먼트를 통해서 좀 배운 점이 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
킥오프 클래시 이번 플레이오프 때 오프라인 경기로 하게 되었는데 아무래도 오랜만에 하다 보니까 좀 그거에 대해 적응을 좀 못했던 그런 게 있어서 다음 오프라인 경기 때는 이번 경험을 토대로 좀 더 집중된 모습을 보여줄 수 있지 않을까 싶어서 네 그렇습니다.
알겠습니다. Alright, I mean the Kickoff Clash tournament. It was Kickoff Clash tournament. It was a LAN event that we haven't. It's been a while. It's been some time that we played an offline event, and because of that, we weren't really used to the offline environment. So I think the takeaway lesson that for the San Francisco Shock was that going to the next LAN event, I think because now we have the experience, I think we will definitely be able to put out a better performance for our fans and everyone else. All right, Violet, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, congratulations on the win today against the Dallas Fuel. 자, 이거로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 승리 너무나도 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 땡큐.
바이바이.
Thank you so much, Violet. Congratulations to the San Francisco Shocks and everyone who had their back in their pick'ems. I was one of them. And that was solely based on their Kickoff Clash experience. So I gotta say, right, sure, launch it. Let's go with that excuse. Why shall we? No, all jokes aside, I mean, they're clearly back to their dominant selves. That was a very solid 3-0, and they showed that they have clearly a good grasp of what they want to play in this current meta. Whereas I felt like the Dallas Fuel, very much like you predicted, Danny. They came into this and were trying things out and then didn't really feel committed to anything they played per se here in Force.
Yeah, I think for Dallas Fuel, it's especially rough because they relied so heavily on the starter composition last stage, right? So a bit of an adjustment phase here now for the Dallas Fuel, and I think will allow them that. We best to keep in mind, of course, that they got 3-0'd by the Houston Outlaws in the very first match of the season. And where did they place in the tournament? Well, they got second place. So they're allowed to be 3-0'd at the first match of each stage, right, if you are the Dallas Fuel. But going back to the compositional thing, you can't play the Zarya anymore with the support changes and even the tank changes, of course. So it forces the Dallas Fuel to adapt. Fearless here playing the Doomfist for a little bit for this team. Gurio was more consistent in the lineup, not only playing the Widowmaker, but also stuff like Tracer, like Sombra, for example. So I think it's quite obvious, and Costa mentioned it on the cast a couple times, that this is the Dallas Fuel team that is sort of trying to figure out who they are here in the mid-season madness qualifiers. And it's probably going to take them some time, right? But meanwhile, the San Francisco Shock, Danny, they looked extremely on point.
I'm liking it. Also,
liking it?
I'm liking it a lot. And I just want to say, every time I see Proper, I'm just amazed each and every time this guy plays. Like, he's so good on the Tracer, he's so good on the Soldier, he's so good on the Genji. And we haven't seen him on Sojourn, but we saw today he's really good. I'm now curious to see if there's any DPS hero that Proper can't play. Like, that's gonna be a little side game for me. Like, a little game for me. Is there...
he does seem to be a jack of all trades and also a master of all of those.
Yeah.
So good for him. I have to say, though, if we're looking at the position, I was actually very impressed with Gurio's performance. I'm glad we got to see a little more out of him, not just a Widowmaker. I think he had a good showing on other heroes now as well, and that bodes well, I guess, for the team heading into the rest of this very qualifier.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting conversation to have about the Dallas Fuel, because if they were any other team, we'd be like, well, Gurio put up some good numbers, had a good impact in this game as well, and really stepped up from his Kickoff Clash performances. But it's the Dallas Fuel. Are we supposed to expect like excellency from this team at all times? Do we, after this 0-3 loss, do we go like, well, maybe they shouldn't be able to, or maybe they shouldn't play Gurio. Maybe you should, rely on players like Sparkle, Edison, Doha that are established, and we know they can play at an elite level against some of the best teams in the world, but we haven't truly seen that from Gurio yet. So I think against any other team in the league, we would be very impressed with Gurio's performance here in this match. But this is the Dallas Fuel. You gotta play at a very high level. So Gurio will have to prove to us consistently that he is not the problem. I don't want to say he was the problem today by any means.
Kind of sounds like you're saying.
Careful.
Hey. I'm not saying Gurio is the problem.
No, I know where you're coming from.
He has to live up to a high level.
Exactly, and I think there's a lot of pressure on Gurio, obviously, and I do love that the team keeps him in, just because
he's so talented.
Exactly, he is so talented, and they know that if they give him the time of the day, and if he gets those reps in, he will excel. He will get better, and that's 100%. What you need, right? You can't just pop someone in and then pop someone out and have that constant change, because you never really give them an opportunity to get better. So it's good that we get to see so much of Gurio. I'm clearly he is improving and the team is meshing. But as you said, Danny, you're starting on a little flame here, the Dallas Fuel, and they'll progress accordingly.
We've seen that happen in stage 1 as well. After they lost to Houston Outlaws, what happened? And then they were like, okay, time to go to business. All right, let's just win this, win that, win this. Okay, and then we'll end up second.
It's very easy. It's simple math. Now our next match, that was a tough one to predict. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe Custer's hatred and loathing for the Washington Justice influenced me. I don't know. Maybe this is entirely on him. Neither Washington nor NYXL have been. How should I say that? Consistent.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
Gee, that came from you.
Wow, Johnny.
I said consistent. He said good. Jonathan, have you been impressed with either of those two teams?
I think there are two teams in flux. They are learning, improving as they go. The Overwatch League is a journey. It's a long series of events, and you have to consistently improve on your performances. And Washington Justice, they oscillate a bit more, whereas New York Excelsior, they're kind of steadily. We'd like to see this upward trajectory kick in here now. And one thing that I didn't really anticipate, I suppose, when I predicted this matchup, is that Kellan is actually a really good wrecking ball as well. So if they wanted to play something like the Shock just did with Mikey on the wrecking ball, then New York Excelsior, they could certainly do so. They have two flex supports, of course, Gangnam Jin and Myeonbong, so maybe the Baptiste Sen composition favors them as well. I know I predicted the Washington Justice, but I'm kind of second-guessing myself here now, Zoe, and I'm worried because New York could be good here.
It could be good. They could be good. Well, you know what? I really want to get the thought of no other than Mr. Custard himself. He's joined by the Fish. So let's hear what he has to say about this matchup.
The Fish.
The fish and Custard. Custard Fish.
Scott? Words? Like what? Loathing? Seething hatred for justice?
Loathing? Well, okay. I think this is being blown out of proportion. Yes, I've been disappointed by Justice 1 time, 2 time, 3 times. I've lost count at this point. Okay. And yes, I do not predict them for that reason, but they have had some good performances. They made it to the kickoff clash. The question is always, when you go into a new tournament cycle, is, are the Washington Justice going to be good for this cycle? Well, I don't know. And that's why I went with the New York Excelsior, because I agree with Johnny. I think that the New York Excelsior could be good in this given match.
They have been disappointing, though. They're 1-5 currently, and the season record, not great. And man, okay, it's frustrating, okay? I look at New York Excelsior, I'm like, man, that team is cool. They have sick branding. I'm like, oh, damn, New York is so cool. It's like the cool kid in your class or whatever. You're like, God, why can't I be that cool?
You're always exactly like, oh man, I want to be that guy. Yeah,
it's like, man, their clothes are so cool. You know what I mean? Their hairstyle's so cool. And I'm like, your players are sick. Yaki, Flora, Cullen, Myeonbong, Gamnanjin, a lot of these players who have been around for a fair while at this point, Flora has been stepping up, in previous seasons at least. Yaki has been very good when he was on Mayhem. They did have that massive, down swing, but Yaki as an individual player, what? How are you 1-5 right now, New York Excelsior? How? It just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but maybe Johnny's right. We are transitioning into this new kind of meta, and Kellan is a pretty good ball player. We've seen it from him in the past. So this could be their time where they break away from that 1-5.
Absolutely. And if they want to go the route of what the Florida Mayhem did, if you look back to the first match of the series, they played the Wrecking Ball, double flex support in the backline, and then a Tracer Sojourn. That's literally almost everyone on their favorite heroes for the New York Excelsior. My biggest complaint for them is that they don't have flexibility. But you don't need flexibility if you can just play the heroes that you want to and that you like anyway. So I'm looking at NYXL. I want to see this Excelsior team improve from last. They have to from the 1 and 5. Otherwise, we're going to start worrying about the direction of this roster. Because they just dropped Vulcan. They don't have any subs left in the bank.
See, Yaki's even got the top knot going on. You see what I mean about Inkul?
Yeah, he's so handsome.
I can't pull it off. I've always wanted to, but there's just no way it's not going to happen. Okay, we need to. Okay, let's move on. Justice. Otherwise, you're just going to go down to a rabbit hole and we're just going to be here forever in the pregame. Let's talk about the Justice, though. They're currently 3-3 in the season overall. Again, another roster that's been, literally middle of the pack right now. My favorite thing about this roster, though, is Kalios and his journey from the Boston Uprising in the very beginning of the Overwatch League in the inaugural season, straight back down to Open Division, then Trials, then Contenders, then straight back in the league again. It's like one of my favorite come-up stories of the Overwatch League. He's starting in the tank role. We have Krillin, of course, no longer rocking the mullet, unfortunately. Opener, Decay, and Assassin. And I think you're right in saying, Scott, which Justice are going to show up. We're in a new tournament cycle now, so will, the quote-unquote playoff Justice end up stepping up to the plate now?
Okay, my first question when I see this roster is, where's Happy? Where, what feels like in a hit scan meta, range shooting meta, I want to see Happy in the lineup. I'm happy to see DK back. He's someone who went missing in the Kickoff Clash playoffs. He tends to do that from time to time, but he's back. We'll see what form he is in. But we move over to Ilios, and I'm curious to see what the Washington Justice have cooking up, because I don't really understand the direction they're going to go with the players they have in right now.
You know what's a really silly reference that I just kind of thought of in my head? When Decay does go kind of missing, and this is so I'm thinking maybe he's the bus driver. I know we joked before, the bus driver back in the day, the Mayhem, right? But you're on the bus, everybody gets on the bus, right? The Washington bus, and then Decay's driving, and he's popping off throughout the entire season, or the run up to the tournament, and then he says, okay, arrived at the tournament, ding ding, doors open, everybody just everybody off, and then Decay drives off, you know what I mean? But we just need Decay to more consistently play in these playoff situations. We know he's a super clutch player, but maybe this is the meta where they, again, just force themselves into a playoff situation, get that playoffs Decay going, and end up clapping. Because what me and you talked about in the break, Scott, was this meta, I think, is extremely good for DPS players that like to play a little bit more solo. And I think Decay is the perfect example of that. His Tracer just being on his own in the back line of another team, just getting an orb every now and then, a pack every now and then to keep him sustained, but he can just sit and do what he wants.
All right, so we see these teams come out now, and we actually have a different Assassin on the Widow. Is a thonker for me, but let's see how he's going to be able to pull this one off, while Flora is going to stick to that Hangzhou. Both playing the Sigma, but New York Excelsior leaning towards the Brigitte instead of the Baptiste from Opener.
Okay. Oh, Kalios got rocked there. Nice use of the lamp to keep him alive, however it does die. They're going to be down that, and it's going to be hard for them to push on the point. It's being contested, however, with Kellen, Gangnam Jim, and Singh in the back line, just doing what Myunbong does best. Yeah, Krillin ends up going down. It is a bit of a thinker, having an Assassin on the Widowmaker, Scott, but you almost have to play on this map, or at least most of the time, I feel. So, maybe they were hoping they go to the other points of Ilios, not necessarily this one.
It has to be, right? Because Assassin is, out of your 3 DPS players, the 3rd string Widowmaker. So it's weird to have him in this situation. We're going to see something else, but that doesn't matter. He's in for this map. He needs to be on the Widowmaker. We need to see him find some value. He has not found any just yet.
He's halfway to ult, but, it's just a couple of body shots. That was a timing issue. Ooh, dear. That could have been disastrous from Myunbong. He doesn't know how lucky he is. Yaki with the pulse bomb. Excelsior doing a fair good job, though, of just sticking themselves on the point, just pushing Kalios off time and time again. So many cooldowns have been burnt already. The lamp from Opener is going to be key to keeping Kalios alive on the point. Decay's got a pulse bomb in hand. This could be the opening that they are looking for. Lamp has been used from Opener. Flora takes it out, and there you go. Gangnam Jin, Kellen, dead already. Decay now needs to clean on up. He shouldn't need to use the pulse. Should be fairly easy from here, and they get the flip.
Haven't been able to get Flora out.
Okay. Flora finds 2.
Flora's opening this up a lot.
Dragons. Okay. Now he just needs to look. one on white. Assassin? I don't know about the 1v1 in the small corridor against the Hangzhou. Don't know about that one, Sunny Jin. Nice little headshot onto Kalios. This looks like an easy cleanup. Flora staying alive throughout that whole fight, Scott. That was disaster for the Justice. Oh, here you go.
Oh,
here's
my. Flora has been a player that we saw great things from in the NYXL rebuild, and that's why he was the only player retained from that era. And he hasn't really had that level of impact that we saw from him, but he has been opening up. But Krillin says otherwise, gets the first pick onto Flora.
Big opening pick. Nice little right click, or maybe a couple of just normal orbs to the dome. Yaki in a little bit of trouble. However, that rally is going to serve Excelsior quite well. Decay still looking for this pulse target. That over health built up rather quickly. In fact, a lot being burnt from Excelsior. They burn the Transcendence to try and get rid of a lot of that damage that Kalios output with the Flux. Yaki's pulse bomb gets eaten up by that ultimate other ability. Nice stick from Decay. Gets slammed down to the ground and going so low. Kellen controlling this high ground to an absolute T right now, and Excelsior get pushed off the point. 99% now to 20 on the Justice. It's Decay and Yaki. They're the ones that are picking up the kills. Excelsior might just find the flip. The Justice have to get back in time now. Someone's got a touch.
Assassin off of the Widow onto the Sombra to try and get in. Kalios over to the Doomfist. Decay does get the touch but force the recall. If he can stay alive, this
Assassin
could be
in, then quickly out. Kalios has come back on the Doomfist. Nice little rock, actually. And Immortality field forced already. Flora's free-firing from the back line. Someone's going to stop him from doing these things. Like, you've got to stop him getting off the high ground. Just stop him from getting these angles. A nice little shot onto Kalios, ends his life, and there you go. You know, New York Excelsior claim round 1.
I like the look of this Flora Hangzhou. Something that I wasn't expecting as much Hangzhou with all the changes, expecting more Sojourn, but he's making me a fan of it. If you can get that consistent damage output, it's hard to play against. So now we get to see what's been cooking up for the Washington Justice, because Assassin on the Widow didn't perform as we kind of expected. Why is he here on this map? Looking like the Echo, I doubt to see the Pharaoh.
Doesn't feel like a decent pick, but the Echo's been doing fairly well, Scott. Again, another hero that can play just these off angles if you so choose. Could be pretty tough to deal with if you don't have a dedicated hit scan. Speaking of which, though, Flora's going to be running out on the Ash.
Interesting. New York Excelsior playing the APAC comp is what I would call this. They've been playing this a lot on Ilios, and the way this composition works is that you have the Zenyatta, the Mercy, the Ash, and the Echo, and that's just a ridiculous amount of damage that makes it impossible for anyone to get in. But somehow Krillin opens this up again on the Zenyatta from across the map.
How does that even happen? Okay, well, it's Flora that's supposed to have the advantage in that situation. Oh, Assassin trying to go for a little dive bomb onto Yaki. Nice beam damage. Ganojin's in a lot of trouble too. Double kill for Assassin. That's an achievement right there. Washington Justice end up finding the cap. Good opening pick from Krillin, and Assassin did the rest.
And that's why Assassin's here, doing what he needs to do. Instant switch from the Excelsior after that doesn't work. Flora and Gangnam Jin switch over. Here's the right click.
Nice. Double headshot with a spare orb to follow that up.
Love to see that.
Oh, yeah. Zen players empowered. Feels good. That's what I want to see, honestly, Scott. Just more Zen play. So then I can justify to myself why I play Zen. It's great stuff.
Are you trying to admit to everyone that you're a Zen?
No, couldn't be me. I play Honor too. 2-trick maybe. 2-trick.
Oh, 2-trick. Okay. But we do see Kellen on the Wrecking Ball, which Johnny highlighted in the break, that it is one of his heroes he's known for. He hasn't got any value so far, only at 45% ult charge, and they've already lost Myeongbong in his next
Kalios picking up the D.Va, a hero he's more well known for. I think the D.Va's so strong against this comp too. So much damage you can eat from Yaki, and even Myeongbong to be fair as well. It's pretty good at disrupting the backline. Nice pulse one from Decay. I say nice, I was trying to be nice. Washington Justice still control the point. NYXL control the point. They did manage to find the flip, but looks like a pretty easy cleanup, especially with Kellen going down. There's not much bodies you can put on the point, and Decay just running rampant, forcing Gangnam Jim away. Sticky Bombers will finish up, and Justice find the reflip. NYXL in a sticky situation, Scott, but they've got a lot of odds coming up. Copy available, maybe copy of Decay even. I mean, you could potentially copy Kalios too for some extra meat, extra health.
Yeah. Copying on Copping onto the D.Va is a very valuable one, at least it has been in the past. With the Echo changes, you only go to a maximum of 300 health, so it might not be as valuable. But you can see what the York Excelsior are trying to force the point, but the Justice are going aggressive.
There's a lot happening in this small room right now. All I know is that Transcend is keeping people alive. A copy on to the Tracer for Assassin. Can he get the post bomb online? Looks like he might be able to. He's 60% with a few seconds to go, but that shield doing a lot of work to stop him from actually doing anything. Actually has to back away. He was so close. Yaki now with the copy, earns himself a post, finds a little of nothing on the point, but it doesn't matter. As long as he's staying alive, that is the key for the Excelsior right now. 25% and building with a rally to back them up on the point. Currently using the Transcendence to try and get a little bit more done, and Gangnam says not today. He's just getting rounded about on, and Justice find the target and take him out. That rally over health not working now for the Excelsior. Justice looking to find the reflip once again.
You just look at the percentages, it seems like New York Excelsior have been in this round, but they haven't really. They haven't got close to winning a team fight so far. Haven't been able to crack the Washington Justice. And the Kellen Wrecking Ball, I'm going to hit it again, hasn't been able to get as much value as Kalios on the D.Va.
He's good. He didn't get booped off. That would have been disastrous, but that post bomb a little bit more so. Kalios with a nice eat. Flora not got that tool in his back pocket anymore. The Justice are in OT. They just need to kill off Excelsior to claim this round. The Justice have a post bomb, but that's just about it. If Opener can get this rally, it should be good. Kellen ends up going down, and now without a tank, Excelsior are more than vulnerable. Byungmon gets chased away and dodges back to the health pack, but look, there's too much health on the point for the Justice for Excelsior to do anything. That overhealth from Briggs still so good in Overwatch 2. They secure that round, and they're tying up Ilios now.
Yeah, much better look there from the Justice. And Assassin on that Echo got a lot of value, getting multiple copies, getting those executions, and the Excelsior, you could just tell their backline was just holed up in that mega health room for what felt like the entire round, unable to support Kellen, which then in turn made it more difficult. Now the question I have is, are they going to go back to that Echo Ash composition? Because this is the map that has really been popularized from the Eastern region. And we're going to see Kellen here. Might be him. Oh! Nothing left.
Yeah, couldn't take that turn quite nearly as cleanly as he thought he could. It looked like a small little boop there, but it felt like he himself didn't expect how fast he was going. Not sure. Unlucky. Unlucky.
Unlucky. Similar comps again, coming out from these two teams. Not on the Mercy Echo this time, just the flat Echo with the Brig. So how are these teams going to approach this? Both trying to get control. And this is something we haven't really touched on too much, but the Tracer play from Decay against Flora and Yaki. So Tracer is a hero Decay has been known for, but one of the reasons why we consider him to be an MVP level performer from time to time. He has shown up on that second round. He's going to need to continue here.
Oh,
Yaki's very low.
Oh, another couple of ticks there, and Assassin would have claimed Yaki's life. Wow, Kalios just gets burnt. It's not a position you really want to be in. Justice is kind of hard to hold with D.Va on this point, Scott. You know, ideally, you just kind of want to anchor down. Yeah. You want to be able to get onto the back line, but D.Va's got a little bit less mobility than the ball does. It feels a little bit tougher here for Kalios.
Especially on an Echo, right? If you get below half health, that beam is going to come out and just absolutely eviscerate you. So you can see the differences between the D.Va and the ball. The ball wants to play aggressive, while the D.Va wants to play defensively, and Kellen's going aggressive.
Kellen's super low, don't go down here. NYXL keeping him alive, only just manages to get back to that mega health bag with help of Myungbo and Gamno and Ginger spamming heals on him. All right, Flora's got a pulse, throws it in, hits the shield, does no damage. Shield dies, but you take that trade any day of the week. Decay with a pulse bomb of his own. Does he go for the ego one on Flora? It doesn't look like it. Maybe just trying to find Kellen in a rough spot, or maybe one of the supports. Yaki, luckily enough, has spotted Decay, called it out to the rest of his team, and now Gannon, Jim, and Myungbo can play a little bit more safe. But Yaki himself, unfortunately, goes down. Assassin still doing a fair bit of work on this Echo. Not quite near that ultimate, but helping Decay just rally people in this room. And the Washington Justice, they do force Excelsior off the point and finally start to cap.
I would have thrown in that pulse bomb about 20 times, but Decay smart enough to hold on to that one. Trying to win the Tracer 1v1 versus Flora, and they should be able to get the flip soon, and they do. But that's 70% up for the Excelsior, and the Justice finally get control. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how the Excelsior are going to be able to get in against this defensive style of the D.Va, because it feels like it's a lot harder for Yaki to move around the map against the D.Va compared to Assassin that has that freedom.
Well, double support ultimates for both teams coming up soon. Gano Jin's almost got that rally. TK taking the 1v1 once more. Really wants to just try and force Flora out the way. Must know he's near post bomb. Don't give him a free entrance onto your own backline. There's the copy from Yaki. Double Tracer on the field. Decay now. Using that as a sign to go for him, but that rally is going to force him to back away. Another fantastic eat by Kalios. Flores just not having a good time. There you go. There's the pulse. There's the kill. Through the Transcendence healing. Goodbye, Gangnam Jin. Stopped a lot of that overhealth from coming out. Decay. One-man wrecking crew in the back line. The Washington Justice still in control of the point, but with Assassin going down, they've lost a lot of their damage. Yaki surviving throughout this whole fight, Scott. His dupe, he didn't get a post-bomb kill, but staying alive, using that dupe as an extra life is good enough, but Decay still finding kills.
Decay is just everywhere and just never falling down, but the Excelsior are able to hold on. It's a great echo play, as you said, from Yaki. But now the Excelsior have nothing left to hold this, but either do the Justice. So it's going to be a clean fight head-to-head. And the Justice need to win this fight, otherwise they're going to lose this map.
Yeah, 90% and building. Flora sitting clean. Oh, I was going to say sitting nice and pretty or clean, but no. Krillin from behind. Nice little right click ends Flora's life. Pulse Bomb now not available. Neither is Myeonbong's life. Excelsior, they may have 99%, but the Justice, they're going to find that flip off the back of Kellen. Once again, finding the opening kill.
Krillin, yeah, Krillin on that Zenyatta has done this, what, 4 times so far in just this map? Getting that first frag, opening the door for the Justice. That looked difficult for them, but he does it once again. And a great rookie who's been, well, sort of a rookie again, having a great performance so far this year on that flex support.
Rookie 2.0. He's back.
Yeah.
All right, Justice. It's going to be their last fight now with 20% to the victory. Okay, if he lands another big pulse onto Gangnam Jin or Myeonbong, could be all over. He's lining up. He's ready. Hook, line, and sinker. The double blink already used. Has to wait for one to recharge to end up going back in. Myeonbong doesn't know what's hit him. Nice pulse from Flora, though, from across the map. Opener ends up going down. Maybe it was Flora we should have been looking at there. Decay doesn't find any success with his. Excelsior have found the flip, and Decay eventually shut down. The Justice need to be able to touch. Luckily, Kalios is there, but the rest of his team aren't quite so lucky. He's ejected from his mech and the game. Excelsior cleaning up the Justice. They're going to find map 1 in this series.
Ooh, Gangnam Jin saves Myeonbong's life from that Decay pulse bomb, and from there it snowballs out because of Flora got value with that pulse bomb. And that is something that is very valuable. As much as they don't have many players, both Flora and Yaki can play that Tracer to an exceptional degree, and you saw that just in this map.
Good start from the NYXL. Yeah, maybe they did need this kind of meta change. We'll have to wait and see. 2-1 against the Justice on Control. We're going to jump to Hybrid for our next map. We'll see you in a sec.
Check my baby G-Shock, said it's time. All my thoughts linked up, multiplying, no divide. Dropping hit after hit, never miss, it's a crime. But my karma stay lit, Buddha sit by my side.
Hey, yo, welcome back. Excelsior versus Justice. We've got a slight substitution. We've got Happy coming in. We've got Assassin stepping back. Excelsior, right now, they're 1-up over the Justice, and that was an interesting control round, Scott. I mean, you were expecting to see Happy in there, especially as obviously we're going to Ruins because they went 3 rounds, but it didn't really feel like Justice expected to go there first up. You're kind of rolling the dice in that aspect because you would definitely want Happy in over Assassin if you're going to Ruins and playing Widow.
It felt like they favored having Assassin in to play the Echo on those other 2 rounds over having Happy in on that Ruins round. So it's a gamble that you're going to take. It didn't really work out for them in map 1. But the thing that I've been most excited about so far in this match, Excelsior look a lot more comfortable than they have so far in this season. They actually look like they're playing with confidence and people are on the heroes that they should be on, especially Flora. That Hangzhou play, but also that Tracer play was just absolutely exceptional.
All right, Kings Row, fan favorite. Let's go. What do we expect here though, Scott? I mean, we saw Callum Wrecking Ball. It didn't hit as hard as I thought it would. I'm going to be very real, even though they did end up winning that round. I felt like Kelios actually had more of an impact in the tank role. It was just the DPS, both Thor and Yaki, picking up a lot of that slack there, it felt like. Kelios' Div is looking great so far. The amount of Pulse Bomb eats and just denials of damage is insane. Of course, you'd expect that from someone who's more known for something like a D.Va. So we'll see what Justice want to run on defense. It looks like no D.Va, it's just going to be Sigma. So it feels strange because on the last patch, it was like, where are we seeing Sigma? Circuit Royale makes the most sense. But now we're seeing flavors of that everywhere.
And I was really interested to see what people are going to play on Kings Row, because with these support changes, as you can see, the most notable thing throughout and consistent thing throughout all the matches has been Zenyatta. Those changes we highlighted before, people are going to try and build around that. And Sigma pairs so well with Zenyatta because Sigma is that frontliner, that shield that allows your backline to go. And we're actually going to see very similar things from both teams in terms of the tanks and the backline, but some slight differences in the DPS.
I've got Happy on the Sojourn though, that's what I want to see. He's got cracked aim. We'll see how well he does on Sojourn. But I'm assuming quite well. I'd be surprised if he didn't pop off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so this is going to be a slow poke for both teams as they try and hold and take position and look for these picks. And honestly, Krillin almost gets Flora again with the right click. He's been just as much as a pick character as everyone else.
There you go.
Happy gets the first right click as we expected.
That's what I want to see. Some headshots with those railguns. Man, it's so easy to charge up that right click when you're just shooting shields. You do gain half the amount you would normally if you were just like shooting somebody. That's worth keeping in mind. So you do expend extra ammo to get that charge off of a shield, but still generating that consistently is the important thing. Yaki though, just kind of chilling out right now in the backline.
The Justice seem to have no idea, so this could be a big flank. We know Echo has the burst capability to kill a backliner, so if he's looking to try and find if he can get onto the Zen or the Baptiste and hit that execution, but Happy sees it.
Okay, Sonic Arrow is going to reveal. There it is. There's the sticky bombs, the laser beam. He got out of range. Only 30 HP. Has to be rather careful. Oh, you missed him. You missed him. Please hit him. Please hit him. Okay, he's good. He might not be for long, though. Happy just finishes him off. Oh, that right click from Gangnam Jin was just too short. Unfortunately, I know all about that struggle. Justice, unfortunately right now, fortunately right now, have burned a lot of time off of the XL time bank. 2 minutes to go. It's been a slow slugfest, and that's what it is about these comps, Scott. It takes a long time to set up, especially if the Hangzhou and the Echo.
I'm surprised we haven't seen one of them move over to like a Widow or something, just because of how much space the Justice is giving them, but they haven't been able to get forward and punish them, especially with Yaki on the flank. So it just feels like Excelsior is just caught throwing arrows and hoping Flora is going to be able to execute someone before the fight even opens up.
Decay is just getting forced all the way back. to Excelsior spawn. He's got a pulse bomb in his hand. He knows where Myeonbong is. He's on the statue, trying to get the pulse. Throws it out, does miss. Doesn't choose to finish up Myeonbong. Gangnam Jin's there to the rescue, as always. Dependable support duo right now, at least in this game. Flora in a little bit of trouble, but putting pressure on that point's going to be key. And with the high ground from Gangnam Jin, this might be the tool that they were after. Got to be careful though. There's the overclock. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. Now the high ground belongs to Happy, and so do the rest of the kills. He gets one, maybe not another. Kellen is going to go down momentarily. That was a really nice position for the Excelsior to be in there, Scott. Gangnam Jin up on the high ground, but overclock pot from Happy dives straight in. And there was no hope for Gangnam Jin, even with that lamp up.
Hello. I love watching Sojourn Ultimate. It's just this moment of pop-up potential, and it's awesome to see players like Happy pick it up and find that value instantly. But the New York Excelsior, 40 seconds remaining, they haven't really found any opening thus far. They got to the point, but they have the ultimates now. They have the Flux, they have the Dragon. Are they going to be able to combo them?
Got to make a maneuver, that's for sure. I mean, you've got 27 seconds remaining. All right, there's the Eat forced out from Kalios. Instantly changing though. Oh, Yaki, so low already. Oh, what a fantastic rock. Cancels the Flux. Yaki, major damage on the high ground. Someone's going to have to deal with him. He's so close to his own. Flux straight to the front line. He gets a couple, dives straight in. The copy's going to run out a couple of seconds, but still gaining that high ground advantage is going to be important. Excelsior are on the point, but it's looking rather unlikely that they survive. They've managed to gain a tick. Yaki finds opener, but Decay is running away with this game. There's no healers to bear now for Excelsior. And Decay doing what he does best and hitting justice with that carry. Ganajin comes back on Lucio. Ain't gonna matter. 58% on the board for Excelsior, and Justice holding first.
This is why we always question why Decay ever comes out of this lineup. He just has that potential. We talk about how good Proper has been this season. Decay can get into that position as well, and he just did. New York Excelsior, it felt like every time they tried to maneuver around the map, they couldn't deal with Decay. And then you have Happy on the Sojourn as well. There's just too many threats. And with the Echo Hangzhou, I just think you're relying on too many one-shot capabilities without the consistency of them. So never able to find those picks, and therefore never able to get that first point.
I wonder if Excelsior do run out with the Sojourn here, or they're happy to sit with the Hangzhou. At the moment, Scott, Hangzhou does feel like it's like the poor man's Sojourn right now. You have that one-shot potential with the Sojourn, but you also have the Disruptor shot. Your mobility is a little bit better than the Hangzhou's too. The Hangzhou has the leap, of course, but you have something that can get you to high ground almost instantly. Like, it feels if you're not confident on Sojourn, you go back to the Hangzhou, something that you're maybe a little bit more comfortable on. This is just Decay as well, just destroying the team. The cleanup potential, even on 25 HP. Yeah, he's got it.
And I wonder if you're all right about that. The reason that we're not seeing Sojourn from a lot of these other teams and they're going for other alternatives is because they're just not comfortable on the hero. But we'll see as time goes on, maybe they'll get more comfortable. They'll realize that it is the better pick. But for right now, Flora going over to the Ashe instead of the Hangzhou on their defense. Happy Widow.
Yeah, no shot anybody peeks, dude. Unless he hits an absolutely wicked shot here on Yaki. There's just no way.
Oh, he's had a couple of crazy ones. But Yaki goes down by Decay, loses the 1v1.
Well, that sucks.
They're going to lose so much positioning for that. Look at the Excelsior back up, give the space. They might have a tick here as well.
You cannot let that happen. Flora is just alone, no way near his supports. Decay and Kalios just running over people in the front line. Excelsior, touching, please. Point touches. Okay, there we go. Nice. Opener, Immortality. Oh, okay, there we go. Nice. Excelsior, they get off the point just like that. Blink of an eye. Record pace almost there. The Justice, they end up taking first. Kings Row and tie the series up. Wow, that was a fast map.
That was a quick one by the Justice, putting on a masterclass of how you should be holding these first point positions, holding that control. But Excelsior, just I don't think ever been able to find that first pick. Like we saw Decay get that early on Yaki, and that snowballed the whole first point. Excelsior just never got that, and for that reason, Kings Row to the Justice, 1-1.
Really, really tough. I mean, Decay was in the back line solo, like, And then it felt like Flora was out of position there. He was on the Ash. It's a good sight line, to be fair, but your tank is on the point trying to contest, and then your supports are on the high ground. So Flora was kind of left alone. No man's land, basically. And it was a pretty easy cleanup. Those high precision, the Sigma, they don't do a crazy amount of damage, but when it's paired with a Tracer, super easy to pick off a DPS like that. With 200 HP, you don't stand a chance. Well, there you go. One apiece. Justice coming back. We're going to jump to a break. We got Escort after this. Welcome back. There it is, downtown Washington, D.C. Got some Justice fans showing up at the watch party over there. Looking great. I mean, it's good to see, obviously, we got the LAN, but still having these small watch parties around the US has been a really good thing to see, Scott.
Yeah, and just going to Texas and having that LAN event just kind of reinvigorates myself and reminds all of us of just how much better esports is when you do it around others and other like-minded people who love the game. And, you know, as Washington fans getting that right now, also very happy they just won that King's Row.
Super happy. Yeah, I bet they're going crazy over there right now, hoping that this continues. Yeah, like King's Row, it was funny. Even our producer was like, "Hey, that snuck up on me." We're like, "Wait, what?" Yeah, exactly. You're at the end of that match. You're like, "Oh, it happened. Wait a second. I guess we're on map 3 now." Like, it was a very, very quick series. Oh, sorry, just map. And we didn't really see much from Excelsior there. So as we go into this next map, I think, especially it being Route 66, where we'll probably end up seeing Sigma, if I were to guess, just because you can hold gas station and then you can hold the main building in the second point. But Excelsior not willing to play this Sojourn. It felt like the Justice having Decay cleaning up kills on the Tracer, and then Happy on the Sojourn just dishing out a ton of not only shield pressure, but just damage in general with the right clicks that he was hitting. It's not something that the Excelsior can keep up with because they were playing that Hangzhou.
Yeah, the Hangzhou, I think, is just too inconsistent. Obviously great at doing damage to tanks and, you know, consistent damage output against, like, you know, beefy targets. It doesn't have that great consistent pick potential that you see from other heroes. Interestingly enough, we're going to see Flora walk out and play the Ashe instead. And I actually think this is a hero that he's very comfortable on. I've seen it before. It's very good. So I like this look. If he's not comfortable on the Sojourn, don't force it at this point. Play to your strengths. And this overall looks like a much better look from the Excelsior.
Yeah, nice defensible high ground. You can dynamite low. Pretty easy peasy. Now, what do Justice run? We saw Happy hovering Sojourn there, so I can imagine double sniper just to start, see if you get any picks. And then maybe switch over to the Sojourn. Oh! Well, Kellen is slapped. Won't mean too much, I don't think. Okay, so there you go. Instant Sojourn switch, and Decay going over to that Tracer to just Sonic Arrow the top to get some information.
Yeah, so both sides playing that double flex support right now. We haven't seen too much about Baptiste opener so far. Oh, okay, we're not going to see much more either.
Alrighty. Well, you said he was comfortable on it. I'm not sure if Washington Justice expected it. He was that comfortable on it. Now, with Ashe being on the high ground too, Scott, and the longer the fight progresses here for Excelsior, the better Flora is going to become. The amount of damage you can put out with those dynamites, and then having Bob, the 6th man on the team, come out for this first point push is just humongous.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the Ashe, it's everyone. You can see the setup that they have. They have Kellen holding this left side, then they just...
Happy!
Oh.
Nice little slide into the headshot with the right click. That's what you've got to be scared of. Like, the Sojourn mobility, she can just pop out of nowhere and headshot your backline like that. Number goes down, and Kellen's actually on a strange off angle right now. Maybe not so strange, as he did manage to check Happy for a brief moment and actually kill him off with the hyperspheres. High ground control over Excelsior right now.
Kellen just doing so much work on this Sigma right now, but getting isolated, getting hit by that rock. But still manages to go down. So now we see the Excelsior, they're going to stabilize here on the high ground, and that's 1.5 minutes off the clock. They just need to find a way to deal with this high damage output from Flora, Myeonbong, and Gangnam Jin. They had this crossfire. Kalios is trying to walk up and take this space on his own, but needs to be careful from getting isolated from the rest of his team.
Yeah, he's so close to that pulse bomb. They have to keep an eye on this payload though, Scott. It's pretty close to that first checkpoint. He's looking for somebody, but Decay is like permanently checking his position, just calling him out. Krillin in a little bit of trouble. Nice kill by Yaki. Insta recall straight up to the high ground once again to be a little bit more safe. Pulse bomb thrown out. Doesn't quite hit Happy. And in fact, Immortality Field destroyed by Happy in the process. A beautiful stick from Decay, and there you go. That's the Decay you want to see. 2 kills for the Tracer. And now the Justice sinking that point home. 4 minutes on the clock for the next point.
And you can see the pick potential of Sojourn already right now. He doesn't get that kill over there onto Yaki, but he get some low so Decay can clean it up. And it's just so much consistent output, especially when you can charge it off the Sigma, like you said earlier, Jack. So Happy making the Sojourn look like potentially a better pick than the Ashe here, just more versatile and doesn't have to play as defensive at all times.
Look at the positioning from Kalios right now, Scott. He's so far up. Yeah. I mean, Kellen's going to have a nice little flux angle here, and they're going to be able to contest Decay on the payload, but still having this low ground. And in fact, look how aggressive they're going. Lamp Force fairly early. Can Kellen get much damage down? Yes, he can. Kalios was unable to be healed. Both Krillin and Opener have ultimates to maybe use the Transcendence, but maybe it was out of range. Not entirely sure what happened there. So, that's not where you want to be. The Bob's coming out though. Opener goes down. Ganajin sitting behind that window, and Bob can fire through the window also. He's just chilling. No one's going up there without Bob saying hello. Happy used the overclocks, but couldn't find too much in that fight. We spoke about it before, Scott. That window with those right clicks from Sojourn, just devastating.
But an important hold there from the Excelsior. That was the ultimate fight. Krillin not able to use that Transcendence, but does hold onto it. So they might be able to use that more aggressively.
Trouble. Ganajin drops the low ground, luckily. This is where the Justice want to be, though, Scott. On this high ground, just giving Happy free reign to charge up the right clicks and then just send them home. That was close. Remember, was getting vaporized.
25 health coming in clutch there.
Yeah, actually,
he would have fallen. Other than that, already having effect in the lobby. But you can tell how much Justice want this high ground. Great stick, but the immortality field goes down.
Yeah, they've got to find an opening at this point. But Flora sitting up there too, it's a bit hard for them to actually assault it. You can use that coach gun to push people away. Transcendence from Krillin to keep them in the fight. There is 2 minutes to go, so they're not too worried. Yaki? Alrighty, well, we're used to seeing missed ults at that point in the map. I mean, Justice now still struggling to push this payload forward. Stalwart defense currently from the Excelsior. Another Transcendence, this time for Excelsior as they try and push the payload, but Kalios is more than happy them using that ult. A nice coach gun stops anybody from getting in that flux. He does end up going down, no, as he was chased down by Happy in the end. And now they found their fighting legs. The Justice with 1 minute and 30 to go might be able to get the payload in now.
You can tell that they're trying to get this backline from the Excelsior off the high ground, and they've had to drop. We have Decay just being an absolute menace, forcing them into this corner. They're going to have to get to the point, otherwise they're going to cap second right now.
This fight has been going on for 3 minutes. Can someone... Okay, there we go. Kalios ends up going down. They made their final stand. 1 minute to go for the Justice. The Excelsior have finally stopped the Justice from existing on this second point. But to come into this last fight, Justice got upwards hill battle, and as Happy can pop off with this overclock, they're going to have to deal with a Bob, Flux, and a Pulse.
Absolutely. Myeongbong and Gangnam Jin have been absolutely impossible to dislodge so far. They're showing their comfortability on double flex support heroes. Decay's trying to get in to put some pressure in, but he's already forced recall, and he's going to get hunted by Yaki.
Hitting the ult. Can he find any damage? Decay and Opener already dead. Kalios is jumping on the payload. Happy finds absolutely nothing with that ultimate. No kills in the kill feed. Not what you want to see if you're a Justice fan right now. 27 seconds to go. Happy does find the kill on Myeongbong, but half his team fell before he got that one. Krillin ends up resetting, hoping this last fight will do them good.
Happy needs to die. If he gets isolated here, manages to wait for his supports, he's fine. But they haven't been able to get Flora from this high ground, and they're going to need to do that. If they try and take this cart fight, and Flora's just able to shoot from the high ground, it's going to be a problem.
Nice stick. Can they finish off Kalios? A lot of healing heading his way. That's going to be a nice lot of ult charge for a Krillin, saying that, Scott. So a Transcendence for this last fight to match Excelsior's. Still high ground advantage for Excelsior. And they end up just using the Transcendence. I mean, why not? A late Transcendence for Excelsior doesn't quite save Kellen. And now the Justice are finding their feet. Happy on the high ground with a rail and the support of Opener. Finally dislodge Flora and Gangnam Jin. Kalios with the ultimate's not going to need to use it. Overtime is here. The Excelsior are not. The Justice win that fight and eventually cap second.
Myeongbong was 1% away from that Transcendence as Kellen was falling towards death. Pops it, but not enough to keep him alive. And from there, it snowballs out from them. So now we go into this narrow corridor. This is a very different part of the map to everything else from Route 66. And Justice only have 1 minute remaining. I think Happy's going to have to come up clutch with this Sojourn ultimate. While Kalios trying to open up with the flux. We're isolated by Kellen in this small right room.
Nice start though from Happy. Again, finding a long-range beam onto Gangnam Jin. 60 seconds to go, Scott. I mean, Justice ideally now, they keep jostling on the payload, but they need to regroup.
Got to make sure they don't get isolated here by the Yaki. Pozo. Oh,
first person.
Happy hitting a big right.
It's like a ray gun. Just poof. Just pop. Okay, there's the flux from Kalios. It's going to be on the truck. Flora in a little bit of trouble. Decay trying to chase him down. They trade high ground. There's Decay with a pulse and a Discord orb on top of him. Doesn't really want to mess with the Ash. Problem is for the Justice right now, they've got to deal with this Bob, but Happy needs to find more with this ultimate. Overclock does a fair bit of work, but you need to be able to find the sight lines. Yaki now trying to find Decay. Little 1v1. Decay dashing back to the health bag, has the support for the rest of his team. The Overclock is coming out, but an instant rock from Kellen from downtown ends Happy's life. They do kill off the Bob, but the spawn advantage is great for the Excelsior right now. Kellen with an absolutely monstrous play on last. Stop the Justice from capping.
Kobe from the low ground manages to catch Happy. Happy had the amplification matrix in front of him. He was about to pump out so much damage. Incredibly clutch there from Kellen, and they managed to hold just before the third capture. Not a bad hold there from the Excelsior, but the Justice, they can't be too unhappy with that. In this style of like Sigma, high damage output, it favors the defensive team. So are they going to play the Sojourn, and is Flora going to try and play the Sojourn on attack or stick to the Ash?
I just think at this point, if you've not shown the Sojourn, I don't think we're going to see it, Scott, honestly. Like, it doesn't really... It seems like, oh, you'd want to play it on defense, right? Like, the Disruptor shot does a fair amount of damage. It slows people ever so slightly. Like, there's a lot of AoE you can do, like the Dynamite. Oh, that was through the window too, by the way.
Oh my.
Boom. See ya. Oh my. That was like an extinction level rock right there.
A meteor from spawn just wipes out the New York Excelsior. The fossils.
Oh my god.
What it looks like, it's interesting seeing this development though, right? From the Sojourn. We didn't see her at all in the kickoff clash. Well, it was a little bit of a throw. We saw it a little bit, but it looks comfortable right now, especially with that hitbox change. So it's interesting to see the differences. I don't know if I do like the Sojourn more than the Ash at this point, and they're sort of like making arguments for both because the Bob is a better ultimate in my opinion in terms of consistency, but doesn't have as much pop-off potential as the Sojourn ultimate.
Feels nice to use the Bob against the Overclock though, really, because you stop Happy from going super aggressive. You do really feel invincible when you pop in that ultimate. Let's be real with yourselves here. Like, you pop it, you're going in. You're dashing straight to the back line. But if that Bob's out, you're going to think twice, maybe even a third time before you try and make a play. So it's an interesting game of chicken, almost.
I think every time everyone popped the Sojourn off for the first time, they entered in and died instantly. It's limit testing, and even the Overwatch League players are still doing it to this point. And you can see how Justice is, they want to play back. They want to create these crossfires. They got Happy here on this back as the Excelsior. They might try and rotate around the right side, but Krillin...
Again, dude.
Again, opening it up with a pick on a Yaki.
So good right now. Krillin's opening picks on DPS players more often than not have just been extraordinary across the entire series.
Just finding those angles for those right clicks, just able to find those important picks, and that creates so much time, right? Like, it took Excelsior so long to get into that position, only to have it taken away, and that's a minute and a half off the clock.
Well, maybe some more now. And the Jim ends up going down. Yeah, the Justice kind of baiting them in almost. It's like, okay, you can take the angles, not a problem, but then we just kind of take you out. You have to find a way, if you're Excelsior, to get Yaki around the side without getting killed by Krillin, to then force Happy to look a different direction. Because if he's just shooting into that shield, not only is Kellen's shield going to get destroyed, but Happy's charge for his right click's just going to build up to 100%. He's going to be sitting on that, waiting for a DPS or a support to pop the heads around the corner.
Yeah, and Flora's just struggling to find the angles to be able to put out the damage they need as well. Yaki getting very low. You can tell everywhere the Excelsior tries to go, they get punished. Flora trying to take that angle, gets a little isolated, tries to coach gun to save himself, but goes down to Kalios.
I definitely think that's where the Ashe and the Sojourn do differ a little bit in this situation. Ashe, you're like a pseudo sniper, right? You have to peek the corners and you have to scope in to get the most amount of damage and the most accuracy. With Happy, it's just kind of a spam fest of the left click, and then Disruptor Shot gets sent out, and then you send out a couple of rails every now and then. You don't nearly need as much setup time. Oh, Yaki, scored by the Rock.
He's looking to try and get in to get value with this Pulse Bomb. If he can force something from the Justice earlier, they need to force it a blink. Kalios is going to flux in the tunnel.
Nice lamp from Gangnam Jin. 5 ultimates on board for Excelsior rather soon, and Kellen once again picks off floor. Another kill for Kellen.
Krillin
kills Gangnam Jin. This guy's a monster right now. There's nothing the Excelsior can do, even just against a Zen in the backline. I know Zen got a buff, Scott, but it was his health and it was his kick. It wasn't anything to do with the orbs.
Oh, you just love to see a Zenyatta player feeling themselves, and the Excelsior just haven't got anything done. And we're in last fight territory now. They haven't used a single ultimate, but either has the Justice, really only missing that Flux. So how is Excelsior going to find that window? They can engage with the Bob and try and take that space, but is that going to be enough to get through the damage of the Justice?
Do not peek Callum right now. Do not peek Callum right now. Don't do it, Yaki. Don't do it. Okay. Tries to hit it with a pulse, doesn't end up succeeding. Flux was used by Excelsior. In fact, they're using a lot of their ultimates. Bob's going to get killed almost instantly. Happy with the ultimate online, but Flora with a nice sharp shot onto Happy. Overclock didn't quite end up finding the value that they wanted. Decay's Pulse Bomb does, however. A window being used from Gangnam Jim on the sidelines to try and provide some extra de-healing and damage, but Kellen picking up the kill with the help of Decay. The Excelsior struggling to get anything done in this fight. Yaki only one touching payload for Excelsior right now. He needs to be able to make sure that Kellen gets there too. He can't survive on the payload for too long. It's near the health pack rooms. They're able to use that for some cover, but it's looking highly unwinnable right now, especially with Kalios nearing that Flux. Excelsior need to put pedal to the metal, but Opener and Kellen take down Yaki. Lamp on the point, meaning you can't do anything. Opener gets booped up. Gangnam Jin's trying to chase him down, but the Flux is too good from Kalios. Happy as well on the flank. The Justice are going to hold Excelsior on first, and they are now one map away from claiming the series.
Krillin's made me a fan.
You can't kill the Krillin.
You can't kill the Krillin. He was just so dominant. You saw Yaki trying time and time again to just get any positioning, but he's just getting poked, not just by Krillin though, by the entire Justice squad, and that's the strength of this roster. And Kalios showing why he's on this Washington Justice roster, showing a good Sigma play. The Justice looking very comfortable right now in this meta.
Cool, calm, and collected right now. If Krillin just keeps this up, I don't think Excelsior's DPS line have a chance. Like every single fight, that dude's finding a pick. They're looking good. One map away from claiming the series. We're going to jump to a break. We'll be right back just after this. if you haven't picked up the legendary skin for Reaper, the Luchador one, what are you doing? It's only 200 tokens. You can get those tokens by watching, of course, and it does disappear on the 25th. So you got about 9 days or so to grab the skin. Scott, like, really? Have you not got it yet?
Okay, I need to come. I haven't claimed it yet, but you did just. Okay, I know. We've done this promo read a lot. So if anything, this is on me.
Scott confirmed not watching
you guys should be informed.
Scott confirmed not watching games. Okay, interesting stuff.
Oh, no, don't leak me like that.
It's okay, don't worry. I'll keep your secrets safe, and the chat will too. All right, we're back. Map number 4. Excelsior and Justice. The Justice just, in the last 2 games, just coming alive. Like, it was a close game in Ilios on the first map, but the next 2 just stomps. The Justice looking so good. They full held on King's Row, and then they full hold on Route 66. Krillin, I'll say his name right. Krillin just popping off on the Zenyatta. Like, unreal stuff. Every single team fight, Scott, if it's not Decay picking up a pick, it's Krillin killing either Flora, Yaki, Myumbo, and Gamnijin. Like, there's nothing stopping him right now.
Yeah, he's been incredible, but I also want to give a special shout out to Opener as well. Someone who sort of came out of nowhere for a lot of people. He stepped up for the Washington Justice, and he's been able to play a lot of things very well and has enabled Krillin to be as dominant as he is. So he's been good on the Lucio, he's been good on the Brig, and now showing that he can play that Baptiste to a good level. We have something we haven't really talked about is Vigilante is actually sitting on the bench right now. One of the hype flex supports for the Washington Justice comes of age on July 1st. So Krillin, Opener, and Vigilante, that's going to be a dominant backline and something that might really help the Washington Justice go up to that next level, maybe be more consistent, and then maybe make me a fan for the first time in a long time.
I think I brought it up before, but have you seen that hydration chart of like every player getting hydrated? And like there's screen caps. I just saw Krillin take a giant swig of water there. So there you go. That's one.
Add him to the list.
Got him. Honestly, the Overwatch community is honestly the best. Like coming up with the most ridiculous things like that, like a hydration checklist to make sure every player is staying hydrated on cam. It's insane. All right, Colosseo is our next map. Excelsior, Scott, at this point, they're not playing Sojourn. If they did, I think it's more... If they do right now, I think it's more of a... It will be a panic pick, I think. A lot of these maps have favored Sojourn in the way she plays, her ability to get to high ground fairly easy, and just her overall damage output, especially against shields, and then using the railgun to pick off a support or a DPS. Like, the Excelsior right now permanently running Ashe with Flora, and it's just not really hitting the mark compared to Justice, who's happy has been dominating on the Sojourn right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't expect Excelsior to go there, at least in this match. It looks like right now Flora's locking the Hangzhou, something that he dominated on Ilios. Wouldn't be surprised to okay, never mind. Yaki's going over to the Echo. So this is the style that they have like to play. Yaki sticking more to that Tracer Echo, and Happy is going to be on that Sojourn. So consistent start for the Justice and Excelsior going back to what they did at the start.
It's a bit of a shame. I wonder if they end up picking up in weeks to come. This is clearly obviously what they've practiced in scrims. And this is the Hangzhou comp almost, without the Zarya, just waiting for the pick onto the backline. But Justice can really do a whole bunch more. They've got 2 DPS that can flank fairly effectively. So Flora's going to have to be careful.
Yeah, and I think that might be a problem for the Excelsiors. Oh, never mind, no problems. Flora's sick of Krillin and his right clicks and shutting it down early.
Yeah, good stuff. Good start. There you go. There's Decay in the backline. Hitting a Tracer, still very difficult in Overwatch 2 with the headshot. Oh my god. Bit of a disappointed look on Flora's face there. He gets headshot from across the map. But that's what I'm saying. Like, the ability to headshot somebody and the consistent damage output of Sojourn, Hangzhou just doesn't match up to that more often than not.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the breakpoint of the amount of charge you need on that rail shot.
I believe it's 85
on a headshot
for a 200 HP target. if I remember correctly.
So maybe a little bit more for Zenyatta these days as well, but it can one-shot any 200 HP target at that break point if you headshot them. So that is the big value of Sojourn on top of the rest of her kit as well. So you're seeing the value come out there, but we're still in this little bit of a gridlock here fighting for TS1.
Ooh. Happy's trying to line up a shot. Yeah, it's between 80 and 85, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to double check, but there you go, it's around that. You're going to get near 100 charge anyway shooting a Sigma shield, so it doesn't really matter. Alrighty, yeah. Decay now in the backline with the pulse bomb. This is ideally what I've been working up towards, just waiting for the explosive opening. Forcing that lamp is going to be rather difficult though. And in fact, Opener's going to start the fight off with an ultimate of his own. That window forcing the Excelsior to take a bit of an off angle. Pulse bomb goes wide, no damage in fact. So Decay's going to have a tough time getting this done. In a late window from Excelsior to push Justice all the way back. Good kill from Kalios though. Flora went a little bit too over aggro and Happy in the back. Kills going them Jin. Kalios dying for Justice isn't great. They can't hide behind that shield, but a lot of healing now missing for Excelsior means Decay can do basically whatever he wants as he runs down Myungbong. Now Callan in the worst spot imaginable. Goodbye. That is not going to save you from a quick melee.
So Justice are going to win the first fight after 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay.
Important to know, actually, Opener goes down first. Before I make this point, that's going to force the Justice back.
Look
actually,
at Happy, yeah.
Sneaky beaky, going for the flank with the ultimate. You can go absolutely crazy on this hero against the 200 HP targets, but Kellen does
spot it out. It's perfect.
But the point I wanted to make is a change that has happened between the kickoff clash and this mid-season tournament is push is now 10 minutes long instead of 8 minutes. So there is still a long duration. As much as not much has happened, we're kind of back to where we usually
He's going to kill people through that Transcendence if he hits a headshot on a DPS. You've got to be careful still if you're Flora. Nice little flux from Kalios. Lamp forced out. Decay still in the back and go for a pulse. Goes wide once again. Decay's pulse bomb's not looking so hot right now. But Yaki burning that copy is not going to be great for Excelsior. They got no ultimates in the bank, relying on that raw damage. And damage Yaki is definitely doing. Decay caught without a recall, and the Justice are forced back. But this is a ridiculous game of tug of war right now. Like, look at how many meters Justice have got. 20. Excelsior working towards that, but this is an extremely close game of Colosseum right now.
Yeah, with these heroes, they can get so many picks, but they can't really close out a fight. No one's able to, you know, clean up the rest of the team, so it's just in this gridlock of back and forth tug and war. So it's going to be a who's going to be able to blink first and get multiple picks.
All right, no ultimates still. I say that as a winner for Gangnam Jin. I tell a lie. Oh, look at that. He's kicking them away. Wait, Kurlin was just kicking them away from the window. Perfect use of Zen kick. The Justice, they do stop the window from doing anything. Excelsior still in control of TS1, however. Flora with some eagle eyes on the side, using that Sonic arrow to reveal a lot of the backline's positioning, but the Justice still holding down the fort. Yes, this inability to clean the rest of the team up, Scott, is becoming quite evident here. Well, nice kill onto Kalios. Didn't have the grasp to eat all that damage. And now it's just the cleanup, hopefully.
You can see them trying to... That's a prime example. They have the Zenyatta isolated in the main area, but they can't even get the pick onto that. Justice do manage to fall back, wait for Kalios to get back, but the Excelsior are coming up on... they do have the advantage now over the Justice. So how are they going to hold on to this? Because they've still yet to be able to close out a team fight.
Oh my god. We're 5 minutes in, and there's been 31 meters gained for Excelsior. There's the flux from Kalios, straight on that lap. Gangnam Jim is still pretty low. The focus fire is good. Decay ends up taking him down, and now he can plant himself in the back line with a pulse bomb. However, Myungbong's got something to say about it, forces the recall, but still, a lot of members for Excelsior are dead. Straight into the Dragons. Oh my god, that was close. Decay almost falls, and Myungbong using that Transcendence to try and escort the rest of his team away. Kellen wasn't quite so lucky, didn't receive any of that healing, and now Myungbong just dying on the point. Justice ended up winning that fight in the end of it all, and Excelsior burning so many ults trying to get that stuff done.
I'm surprised they did commit those ultimates as well, Jack. Kellen already had Gangnam Jin down, I believe, Yaki, and decides to pop it anyway, so they used other ults to try and compensate for that lack, but don't win the team fight. So now look at Justice. They have so many options of how to open this fight up, and it's going to be so much damage, but Decay's lurking in the back with a Pulse Bomb yet again.
You can hear the support. Pulse Bomb, does it land? Nope, jumps straight over it. Go to the Olympics with that style of jump. Happy diving to the high ground once again, but look at that. That Disruptor shot, killing the Immortality field and Gangnam Jin is so punishing, staying in the Immo field. While that Disruptor shot's on you, it will tick away, burn your health, and the Immortality field's HP. Good copy flux from Yaki. And the Excelsior regain control of the bot.
And more importantly, the Justice do not get the capture. They are still behind in this map, and there's only 3 minutes remaining, and the Excelsior have control of the bot. That should have been their fight to win. They used all those ultimates I talked about, but weren't able to clean up. So now the Excelsior, you can see, they don't even want to play too aggressively. They have the advantage. They're actually going to back up and play to their strength, get back into this corridor where they can get value out of this amplification matrix from Gangnam Jin.
Yeah, the Hangzhou arrows through Amp Matrix, still killing DPS. Pretty quickly. Okay, Excelsior, when do they use that window? All right, they use it now. That's going to stop Justice from doing all of anything. Nice little angle here from Yaki. Gets a little bit of damage down on Decay, but with Kalios falling, Justice in a bad spot. 2.5 minutes to go. And with only 4 meters separating them, Excelsior are very much in the driving seat right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Using that amplification matrix perfectly. Just too much damage for Kalios to stay alive. They're getting a little bit more progress here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them do exactly what they're doing now.
That's good.
Backing up, but he gets
very nice. Happy follows up with a lot of damage. The Dragons try and separate the team. Yeah, perfect tracking from Decay, but the Immortality field does save the Hangzhou for the time being. A Transcendence from Excelsior to keep them in the fight. Another Pulse Bomb goes wide from Decay. He really needed to attach that one. There's 2 minutes to go, and Excelsior still being in the lead, Scott. Like you mentioned before, they don't need to play aggressive right now. They can play all the way at the back, wait for their team to come back up again, and then go on the offensive.
Kalios got impatient a little bit with that flux, gets the value, but then the Justice were just too exposed to the damage coming up from the Excelsior. Wow. They found Decay. They're trying to get him before he can get out, but he does manage to slip through them. But this is fine with the Excelsior, as I said. They just want to hold this bot up because they're in the driving seat already.
Yeah, very much a stall fest at this point. Look at him bouncing the spheres. Feels like you do need a math degree to get those correct, but...
That's why I'm no good at Sigma. Drop down
the flux. Oh, it's been cancelled though. Beautiful rock on Kalios, just peeks his head around the corner. Excelsior struggling to get anything done right now, but it doesn't really matter, like you said. Justice, the onus is on them to try and do much. Krillin with a perfect body block on Kellen. Now this is the time that they need to come alive. There's 50 seconds to go, and they need to make up for this lost distance, but a nice arrow from Flora. Spawn points are so close from Excelsior here, Scott. Justice in trouble.
Yeah, and you can tell the Justice, they don't have far to go because the Excelsior haven't been trying to push aggressively. They use the Gangnam Jin amplification matrix to slow this down, and the Justice respect it. So now, we're going into final fight territory. Justice, they don't have very far to go. Whoever wins this team fight will win the map.
Justice want this one. They want to close out the series right here. Decay Pulse. Happy has Overclock. Kalios sitting with a Gravitic Flux. Decay's been so sneaky. The Pulse Bomb attach rate's been so low, though. He needs to make this one work. There's the Flux. There's the big rail from Happy. Activates the Overclock. The Immortality field's been forced already. Both supports from Excelsior are in trouble. The stick is good. He makes up for that one this time around. And Happy, straight on the high ground with the railgun, takes out Gangnam Jin. The overtime is here, but Justice clutch up. 3-1 to end the series. They take the dub from Excelsior. They're now 4-3 in the season overall.
Maybe an explanation there of why you don't play that incredibly defensive style and just try and hold on to that minor lead. Sometimes you want to get that advantage because you don't know when the map is going to slip away from you. But Justice, stay composed with a great start to this mid-season tournament, looking comfortable right now in this meta.
Yeah, looking extremely comfortable. I mean, just put Happy in every single game to play Sojourn for sure. I mean, Krillin also had an unreal series, finding so many picks at the start of fights. I would say, Scott, honestly, he basically won the Route 66. Like, his defensive Zenyatta, every single DPS that popped their head out, they're already gone. Like, crazy stuff from the Justice. And this is the Justice that we want to see. Maybe you don't load them as much anymore, Scott, maybe?
No, Johnny. No, Jack. Sorry, Johnny. Johnny's usually trying to talk me off of the talk me onto the Justice, but no, Jack. They get away with this. They do this every single time. This is why I want it to be different for them. They always start pretty hot. It seems like they have a great idea, but as soon as they start getting tested, as soon as they start doubting their composition, it falls apart a little bit for them. So can they fix that up for not just this stage, but the entirety of the season?
New meta, new me.
I think a lot of Justice fans
Yeah, I mean, I should hope so. New meta, new me, okay? This is it. Happy, he's on Sojourn, he's killing people, and Krillin is dominating. And that is why, of course, he's going to be our player of the match for this series. I mean, who's really shocked? Like I said, he won Route 66 for the team. There's absolutely no way you can argue that. Had a fantastic series, and yeah, you know, Happy hit the rails, that's pretty cool, but it's good to see some old-fashioned Zenyatta play on the field. It feels like it's been a little while, Scott, since we've seen a lot of crazy Zen highlight plays, but I think it's only going to get better. The extra 25 HP, plus his ability to kick any dive hero that jumps his way, just out of the way, is insane.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a lot more Zenyatta. If you're a Zenyatta fan, keep tuned. If not, well, what's wrong with you? Because Zenyatta's so much fun. But Krillin, just look at his stats here. Krillin's a player that we saw in the 2020 London Spitfire rebuild.
Crazy.
He sort of traded time. We didn't see him, honestly, that much. He was sort of the second string flex support on that team. He came back without the mullet. Maybe the mullet was holding him back, but he is absolutely dominating so far in this season. Even through the woes from the Washington Justice in the kickoff clash, I think he was having good performances on that Ana. So excited to see more from him and Zenyatta in general.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time, that is for sure. This meta is turning out to be quite spicy. We're seeing a little difference here and there, but I think the teams like Excelsior that haven't picked up that Sojourn yet and practicing with it, it's a must at this point, Scott. Like, the Sojourn just does so much work, especially against Sigma. You instantly get those rails while you're shooting at them, hit the overclock, dive into the back line, find a 4K, or at least hope you find a 4K. It's looking good. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got more after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. I'm here joined by the player of the match, Krillin from Washington Justice. Hi, Krillin. Krillin 선수, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Hello.
All right, that was an amazing performance from you. Congratulations on getting the player of the match and also winning the game as well. Now, I feel like you really popped off on the Zenyatta today. How would you describe your play style to all the viewers, if you can? 일단 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 너무 젠야타로 너무나도 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주신 것 같아요, 크릴린 선수. 그것 때문에 크릴린 선수의 젠야타 플레이 스타일을 좀 이제 설명을 한다면 좀 어떻게 설명을 할 수 있을까요?
저는 우클릭 모아 쏘기로 좀 상대 키를 노리는 플레이를 좀 많이 하는 것 같고 그러면서 한 번씩 상대팀 몰래 돌면서 한번 킬 변수도 보는 스타일인 것 같아요.
Alright. I would say that I'm a Zenyatta player that really utilizes the right clicks to sort of get the kills whenever it is possible. Also, if I have the time and if the situation is fitting for me, then I would go for flanks and also look for those for those kill and those angles as well. I think I am that sort of player when I play Zenyatta, going for those kills. All right, and also, I think this is my first time talking to you, Krillin. So. I want to hear your personal goals this stage. Of course, I mean, as a member of the Washington Justice, of course, you guys want to win the tournament and also just win it all for the season. But do you have any other personal goals as well that you would like to achieve in this stage? 두 번째 질문은 이제 당연히 워싱턴 팀의 선수로서 뭐 우승도 중요하겠지만은 그거 말고 크릴린 선수만의 좀 개인적인 이번 스테이지에서 목표가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
저는 많은 사람들한테 이 선수 정말 잘하더라 이런 게 바뀔 수 있게끔 진짜 많은 사람들이 절 잘한다고 생각을 해주셨으면 좋을 것 같아요.
Alright, I do want to become a player that that if someone talks about me, then they think of a guy that is really good at the game, a really good player. So I want to hear people talk about me and praise me as a really a talented player, and I think that is my personal goal in the Overwatch League. Krillin, I think you are a great player. You already got it right now.
감사합니다.
you achieved your goal. 벌써 목표를 달성하셨네요. 저뿐만 아니라 많은 사람들이 그렇게 벌써 생각을 하고 있을 거라고 생각을 합니다. Alright, with that is it for the interview. Krillin, thank you so much for your time, and again, congratulations on the win. 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 시간 내주셔서 너무 감사드리고 오늘 승리 또다시 너무나도 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
바이바이.
바이바이.
Thank you so much, Krillin. Congratulations to the Washington Justice. And yeah, asking you shall receive. You want us to praise you? Well, that's easy. If you play like that, we're happy to oblige. No, I mean, Krillin got the player of the match, and rightfully so. What a great performance. And we love a good pop-off Zenyatta performance. So I'm honestly so excited to see Zenyatta being thrown in the mix so much more. Seeing those really aggressive Zenyatta plays giving me flashbacks to Season 1 and 2, having Jonax popping off left and right. He's in plural, that's how great he is. But yeah, let's discuss the match. Again, some people wouldn't believe in the Washington Justice, but not the two of you. You guys had them.
You always believe.
You'd always believe. They have always believed. They will never stop believing as Washington Justice super fans. Let's talk about how they got it done, though. I mean, you have to put a lot of credit on DK here as well, again, because he popped off when it mattered the most. He had such an impact as well, Green Force.
I mean, when he's playing like this, I mean, he's a superstar player. He's one of the best players in the league when he comes out and plays Tracer like this. The way he impacts the game. And, one of the reasons why Colosseo was so drawn out towards the end was because DK didn't hit those pulse bombs. But he came in clutch when it really mattered and hit that final pulse bomb in the very last fight that took Washington Justice over the edge and secured the match win, right? I think this is going to be a very interesting meta for the Washington Justice because we got the receipts, of course, Zoe. We got our past broadcasts on YouTube and what have you. I did say that I wanted to see the Washington Justice move to Kalios in a more permanent role with this team. Move away from Mag. It's been obvious now for a couple of seasons that Mag has sort of brought about this very uncertain playstyle from this team, and I think he needs to do some soul searching, if you will, about like how to reinvent himself as a main tank player and how to enable the rest of his team on that Winston, right? Kalios on the Sigma, we know that he's a great off-tank player. This is the meta right now. We're going to see a lot more Sigma. So this is a good stage for the Washington Justice to sort of change who they are, change their identity. Obviously, you want to move away from being this very inconsistent team that, you know, competes with some of the very best, but also loses to some of the worst teams in the league, right? You don't want that kind of reputation. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from the Washington Justice. I hope that this can be a consistent stage for them, and they can overcome some of those issues they've had in the past.
All right, and if we're looking at the other side here, New York Excelsior, this was their first showing in this very meta. How do we feel about them? Do you feel like they were maybe a little bit too passive?
No, I think they looked a lot better than compared to how they played in stage one. And I do think, you know, they were a little bit on the slower side. Like for the Coliseum, the last match, I think they were playing a little bit too defensive. I think Costa and Joss pointed that out, and I think that was really good. And maybe I think they should have sort of, how do I word this, Johnny? Like,
I don't know what you're thinking.
Instead of like, I think if they had a little bit more aggression at the end, like go in a little bit more, I think they would have, you know, it would have been a closer fight. But I think they were being a little too defensive when they were on defense.
I mean, I think they were pretty unsure, right? Because you saw that
they were like saving up a little bit too much.
They were saving it up, and then they were aggressive, like when they had already lost someone. They had already lost a member or two, and that's when you saw York Excelsior. It's like, oh, we're gonna invest 3 ultimates. Now's the time to strike.
Yeah.
So I agree with Danny. It was like there was some hesitation going on from the New York Excelsior. I think overall, you know, like Kellan is known for being a Winston and a Wrecking Ball player, so this is going to be a tough adaptation for them, playing around this Sigma more consistently. But if he just like studies the ship, like a good foundation as a Sigma player, you got Yaki and Flora, and both of those, they pop off massively. You got 2 flex supports players as well. So I'd agree with Danny, like overcome some of those hesitation issues, and I think this team can really like punch upwards and contend.
It's somewhat funny to me that franchise will just forever stick to a slow play style and a passive play style. Like, even if it's a completely different roster, they're like, now we kind of like it like that. But yeah, let's see what they got for us at this very tournament cycle around. Now, of course, we had 3 amazing matches, and that means tons of great plays where we got to choose our best of the days. And mine wasn't obvious. It was a low-hanging fruit. And that's it. That's all I'm gonna say. I had to just collect the kicks.
What was it? Oh,
I had to collect
the kicks.
Because
how many kicks did he have?
Can he kick it? Yes, he can. He can kick it now. And there were so many good ones. And I honestly think that this has quite an impact.
This was good. That was a good.
one.
Yeah. All right, that was a good kick.
I mean, there was a bunch of really good kicks already.
How can a robot
down the stairs?
How can a robot's foot kick that far?
Because it's a robot. He's not having weak little legs like yours.
Oh. Whoa, hey.
Actually, and you have strong legs in comparison to
not as strong as Zenyatta's though.
But Omnic, like, off he goes. I enjoyed those, and I want to see so many more.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be more.
Oh, there will.
For sure.
There will be more. Now, Jonathan Reinforce Larson, what tickled your fancy today?
There was one play in particular, someone, a bit of a success story, and then it turns out to be an immaculate disappointment. Here is Proper on the Tracer, of course, attaching a pulse bomb. And generally you're like, I stuck someone. Great job, me. Well, Chio says, no, not good job, you. Good job, me. And shield bashes back into Proper, and he goes down to his own pulse bomb. I mean, that's beautiful. That's gorgeous. That is a great play from
Does that still count as Proper getting a kill with the pulse bomb?
No, I mean, if that's the case, that would be wrong.
I'm looking at the upside here. I mean,
no, let's not do that. No.
I don't know.
No.
It kind of does.
It kind of does.
But it probably does count as an attachment, though.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I hit all my pulse bombs, and then he just.
They won't kill me? Yes, but that's
good for Proper.
Danny, what got you?
I mean, mine was sort of, I guess, a low-hanging fruit as well. But I mean, everyone knows, I love Ryan.
Yeah, okay.
I love Chads. Chad plus Ryan, yes. Of course, Chatty. Chatty's right. He had this huge shatter. the sneaky shadow right here. I know Johnny and I, all three of us are like, oh, he's gonna hit that. And just like a big Chad that he is, he just swings that hammer, goes in, gets another kill. And then at the very end, I think he does a quick wave to everyone to assert his dominance.
Hello!
You know, to Florida Mayhem and to all the Overwatch League viewers.
There we
Chatty. Earth Chatter.
Bravo.
Good one. I didn't see that one.
You know, in season 1 and 2, we did those like the content series where like walked around to like restaurants with like Houston Outlaws and stuff like that. I just want to see Danny, because I think along Spitfire they're in LA now, so I just want to see Danny like go out to a date with Charlie.
You know where you should take him?
Where?
Wurstküche.
What is that? No,
the one you can't pronounce properly and is very inappropriate.
No, I have the perfect.
But he's from Germany. I'm sure he would enjoy.
Is that the axe throwing place?
No.
No, my God, I'm not doing this.
Okay, I'll let you. It's the sausage place.
It's the German sausage place. We like
German sausage place.
Where's Couché? The one in, I know that. I love that place.
Exactly how you pronounce Wurstküche.
Where's Couché?
That sounds like crochet. Anyway, yeah, we had a great day.
Yeah.
Tons of best of the days to choose from. These were the 3 we ended up with. And I think that's a good spread, a good selection we got. But of course, this was just day number 1 for our mid-season madness qualifiers. And we have so many more days to come until we're heading into our second tournament of the season. But first, let's take a look at the games we have for you tomorrow. That's right, we're going to kick things off with the Toronto Defiant take on the London Spitfire. After that, you're going to see Atlanta Reign going up against the Boston Uprising, and the last match of the day will be fought out between the Gladiators and the Vancouver Titans. Now that middle match, that might be potentially a very exciting one.
Yeah.
Which one are you most excited about, Danny?
Gladiators versus Vancouver.
That's the one. Yeah. Okay, no question.
Vancouver, they made some adjustments, you know.
Yeah,
they
sure did.
Know. And right now, nothing's set in stone. The meta's not set in stone. They might become.
Yeah, as of right now, it's just a drawing in the sand, so we still have to see where it goes. I assume you're just taking the first match of the day.
No, Gladiators Vancouver actually.
Okay,
yeah.
That's
new
why.
coaching staff.
Yeah.
Coles can actually play the one hero he's supposed to be excellent at, and you know, you got Aspire and Shockwave.
Yeah. So glad I have such experts on my coffee table here in the truck. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for our very first day of this qualifier cycle. We of course have many more to come, and you don't want to miss those. We will be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. So we hope to see you there. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good night.
Bye bye.
The Iris.